Hi everyone, the name's Nat. This is Exceptional Individuals and welcome to our Thursday webinars. This week we've got an exciting guest who is going to be doing a great takeover. We have Dr. Shah Siddiqui, who is the founder and CEO of Time Research Innovation. They are also the CEO of Gen Z Marketing and the Neurodivergent Business Consortium. They hold a PhD in artificial intelligence from the University of Portsmouth, just down the road from me in Southampton. They have developed World Health Aid, an AI-powered multilingual telemedicine platform. Wow. Lived experience of both dyslexia and autism, late diagnosed. Hopefully we'll hear a bit more about that soon. They've even overcome a brain trauma during their academic journey. Thankfully, maybe a lot of us can't say the same. And they are a champion of neurodiversity, doing a lot of mentoring and supporting individuals, and a real they have some fantastic insights around AI and how it will combine with neurodivergence. So without further delay, let's bring you on. Hi, Dr. Shah. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, Nat. Thank you very much for bringing me in. It's a pleasure to talking to you today.
I know we're really grateful to have you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to yourself, and maybe you can say a bit about yourself and then go on to your presentation, which I'm really looking forward to today. And for everyone watching at home, please do send in your questions because we're going to be asking questions towards the end. Thank you so much.
That's fine. Thank you, Nat. So if I give my introduction, as you know that as a neurodivergent person, we are jack of all trades. We try to do lots of things and try to bring things. Some things we fail, some things we do get succeeded. And my journey was similar like that way. So if I give a brief introduction from my childhood till now in few minutes, then you will have a detailed understanding my struggle and how I become successful and how I am working. So I was born in Bangladesh, a rural village, and then brought up in Dhaka. I was very odd child to peoples because I used to, I used to afraid of a lot of different things in my childhood. But my mother, she safeguarded me all the time. But I was very good at education. So later on my journey, I did very good on my GCSE college levels. But I was struggling all the time. And end of my college, I passed in 3 times because I did not know what's wrong with me. And then I came to the UK as an international student. I still have problems, toothache, and a lot of health problems. I did not know what's wrong with me. And later, 5 years, when I was end of my graduation, I had to go for a brain scan, and they recovered a brain tumor, and it was in the very late stage, and my brain didn't have enough room to, space the brain tumor. So I had to go for an operation, very, very in short time, and I had to withdraw from my graduation because I did not have that growth. Later, I was doing business and all other things, but I had to have a business exit in 2012. And that time, I questioned myself, what is my true value? And I valued myself 0 because I lost my business. I don't have education. And I was like on a street, something like that. And then I planned 10 years, like, okay, what I wanted to be. So in 2017, I returned back to education as a mature student. I knew I was dyslexic after my brain tumor operation, but I did not knew that I was also autistic. So my son born in 2014, and he was diagnosed with autism when he was going to his, play nursery at that stage. And I knew that, okay, he just shadows me all my characteristics. So I was autistic. And then, but when I returned to my education, I had a very strong mentality that, okay, I have to do something that I'm very good at. So I completed my PhD at one go, and I was very technical, and I can see things in 3 divisions and all other things I can do, and started my business at 2017, and now here I am. So telling this story, I know that most of the neurodivergent people, they have a struggle, but some of them, they can be a good position like me due to their work with people, due to their self-belief, trust, and willingness. Nat.
Thank you so much for that intro. That's quite a journey there. And I think, a lot of us can probably resonate with that perseverance and determination that being neurodivergent can bring and face. Before we kind of go into your main presentation, I'd be curious to know a bit more about how you kind of got into the neurodiverse, well, the AI side of it, because I think this is an area which we just had a question actually from Vivian, who wanted to understand that, like, how do you even learn about this type of thing as a neurodivergent person? Was there already resources, or did you go out and have to find them?
So particularly, as you know, that when you have willingness, you will find a way to work with. So when I came to the UK, I was a media student. So I was doing television productions, media, editing, all those things. And after my brain tumor operation, my left side is weak. I see blur. So when I try to work on a production studio, I cannot see very well. So I have to change my settings based on my situation. So I went back to system engineering rather than front or television work. And that point is a life-changing, I would say, because on my end of my undergraduate degree, we have to do a project. And that time, as I have suffered due to my brain tumor surgery, I proposed a cloud hospital in 2017. And that time, Cloud Hospital was like, okay, you are an alien. Why you are talking about that? Because no one going to go to your Cloud Hospital. But my supervisor trusted me, and he said, okay, let's do it. It's uncommon, but you can do it. So that was my starting. I pushed my boundaries with that, as I said, World Health Aid boundary. And I worked very hard. It was a challenge for me. Like, okay, I have to have first class, because if I don't have first class, I cannot get to the point that I'm looking for. So I was working day and night to achieve that. So when I achieve that, I get these things like, okay, how can I improve my application? So AI is not relatively out there. Only medical application, they are using AI. So I learned, research, talk to people, talk to academics, self-learn a lot of different things.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you. And I know we've got a few more questions lined up already, but I think I'll hold off to them until the end. But would you want to share the presentation from your end?
Yes, just give me a second.
I've got it on my one as well for backup, but it might be easier for you.
No, that's fine. Just going to share my enter screen. So if you can see my screen.
All right. And yes, we can. Brilliant.
So I'm just going to go to Zoom. You know, when we talk about neurodiversity and AI, I think it's interlinked. And I have some beliefs myself. You might not believe those things. That's up to you. But, particularly every person in this world, they are different. And they have individual beliefs. So in a way, to engage with AI or all other activities that I do, I have a beliefs. So as a neurodivergent person, you probably know about neuroplasticity. You probably know about connections. You probably know about a lot of different things. I think when you talk about neuroplasticity and you talk about AI is all about these things, like, okay, connecting a dot and many dots, millions of dots together and get a results out. And we are neurodivergent person. Some people, they say we are superhuman. I don't say that we are superhuman, but I say our mutation is different because we are muted in a way uh, that makes us extraordinary. That makes us that we can do some of the things very well, and some of the things we are very worst. So that's why we're different. So when we talk about neurodiversity and I connect individual dots. It might be different for you, individual person, because we are all different. But when I see things, when I dream things, or when I see the future, I can reverse back what I can see 10 years back and start a particular points to achieve that success. So that is my strength overall to get to this point. So when I think about I think about neural network. I think about my connection to the world. I think about a lot of other things that makes me stronger. And I have implemented all those things to my work. So today, with my presentation, I wanted to try to be very focused, and outcomes going to be uh, after this presentation: increase innovation capacity, enhance business performance, future ready workforce strategies, authentic branding and storytelling, competitive digital advantage, social impact and representation, inclusive AI ecosystem. So we know that we are different characteristics, and ADHD, autism, dyslexia, we have unique cognitive strength sometimes, although it's not similar to all the people, but mostly we have a very stronger characteristics. Could be hyper focus, could be pattern recognition, could be lateral thinking, and many other things we have. And with that things, if we work to improve those, uh, to get to an excellent way, we can make it. And another thing that I believe, like, we have lots of worst thing, and if we consider to improve all those worst thing rather than improving our excellent one, then we failed. So what I do, I have strong characteristics in critical thinking and all other things. So what I did myself, I become excellent on those things, and gradually I improve my other things later. So the role of AI in empowering neurodivergent talent. You know that there are different tools that we use. Adaptation I also use because I'm dyslexic. I also use Grammarly. I use AI. I use a lot of other things, and using those tools also gave me privilege to build new systems. And I'm going to be discussing about that later on this presentation. Why we need this? Because if you think about neurodiversity, or maybe a neurotypical person, uh, no one can be 100% accurate, and it's not possible in this world. So to minimize your gaps, you need a colleague, or you need a friend, you need a partner to work with you to make it to the extraordinary. And these tools are supporting us like that way. I can remember AI wasn't, ChatGPT wasn't there when I submitted my dissertation, PhD dissertation. So I have to work and research long for 4 years, and I could define and submit it. But now, when AI is there, those work I have done in 4 years, I could minimize it to 1 year. Why? Because I have tools and I have additional supports that I can make it happen. So that's why the work I'm doing now, it is speeded up. I would say 50% due to the AI and implementation, all other things. So when we talk about benefit of AI tools in language learning, is for myself. I use enhanced writing tools to actually make a sentence, because due to my brain tumor surgery, I lost vocabularies, I lost punctuations, and a lot of other things. So what AI does, sometimes when I write things, I even can't understand after I writing and read it through. So I get support from AI to construct my sentence, get my dyslexic error and all other things, and as well as punctuations. I cannot pronounce certain words because my muscles doesn't allow me to pronounce, like, okay, when I'm talking about a pepper, and you know that there is pepper, people call it sometimes a shit. And when I call it shit, it means a real shit. It's not a pepper shit. So it's just like those kind of things. And it's a struggle, I know. But as I said, when I add AI or punctuation tools or other things, it helps me to go to the next levels. Next thing, I wanted to talk about real world innovation. And I also wanted to share my screen. So I have developed many systems when I started my journey with AI software development and innovation. So part of that is that bot AI. So I work with, it's already been open here. So I work with innovators to create chatbots for businesses, implement them. We also work in many other domains here. So working with businesses to sort out data. And you know that generative AI is it out there, ChatGPT models it out there. But what we do, we improvise things, original knowledge with the help of large LLM models to get something different, to get something very much tailored. If I give a scenario like, okay, someone is looking for a chat buddy, and that chat buddy, they want to have knowledge of system engineering. So I want someone that I wanted to talk to, and it can tailor me all the system engineering knowledge. So when you talk to ChatGPT, it's not characterized, it's not model like you want. So what we do, we create original models, and we add and link it with large LLM models to produce a systematic software or systematic AI application. Then if I go to my second one, we also working on sustainability. So you know that sustainability is a key thing currently, and people have talk about sustainability. So one of my project that we are working with delivering sustainability, change, transparency. So we do audits, and based on that audits, the DPP, Digital Product Passport legislation, will be imposed from 2027 and in the EU. And when it is imposed, every government, they have to have a tag, either a QR code or RFID or NFC cards with these governments for its historic data. So data could be anything related to carbon emission, journey, and a lot of other things. I can go through with just one simple click. And what we are doing, we are capturing the historic data, and with AI, because you know there's billions of garments each year produced. So to track these billions of garments, we need to have a smart decision-making software. We need to have a smart system that can analyze data and level this data for our consumers, that, okay, they are buying the right products or not, or their carbon footprint. All the time we talk about these buzzwords, sustainability, but we actually ever think about that, okay, if you are buying a t-shirt or a textile garments, are we sustainable ourselves? We need to think about that. So we are preparing that as well. The next thing we are doing, we are utilizing AI for sales and marketing. So we work with data, and we analyze people's businesses, and we create end-to-end solution based on the business, market, and future growth. Combination of together, we develop systems. So in sales, we talk about growth and growth and growth. So if you are not data driven, you cannot produce growth. So we analyze systematic data, and based on that, with our methodology, we work end to end. Like, okay, if you wanted to attract 100 customers per month, we need to get to those 100 customers. They're actually looking for your product and services, or they were looking to solve their pain points. Without that, it doesn't work. So we work systematically with data. The last one I wanted to talk about is, as well as understanding people and their work. So we do regular communication with people. So with that, understanding their value proposition, understanding their characteristics, understanding their readiness with the industry, and how they would contribute to the next levels, and what they would plan. So all those things can be tailored systematically with AI, specifically tailored models and tailored data gathering and tailored things. So this is the things is ongoing with us, with varieties of people. So we attract people, nurture them, and work with them to the next levels. So the next thing, it's problems as well. When we utilize data, technology, if you don't understand that, there is a problem there. And we also need to how we can solve those problems. And it could be data privacy and all of other things. We have to have concern about it. And there is lots of leaks and malware and spyware attacks. So we need to understand that as well. And AI plays a vital role understanding individuals or understanding a signal. Okay, some user is coming to your site and how they're reacting. And based on that, how you can prevent the privacy issue or malware and other issues. So another question mostly asks that AI will replace people or human. This is also a question to you as well. We can talk about this in the conversation. And the next thing, what else is out there with AI? What it can change in the future? We can also talk about this on our discussion. It is important to select an AI tools that align with your specific and the profiles and learning objectives, because there are many AI tools, but are those really tailored for you? And can you tailor those for your specific purposes? We also need to understand that. Thank you very much. And this is my end of the conversation or presentation. And we can, if you have any question, Nat, we can jump into that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think it's shown a really interesting overview of how AI can be embedded in day-to-day and how a neurodivergent mind can add to those types of innovations. Now, if anyone does have any questions around the use of artificial intelligence and how it might relate to neurodiversity, please do share. Now, I came prepared because this was an interesting subject and there are definitely a lot of things that I would like to ask. So I'm going to kickstart off with, could you share some other examples where neurodivergent thinking can directly improve an AI system? Because we often see how AI systems aren't taking our minds into account, but when they are taken into account, what benefits are we likely to see?
Because as I discussed earlier, that neurodivergent brain is critical brain. And when you understand your brain, your patterns, we also have a patterns, isn't it? Every person, neurodivergent person, they have a pattern. So sometimes I can think, okay, some people that develop a system, and if I would develop that system, I would think about different touch points. Like, okay, there could be improved, there could be improved, there could be improved. Like yesterday, I had a meeting with someone. Opus Clip, and I use Opus Clip to create shorts and all other things. And I spotted some gaps, and I wanted to talk to them. Like, okay, I think if you can improve this, because I'm a neurodivergent person, and it could be better if you add these things, and that
Yeah.
things. That is the thing. When you develop system, people doesn't think about it. They don't think about neurodivergent. They don't think about disabled people. They don't think about limited eyesight. I have all those things together because person with full disabilities. So when I work with an individual per person, I ask them, and sometimes they don't like me either because I'm talking about the gaps. And the gaps is like, okay, when I'm working and I wanted to work in full rhythm. So neurodivergent brain can improve AI differently, and we will take AI to the next levels. But to do that, we need to learn it properly. Because when you're a doctor, you learn it properly, and then you become surgeon.
Yeah.
Similarly that way.
That's definitely some food for thought. And I do think our minds are going to become more and more utilized as AI becomes more embedded into day-to-day society.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we had a question from Rain, which is, what's a good AI to try to start using? Now, this is a very broad question, but let's kind of home it in a bit more and say, what are some good AIs that you would recommend for a neurodivergent person? I know you've mentioned Grammarly. Are there any other tools that you've currently
So
used
I
in your
use
day-to-day life?
Grammarly for I think I also use there is another software, Quick something. I forgot the name. There are some tools they are good at using AI, but we also need to understand when you utilize AI, you have to be original and ethical, and we
Okay.
sometimes forget about that. So we write content with AI, and when we write content with AI, that is not our thing. That is written by AI. So we have to reference it when we utilize it. And for business purposes, normally we don't reference it, but you need to use your original thinking as well. So the way I use AI tools like, okay, I'm using Grammarly, or I'm using any other software, or ChatGPT. There are different form of ChatGPT, already. So what I do, I create my patterns. Like, okay, this is my patterns. This is the way that I write. This is the way that I think. And when you ask any GPT application, like, you have to have your own unique voice, own unique thinking, and then you can get the AI to work better for you. Otherwise, if you ask a simple question like, okay, write me a article for neurodivergent and AI will write that article, but that's not originally think. That's not going to be creating original contribution or all other things.
No, I completely agree with you that I like making my own models on ChatGPT where you can add your own documents and tones. And I believe maybe it was just yesterday where Google had an event where they were showing about upcoming releases with Gemini and how they're going to take into consideration all your previous emails, should you wish for them to do so, and craft things to sound more authentically to you. Which I do see, I'm a big advocate of AI, but you can tell when people send you an AI email. And ideally, we want to kind of get away from that. So you can benefit from AI without it dehumanizing our day-to-day conversations.
Yes, I totally agree with you. So that's why what we do, we use large LLM models because we cannot build LLM models because it's very time consuming and it's very expensive. We cannot do that. So what we do, we develop top layer models from scratch. Like, okay, this is the top layer models. Like, okay, if NAT, we're going to be researching about NATs. How do you write? How do you react? How do you do this? How do you do that? So when we develop that particular models, it will combine with the LLM models. to create exactly what you're looking for, exactly your characteristics, exactly your thinking, exactly the way you describe things, similar way.
Sometimes just little things like I know chat gpt is very Americanized, so whenever I get it to reply to my emails it always says totally, and I'm like, I would never say that, I would say awesome. And it's just little things like that that do make a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to move on a little bit to my next question, and we've got some more from the audience, and it's that how can we stop AI tools from reinforcing this neurotypical bias in their training data? So, like, is there anything that we can do, or is it very much up to the individuals who are creating it?
I think it's up to individuals who are creating it, because AI and machine learning is a huge field. Okay, sometimes when you training a data, that means you training a data of the platform of other people's like ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Google or Microsoft Copilots. This is their platforms. So when
Yeah.
you training your data to a third-party platform, you have less, way to include your training things. So that's why it's kicked in that what we do, we work with individuals to build a top layer models. You can control that model's 100%. So when you control that model 100%, and that tools will talk to the large LMM tools the way you want, the way you wanted to get this. So even the large LMM models will throw a answer. Your model will redefine it to play, to produce it for the way you wanted to teach it. Train it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We just had an interesting question just come in now, and it's around hyperfocus and pattern recognition. And it says, how can AI support hyperfocus and pattern recognition without disrupting them? And I'm assuming this is coming from someone who might find AI slightly overwhelming, kind of who gets kind of sucked into it a bit.
So, AI is still developing, and
Yeah.
it needs further. It will go further. When I work with hyperfocus things and pattern recognition, sometimes it can produce good results, sometimes it doesn't. So you need to have your mind first, because this is our first thing, that okay, my mind. And if I can recognize the pattern myself, so when I see a artwork, or when I see maybe a sketch or whatever, or maybe a systematic map, okay, I can really spot all the points in one look. Okay, you might not have that one, but when you read a image and you point individual things there, you can write to the AI like, okay, I spotted these things, and based on that, can you more clarify that you found anything else in there? Because
Okay.
if I give an example of the work I have done, so we have worked with kidney vessels. So there are some, there are some system in the UK built, like a kidney can be pictured to blood vessels way, and that is like millions times bigger than its actual thing. And there is a very big system built facilities. So what we did, we asked AI like, okay, this is the things that we wanted to look for, because we know that particularly what we wanted to achieve from that. So we asked AI like, okay, can you find these similarities of these 10,000 images we're looking for to get this out there? So then what AI will do, it will work on particular page, like, okay, I just find out patterns that you are looking for from those 10,000 images. But if you ask them, okay, find me some dissimilarities of these 10,000 images, if it's very broad, it will struggle. It
Okay,
will
so
not.
like really narrowing it down.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Now, as well as neurodivergent individuals here today, we do also have some employers
Mhm.
or managers within companies. And we get asked this question quite a lot. And to be honest, I'm not the person to be asking it, you are. So I was hoping you could help us out with this one. When companies are looking to choose what their AI toolkit would be, what type of things do you think they should be considering, particularly when they are thinking about their neurodivergent colleagues?
So that's a very critical questions, because I also face these questions many times when working with individual businesses. When you build your tools, a company like, okay, Grammarly, they
Yeah.
have built these tools for everyone. So if you think that tools can tailor all your methodology, it doesn't. It will only tailor the a very specific elements of your methodology. So you might need to search and look for a specific solution that you are looking for, or you might to work companies like us or other AI solution companies to build particular models for you. Like, okay,
Mm.
you're looking to support your employee, maybe the system you're looking for, it's been tailored in 10 different systems. So what we do, we implement AI with API integration. Like, okay, we take something from this application, we take something from that application, and then create a versatile system for your neurodivergent person. I know it is very difficult, and sometimes it could be expensive, but other way, when you're choosing AI tools, you need to look for mostly if it can tailor your methodology.
Okay, so flexibility seems to be key. Like
Ye-
ideally, develop it yourself, but realistically, it's finding one that has the flexibility.
Yes, that
Okay, that makes a lot
mostly
of sense.
things, mostly like if you selecting in ChatGPT application, suppose some people they use Copilot, some people they use ChatGPT itself, some people they use the Google, all those things. Every application they have their strengths and weaknesses. You need to understand that first. As usual, we have a strength and weaknesses. So based on your strength or weaknesses, which application can tailor your methodology, more, you will
Mm.
select that tools.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's one of the reasons I personally pay for my version of Chat GPT, and it's because it has a better memory. And for me, it's much more useful because it remembers my previous conversations opposed to the other one, which forgets.
Mhm.
Now, I've got the next question is an amalgamation of a few people's comments, and I'll be honest, it's not an easy one. So
Mhm.
be prepared. It is, where's the line between AI as support and AI as over dependence? And I'm saying this particularly with a neurodivergent lens because this has been a game changer for a lot of us. But I
Mhm.
do worry that maybe it's going too far.
I totally agree with you, Nat. But as an AI myself, I build AI application, and I also get supported with their AI applications. So it doesn't matter the support you need. You need to think about two things. As I described earlier, is the authenticity as well as ethical. So
Yeah.
if you are ethical, okay, and if you are creating original knowledge, it doesn't matter how far you utilize AI, there's going to be ethical and original. So uh, over dependency depends your particular scenario, actually. Sometimes you could be more dependent, sometimes you could be less dependent. But as I said, when you create something, go through with that properly. Use your imagination, your mind, because new division people, we have excellent minds. No one can copy that. So you are unique piece of creation itself. So
Mm.
input your thinking, make it extraordinary, and then it will stand out.
Mm. No, I think that's really useful. And it's something that I'm always been very mindful of, is that if you become so reliant on something, it might make other things become a bit sloppier. It's a
Yes.
bit like, studying's great, but if you study so hard that you forget to go to the gym, then your body kind of decays. So balance with everything is key. But on the other hand, people, you'd always say, when back in school, it's like, you're not always going to have a calculator on your hands. Well, we always do. So I think expecting that AI is always going to be there and it's always going to get better, while also keeping up with the skill set, which we like the foundational. Now, we've had a lot of questions in the chat around data privacy, because I know this is a hot topic, and a lot of organizations, particularly in the public sector, have been kind of slow to adopt AI because they are worried about where their data is going. And when we spoke about personalization, it kind of got me thinking around, well, let's say you tell the AI your everything. I was diagnosed at this age, I had this trauma, I struggle with this. Is there any potential risks, or are there ways to mitigate potential privacy concerns?
Yes. So when you ask ChatGPT, you see their privacy policy. So they keep your data at certain times, and they have to, because as a business, we know when we utilize people's data, we have to keep that certain times. Yeah. Sometimes there could be leaks, like before last week we had the company Marks and Spencer data leak. Okay. This is a normal thing. It could happen to you, and it could happen to anyone. So if we move away from that space, like, okay, personalized information, shall we share with AI? I wouldn't say yes or no. It's up to you what you wanted to do, because this data you will share with them. Any application, they will store it, and it might be leaked in the future. So you need to understand that first. Second thing, how can you stop that? You need to work with companies like us to do that. So when we build customized application, we can tell the application, do not share this information with third party like this. So when our application will talk to the large LLM models, we have set of observation, like, okay, you share this, you don't share this, you do this, you do that. So if and no rules, then rules. That makes us the application unique, and thinking about less way to depend on these kind of large language models. We have to still work with them, but we can prioritize that when you have systematic approach.
So there's going to be risk whether or not we're part of it or not part of it, but we can take calculated concerns, I suppose.
Yes, but now it depends up to individual people.
Now, I've got the people have been really interested, by the way. We've had lots of comments in the chat, and a lot of people talking about different data in the UK and GDPR and all of that sort of things. I suppose it's still very much an emerging area, and organizations which have to be more risk averse, such as government departments, naturally are going to be slower to adopt. But I have two kind of final questions, unless another one comes in, that I'd like to ask you. One is more personal to you, and the other one is more forward focusing. So we'll start off with the one about yourself first, because I think that could be quite interesting. And then we'll do a more open one. So the penultimate one is, how has your own neurodivergence shaped your views on AI and ethics? You've chatted a bit about a general response, but I'd be curious to know yourself. Like, would you feel completely comfortable with telling AI everything about you in order to help you? Is it a fair trade-off, or are there still things that you'd prefer to keep private?
So that's a very good question, because I work with AI all the time, every day. I wouldn't share my personal things with AI. I wouldn't do, because I don't like to do it. I can talk about my personal things the way I did, and in personal conversation and a lot of other things. But that's my view. I never will write AI, okay, this is my characteristics, and can you create something from there? But we are training particular models. We are building now AI avatar for neurodivergent people. So this avatar is a top layer models. So
Right.
what we are doing, we are injecting all personal information with this avatar, but we are not injecting this personal information with the third party. So in top levels, we have information there to understand and get talk to you like a buddy, talk to you similar like
Yeah.
way you talk to them like a friend, but you're not passing your information to the large new LLM models. And as a
Mm.
neurodivergent individuals, it shaped my views on AI, and ethics is important because my PhD ethics is a core thing. That's why I always tell people, like, whenever you do utilize AI, doesn't matter, it's endless, you can get it from AI, but be ethical, be mindful. Okay, if you need to do something, you need to think, okay, really I do need to do, because your brain has to be there. If internet is not out there, the what you can do, you can't access them, and your mind gonna be become ideal. Like, okay, what would I do? And neurodivergent people, we become imbalanced very quick. So think about that scenario, the switch off. Like, okay, the things is switched off.
Yeah.
If you do not practice, what are you gonna do? So if you combined your inner things and with AI, you are more stronger. But if you depend too much on AI, your brain will become ideal, and at the end, you will think, okay, I'm nothing.
Mm. So I think that really goes back to the being over codependent upon it,
Mhm.
that while it's useful as a tool, it shouldn't be our kind of default. I
Yeah,
get this kind of view in my mind. If you ever watched the film Wall-E, when all the human beings are just kind of like bedbound and kind of floating around space, like
I
they
agree
became
with
too reliant upon the technology.
that. Mhm.
Whereas when used ethically and responsibly, it can have massive assets. The
Mhm.
way I always see it is that technology advances are going to happen regardless, and they're always going to be good as well as bad. But I think it's at this time while we are just crafting it is the most crucial time for us to have these kind of detailed chat.
Mhm.
And I suppose that kind of leads me very nicely on to the future. Um, AI is still very much in its infancies, but I would love to know if you could give your kind of opinion about where do you see it heading, particularly under the lens of neuro inclusion. Like, how might this shape to make the world a more inclusive place for all?
So AI is helping neurodivergent people a lot. There is an endless support we are getting from AI. In reality, what I'm thinking now, to create um, cubicles in the future for health purpose. So maybe it could be a virtual cubicles, and that cubicles you can um, get help from there for your medical treatments and all other things.
Hmm.
You know, we're thinking about time travels. I don't know it will happen or not, but if we think about that, my son talk about magical potion to reduce your age, so you will not get aged, because he want me to be alive hundreds of years.
Nice.
Okay, and I think AI had that capacity to analyze data, millions of data, and produce a specific elements for you, and it will happen.
Yeah.
People are using astronomy, your people are using geography, people are using human cells. We uh, work on particularly phenotypes. You probably know about phenotypes. So
Mhm.
what phenotypes are you? And these phenotypes, how you can change your genetics mutation, a lot of other things in the future. Uh, this will happen, it will go further, but before we jump into that, we need to know, yes, we can get endless things. We have to be ethical. There's another thing that I'm talking about. With AI, you can create distractions. If you create a bomb, if you create something that will destroy human, we have to be mindful about that. And neurodivergent people, you know that majority of the neurodivergent people, if you go to see the crime rates, is there. Okay, because we are very clever. People don't understand our strength. They see that us as like, okay, we are good for nothing, but we create a lot of different distractions. We have to be mindful about that. So inclusivity in relation with neurodivergent people, you have to be mindful what you do and grow this to the next levels rather than destroying. It could be an add-on, like, okay, supporting you, supporting some other people, like an hand making prostate hands or prostate legs or something like that. I'm thinking, I talked to my son, he's 11, that in the future we might change our body. Okay, we have a new body and we just change our body, and it will happen because we are thinking about it. That's why it will happen. But it has to be ethical. Like, okay, when we change our body, does it need it to change it?
Yeah. So kind of what I kind of got from that is that the future will be whatever we can think it to be. If you think it, it can become it. And having a neurodivergent mind can allow for more creative possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And I think having that diversity of thought can also help keep us in check. Because if you think one certain way, you end up with a bunch of yes people, like, yep, 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 yep. Where neurodivergent individuals are much more likely to go against the grain. And as you say, not always be like, whoa, I'm not so sure on that. So we are kind of our own self-correcting mechanism, which kind of keeps us in line. But honestly, I think this is a fascinating subject area. And I am seeing more and more companies which are naturally adopting AI because it is the future, taking a second look at the neurodivergent applicants that they have previously kind of looked away from, and now thinking, wait a sec, we actually very much may need that alternative outlook.
I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you so much for your time today and sharing your knowledge and your presentation. So thank you so much and hope to stay in touch.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your questions. And if you wanted to connect me, please connect me on LinkedIn. I'm social media. I'm mostly engaged with social media. I also run my own webinars and all other things. If you need something, feel free to talk to me or talk to Nat. We are connected all the time. And thank you.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And hopefully see you next week where we're going to go back to our traditional interactive webinars. Thank you so much again, Dr. Shah, and see you all again soon. Have a great rest of your Thursdays.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Hello, Anna. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. So I think we couldn't do last episode of our Andy Business Club live event. So we do apologize for that because it was summer holiday and we got busy. So this busy time, but still, we have managed today. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui and I have Anna Bromington with me. So today we're going to be discussing personalized marketing, isn't it, Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. And in particular, like AI, the AI side of it, which is a hot topic at the moment. One of my personalized marketing is one of my favorite things because every stat tells you, particularly as the younger generations come on, that that's what people want. They want stuff that is tailored to them, that is not random. So this is going to be such a good topic.
I totally agree with you because, before AI kicked in last couple of years, people used to struggle, something like that. As a neurodivergent person myself, I also struggle in different ways. But when we got the AI, some of the things that we think that okay, it's like multiverse, it's just like multi things that our brain, three-dimensional things, all those things came alive. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just before we started, I was talking about all the things that our AI is opening up, wasn't I? Of all these ideas I've got. Oh goodness, don't give anyone with ADHD like me AI. The possibilities are so endless, aren't they? Of what you can create and do with it, because it's just so broad. So I'm so excited about the technology, but I have got now about 6 projects going on at one time, because I want to do this with it and I want to do that. I was just saying to Dr. Shah, I'm creating an Anabot, because I want to put all my knowledge into Notebook LM and use it as a little sort of query bot that my community can use. And it's things like not just helping me, but helping my customers as well, how I can use it. But because it's so broad, it's quite daunting as well, isn't it, Dr. Shah?
I totally agree, because I was talking one of my business partners, okay, and he was saying that I have lots of ideas, okay, and when you write it down, my ideas is dumped on a piece of paper, so my brain is empty, so I can generate more. When AI kicked in, I also have the same thing, that lots of ideas, but when I dump that on I cannot do it on a piece of paper because I'm dyslexic. So what I do, I dump on a Excel documents or a digital document. But after, when AI kicked in, now I dump that idea to my AI engine.
Yeah, same, exactly the same. I've got little folders of lots of different chats where sometimes it's not gone anywhere, but I love that, like ChatGPT, I love it where you can do a project. So you can just dump some ideas, and then when you're doing a future project, it remembers them, and then it can reference them as well. So it's absolutely brilliant.
And when talking about, as we you are in marketing and we also do marketing, and when is marketing, we do marketing, is most of the thing people sometimes they don't get the essence of personalization, because
Yeah.
when you do marketing, we think that everyone is our customer, but that's not true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marketing your company and the market persona is has to be aligned. Why? Because I have a test, and that test is not for everyone. That test for specific people, they will nurture your idea to the next levels, and that's why you need personalized marketing. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, personalized marketing is one of my favorite things, because exactly that, because people, when they try and market to everyone, like I feel like the marketing becomes very generic. So I used to work with a brand that serviced lots and lots of different industries. They were a digital marketing company, very big, well-known one, and they serviced lots of different industries. So it was like lawyers, accountants, plumbing, construction, everything, cleaners, everything. And then they're sort of, they had a very broad, but there were pieces within that which were pumped, and sort of like the size of the amount of marketing, beginners in marketing. And what they did initially is they put ads out for, come with us and we'll start off with marketing and get you going on your journey. The problem is, like, it was just pictures of people, just random people. So it could be a plumber or a lawyer or something things. But the thing is, what we do is we really resonate with stuff that looks like us and sounds like us. So if you're a lawyer and you see a picture of a plumber, you're like, oh well, I'm not in the trades. It doesn't resonate with me. It doesn't, that ad doesn't resonate with me. Whereas if you see a picture of another lawyer and a testimonial from a lawyer popping up on your marketing, you resonate with it. And there's a lot of, I can't remember what the psychology is called, but it's around these sort of groups that we associate in life with. There was a really good example of, I think it was HMRC, where when they were trying to get people to pay their tax on time, what they started doing is saying people in your like area, or it was your postcode, paid their tax 20 days early. And because that was our sort of one of the groups that we belong to, which is people local to us, we were like, oh, well, if everyone else does it, oh, I better do it. Yeah. And the same with lawyers. You know, if you're a lawyer, you belong to, there's a sort of lawyer. So I'm ex-marketing. I'm in groups like Mums and Marketing. I'm mum and I'm marketer. That's two of my groups, like my little groups of who I identify with. I'm neurodivergent, so that's another group that I identify with, and we've got to find people's little who they identify with and what their groups are, and sort of show that we are for them. I mean, it's like you wouldn't put pictures of young people if you were selling retirement housing, would you? You've got to find your little segments and that.
I totally agree with you, because when someone starts present days, there are many marketing companies, thousands, even more than that, and everyone has a different niche. But working in the marketing for last 20 years, more than 20 years, when I started as a newcomer back in 2005, 2006, I thought that, okay, I'm for everyone. I'm going to serve the world, change these things. But, after working 20 years, I found my niche thing. Like, okay, no, I'm not for everyone. Okay. I'm just for particularly these guys or these guys or these guys. And I would only support these guys because they will understand my mentality. I will understand them properly. And when the matchmaking is done, we will serve each other very well, isn't it? So today, as personalized marketing, we're going to be talking about AI, how they can improve your personalization, how you can search for your new clients, okay? How you can be very focused and then create your momentum. We have a message from John, and he said, always an interesting topic, as you know, Nana. I am becoming more worried and
cynical about where this is all going. Oh, so John and I had a talk. He's been talking about things like Sora and AI in video a lot recently, with how real some of these things are getting. So things like deep fakes and etc. How AI is being, it's getting amazing. It is really getting amazing, but there's this worry of it can now replicate your voice. It can now replicate you on video. It's starting to. We are seeing sort of like maybe job shifts and job changes and things like that. And I think John is right to be worried, because there's always huge change with things like this, and we've got this is why they're trying to start putting checks and balances in now to make sure it's like a safe change, how we can identify when things are real or fake, etc. Because this is it's a huge shift and we're moving very fast. There's a really interesting story in Matthew Syed's Rebel Ideas. I know I quote this book quite a lot, and it talks about the Industrial Revolution and things like that. And it talks about when we moved from steam power to electricity. And they expected it to be a quick move, but it wasn't, because people were really cynical about electricity. So actually they stayed on steam power, and it actually delayed sort of like the evolution of what we do for quite a long time, because we didn't embrace it. And I think there's this line between embracing stuff and being cautious, because I loved AI, but do I trust everyone that's developed an AI system in the capitalist society that we've got? Probably not, because there are people that use things for unscrupulous things, even pre-AI. There's hackers, there's cybersecurity problems. So everything we have to proceed with caution. But I think that's where education lies in. I don't know about you, think, Dr. Sharp. educating people on how things work, how to spot fakes, how to do your due diligence, and making sure that we're not. I think, John, you might have mentioned this before as well, where we're outsourcing our brains sometimes to it. I know Mark Schaefer, the author, he talks about it in his How AI is Changing Customer Behavior book, which is around people's behaviors actually changing because of AI. So, you know, there is some education bit, I think, there, definitely. But that's why we do these, isn't it? To sort of teach people how to navigate these topics.
I totally agree with you, because we have done last year, we are doing this year, and this year also we are just finishing this year in next 2 months, 3 months time. And we talk about marketing, we talk about personalization, we talk about ND mentors, ND special business people, entrepreneur, and all those things we talk about. And the core motivation for us to engage people, to support them with understanding of knowledge, how diverse people are and how they are changing. I have found few things working with people after the AI kicked in. People normally, some of them were very afraid. They didn't know what to do, and some of them utilize it in a way it shouldn't be like that. Some people, they utilize it better. Okay,
Yeah.
so we talk about I think one of our programs that you can utilize AI, but you have to have human thinking on that. You have to have personalization in there, because AI, they understand what you are doing, what you wanted to tell them to do, but they don't understand the heart, isn't it? They don't
Yeah.
have that. So when you write something, personalize it to make it yourselves. As an academic myself, we always tell people that you're going to be always stealing things from other writers, but recognize them, refer them to your literature.
Yeah.
Praise them for their work, and then when other person is referring you, you're going to be that writer that you thinking that you are. So in AI and all personalization, all things, I think. Okay, I have a technical issue.
Oh.
Okay, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah, so I just had a glitch here, because I just wanted to share that I'm not in the UK. I'm in Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh there is load shedding and all those things, but I think we will cover there. I had it just glitch here, so I was a couple of seconds out. But as I said, so when you do things, personalize those things for you and for your clients, because otherwise, AI will have no meaning.
Yeah, and I think the thing is with this stuff, if I did a talk a couple of months ago on amplifying inequalities, the hidden bias in data, and it was around being cautious of how we interact with AI, making sure we're not amplifying biases, and things like that. And a lot of the stuff you can do to sort of make sure it's a bit safer. There's things like making sure you're prompting well, making sure that information you put in is really useful. I'm a big fan of putting my own information into AI and using that, because I know that it's high quality, I know that it's truthful, I know that it's accurate. Because the thing is, AI, it gathers information from the entire, everywhere and everything, legally and illegally, and it can't, like, exactly, there's not always the human thinking. It can't always tell what's good quality, what's bad quality. This is why I always say that ChatGPT doesn't write very well, because there's more bad copywriters in the world than there are good copywriters. And so it's learned bad habits, and it's learned how to write, in not a great way. If it had just been fed loads of beautifully written copy, maybe it would write a little bit better, because what it's doing is just averaging a lot of stuff. So what I tend to do is I tend to when I'm, particularly if it's something that's going to be customer facing, I'll like to put lots of my content in, use that, like the Anna bot that I'm creating. It's all my content that I've created that I know is solid, it's really good and really useful. I'm going to create a bot where people can query all of my content and ask it questions around marketing, because I know that it will come out with some really good quality stuff, rather than maybe some, when I've asked ChatGPT stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I don't think that's a very good idea, because I know marketing, I'm an expert, so I know the answers are truthful. But I was telling Dr. Shah just before we joined that I went to a conference yesterday, which was Neurodiversity and Disabilities in Business, and a company called, I think it was something like Bravo Zulu AI Consulting, I think that was their name. They did a nice little app which used ChatGPT as the base, and it was a customer-facing one for children like special educational needs children, like my son, parents of children that needed help in school and needed to find out about, schools and SEN, EHCPs, etc. And what they'd done is they'd been given this huge, big document base of from the council, proper, local, good quality knowledge and they'd put it into this GPT, and that's what it queried. So you could voice ask it, or you could type in, and you could ask it, how do I get my son sent to a SEND school, or who do I need to ask for this, or what do I need to fill in for this, and it would answer you in a good quality fashion, which is fantastic, because if you've got think about this personalization, having this big sort of resource database of hundreds of different documents, and people don't know what they want, how to find it, is incredibly hard. But if you've got an AI one where you can go, I've got a specific issue, help me with it, but you're using this good quality information to bring out the information they need. This is like the absolute brilliance of AI. It's that very personalized response marketing to specific questions, specific needs. And I love that example. I wish that was around when I was first navigating it.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you, Anna, because I just wanted to share one thing. I think this is very important. As I utilize AI, and that's most of the people utilize AI, academics, non-academics, marketing people, business people, everyone. So I think I have another glitch, and
we can still see you, luckily.
I think I have another glitch. So sorry for that. So as I said, most of the people usually use AI, and there was some research that AI can write better than academics. Sometimes in a way it is true. And one thing that I experience, like a case study, I want AI to find me some case studies on specifically technology. Like, okay, find me some case studies on technology, and can you suggest me how can I write a case study on that? Mm-hmm. So what it did, it found me the case studies and write me the way that I wanted to present it. When I'm reviewing it, I said, okay, can you share me the reference that you have mentioned there? And he said, there is no reference. I said, why there is no reference? I made it up.
I love that. Oh, bless its heart.
So I said, I told you to find some case studies because I need some case studies and I wanted to use them, but you made it up. No, it will not work. There isn't anything that you can make it up. Okay, yeah. So find me a case studies of this subject and don't do anything. Just find me some. And then it gave me like a couple of case studies of the real subject with link and proven link. And I have to go each and every link to see, are they right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think some of the people of the audience they're watching today, they might experience the same thing. So and I have seen some of the posts on LinkedIn and Facebook, and okay, they are saying something, and at the end, it's not the right thing. So they just did that, copied it, pasted it, and posted it. So as today we are discussing personalized marketing, I think you need to understand when you create personalized marketing, whatever you write with AI, investigate that is right point or that is the right thing that you're talking about. I think we have a comment from Thomas. Thank you, Thomas, for your comment. So, is AI and the use of AI marketing platforms leading small business owners down a rabbit hole and away from their starting point and the why they got into business in the first place? That's a very interesting topic, Thomas. Thank you very much. I think we would talk about that. We love to. What do you think, Anna?
Yeah, do you know what? It is really interesting, and I think it's the problem with AI is that it's like with anything business, it's what you put in, is what you get out of it. And this is why recently I've been doing a lot of talking around the topic of vision, mission, and values and goals. When I do marketing and looking at like things like Simon Sinek's Why. If anyone hasn't read it or watched the TED Talk, I highly recommend it. Simon Sinek starts with why, and it's exactly what Thomas is saying around like why we're getting into business, what's our purpose, because otherwise, a bit like going back to what we were talking about earlier, being too generic, we're for everyone, when actually we're not for everyone. For example, with me, like my personal business, Creating the Curve, is my thing is that I'm helping founders that are hands-on in their business, particularly STEM ones, that they wanted to start a business because they wanted to do what they loved, which is coding. It could be, accountancy, whatever it is. They want to do what they love. They don't have any business skills. They hate business. In fact, when I did a voice of customer research recently and looked at what people think about it, and they were like, I hate marketing, all in capital letters. They said there's nothing worse than marketing my business and finding customers. They're very passionate about it. If someone like someone like a Richard Branson, who maybe owned a business because he wanted to run a business, he's not my customer at all, because I don't want people that have the business skills and want to run businesses. So I'm very much in all my language. That's who I'm helping. It's people that are hands-on, that don't know business, that really hate it, really quite passionate about their struggle with it. And because I'm a techie from my background, ex-programmer, I like STEM businesses as well. And so I'm really quite niche in who I'm helping. And the problem is, the thing is, because I know who I'm helping. When I use AI, I use it with that lens of who I'm helping, because that's what I'm experienced to do. So when I use AI, I get really targeted quality stuff out of it, which aimed at my audience. I've trained it on, my purpose, my vision, everything. So I find it very niche. It comes out very niche for me, particularly when I'm in my business folder. If you don't know your vision, purpose, and I think this is the problem, sometimes people aren't sure of their why, or don't know how to articulate it, or aren't considering it. So when you use AI, you go, write me a blog on being an accountant, or write me a blog on, content marketing. You don't put an audience in. You don't put what their pain point is. There's no information. So you end up something so generic, which exactly what Tommy said. It takes away from your why. Who are you? Who are you targeting? And that's the problem with AI, because it will do what you ask most of the time, unless you ask it to give you questions. So the one thing I say, if you're not sure of your why, or you're not sure of that, get it to ask you questions back. So say, I want to write a blog about being an accountant. What questions you need to ask me to fill this in? And then it's very good at asking really pertinent questions that give you a rounded blog that kind of considers your why. But I would say a lot of people don't know their why. That's the problem. And I try and do the vision mission with as many people as possible because, even as an experienced marketeer, I'm still trying to discover my USP, who I'm definitely for, what problem I'm solving, just niching it down. And people don't know how to do that, I think.
I totally agree with you because, when we write with AI, it's sometimes you need to think about how do you write, because that's you just said that you ask something and it will give a plain thing. And it's simple because you need to ask them. We do like 5 key points you need to include when you're asking them, like what's the motivation, okay, what's the outcome, okay, who is the audience for, okay, how you want to be, because you have a style and that AI engine should understand how do you write. Otherwise you cannot personalize your things. And the last thing is this: what language you're going to be using it for. Like you're going to be using it for people they are tech savvy, or you're going to be using it for people they are like 12 years old, or people they are 17 years old. Because those are the things, if you don't direct AI to write specifically and giving them enough resources, because we develop AI systems and whatever we develop, we prioritize the AI queue making, like, okay, how AI will conduct its work referring to the different key points. Like, okay, my business, like if it's accountant business, you cannot include there something that is non-accounting thing. If you are thinking about your client and the genre, I would say that what specification you want, what type of customer. That's why this personalization kicked in. And I think, Thomas, you are right, because you need to create the persona first, personalize it, make it happen, and then it's not over. You need to read every sentence, every word. It is right. If you are adding references, as I said, I made it up. I said, okay, that's a good word, but I don't want you to make it up because I want a real example. I want a real company. You find me a company, and then it can. And
It's funny because mine did it the other day.
In a problematic way.
Oh, you're having a problem again.
And are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah. I had one the other day. I was writing a blog and I'd got a transcript and I said, "Oh, can you use this transcript to just write me something?" I was going to sort of edit it afterwards, but I wanted a draft version. And I gave him my transcript of the thing that I'd spoken about, and then it decided to put a story by me in it that didn't exist. and I was like, I haven't done that. But it just decided, because I'd said that I wanted a story in it. I meant a story from my transcript, not from a made-up one. But this is the thing. Sometimes you have to be really specific with it, because it's a bit like, it's funny. Like I was watching this thing the other day. It was my neuro teachers, and she was talking about speaking to autistic children, and she was saying about questioning them and things. And she said, she had this new pupil to the school, and she'd said to him, they'd shown him around the school, and she said, do you have any questions? And he said, "Oh, what's the highest point and the lowest point in the building?" And she was like, "Oh, that's really interesting." So they actually did go and find it. And then she went afterwards, so they came back finished, and then she said, "Oh, have you got any more questions?" And he said something around like, what's going to happen to all the bees? Because he's really into insects. And she said, that wasn't his problem. I just asked him, had he have any questions? She hadn't put any context behind it or any reasoning behind it. And this is what we do. Sometimes we make assumptions when we're speaking to people that they know what we're talking about. And AI is very similar. We think we know what it's going to talk about. So we tend to make our prompting too open-ended, don't we? And not enough information in there, when actually we should be question it, giving it information and making sure we're not making assumptions. I mean, when I did my my talk the other day, you know, AI does, you know, it has a lot of biases in it. So things like when I asked it to do an image of a startup founder, and it showed me this like late 20s guy, glasses, sort of bit of a beard and everything. And then I asked it again to create me another one, and it gave me the same guy. And then I opened another chat window and asked it to do me a startup founder, and it created another one. And then I used Gemini, and then I used Copilot, and they all created me almost the same identical guy. And it had made an assumption like that startup meant technical, and that and that I wanted like the sort of like what everyone perceives a startup founder to be. It made loads of assumptions of what I hadn't asked it to do. Where a startup founder could be a coffee shop owner, or it could be, you know, a plumber, it could be anyone, but it sort of made these assumptions because I hadn't told it what I was thinking. So we have to be really careful when we're prompting, because it's not a mind reader, although it sometimes tries to be, and you know, and sometimes we can be in a sort of lulled into this sort of false sense of security that it knows what we want, but actually it's guessing, and actually we need to you know, make sure it's not guessing, I guess.
I absolutely agree with you. Like as Tom said, that people are getting down to the rabbit holes and away from their starting points. I think that's true, because they are so dependent on AI that they think, okay, they can do everything. But as a person, you are good with something and you are not good with other things. So if you are not good with some other things, I think that should be handled by a professional person. They good at. I think this motivation, if someone they are a new innovator, or they are starting their business, yes, and they're starting with, if you don't have funding, you can have jack of all trades, but this jack of all trade will not develop in next day. It takes ages, even weeks and months or years, to become successful, specifically in any trade. And if you cannot do it, you have to seek professional advice, professional people to do that work for you. Some people, they are multitasking, but you have a limit. I understand. I'm multitasking, but I have a limit. So I used to do a lot of marketing beats on all those things, but now I cannot do it. Why? I'm concentrating to develop my skills to the next dimension. So if I wanted to consider to the next dimension, then I should work on that, not to do everything, and that's not possible, and it's not possible. So thank you, Tom, for your questions. I think viewers, they're watching today, they will understand it. Yes, you can be a jack of all trades, but think about your business growth and your focus point, as well as all the things that you wanted to achieve. You wanted to achieve everything by yourself, you can't. That will never work.
Yeah, and do you know what? For me, AI it's my stopgap between, it's that gap between doing everything yourself and being able to hire people.
Mhm.
That's the, you know, for small business owners, that's a really good place that it sits, you know, because although like AI helps me a lot with times, you know, it will help me with research, it will help me with loads of areas, and since it's been there, my work, you know, it has definitely eased my workload. It's, you still have that mental load because you still have to prompt AI and think about stuff and do everything yourself. So like, I don't feel like it's a replacement for growth and, you know, hiring people and getting staff, etc., because AI can't do everything either. But it's one of those, I feel like it's going to be that change where, because you can't get much grants and funding these days, it's somewhere where that you'll be able to, it's that awkward gap where it's that gap between you on your own and you can't afford to hire anyone. So AI is that sort of, maybe, you know, will help you grow. Instead of getting a grant or funding, which would maybe lead you to get your first hire, you use a bit of AI to be almost a second person, so that you can sort of then leapfrog to that sort of hiring people. Because, you know, from my perspective, if you're, you know, wanting to grow your business bigger, you know, what you can do is then, once you start hiring people, I mean, they can use AI as well. You know, I'm not saying don't stop using AI, but it means you can then start concentrating more on the why, outsource some of these tasks to humans that take that mental load off. Because I think that's the one thing that AI doesn't do. You know, as a business owner, you need to still know what you need to do, your marketing, your sales, your this, that, the other. It sits in there all the time. And you can't, it's really hard to outsource all of that. You know, you can use AI to execute those tasks, but actually knowing everything you need to do tends to still sit in your brain. You know, I still know, I've got to market because I've got my new community. I've got to do this. I can't outsource that. But if actually I've had another person, I probably could outsource my brain to them. So I would say, like, don't use it completely as a reason not to hire people, because you might want to outsource that brain some of your time, so you can go on holiday or stop answering your emails at 12 o'clock at night. But it's that real great bit, that growth section, where you're like, I just need to get enough money to get an extra person. That's sort of how I use it.
I express the same thing. So Thomas, I think we have answered your questions. To everyone, today we are discussing AI for personalized marketing. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask us. We have a few more questions that already on our panel, and we're going to be answering those very soon. Today, I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui, and I have Anna Bromington, and we are discussing personalized marketing. And we're going to be answering all of your questions if you have any. We are nearly end of our session, but we have another 15 minutes so on, and we're going to be discussing more on how you can create personalized marketing. So next question from Muhammad Farguddin. How AI changing the way brands understand and predict customer behavior in real time? That's a good question.
Do you know what? I'm doing a data analyst course at the moment, HTQ in data analyst course, and it's interesting. We've just sort of covered some of this, in that one of my areas that I think it's really good for is understanding qualitative research. Because, you know, quantitative research has always been reasonably easy to understand. You can plug it into a dashboard, you can see all the data and graphs. But for me, it's changed the game on qualitative research, which if anyone's listening doesn't know, so quantitative is like the numbers and figures. Qualitative is more the, you know, the statements, the customer reviews, things like that. So what I love is how this is changing the game, because I remember before, you know, you got loads of testimonials and you read through a few, and, you know, if you're a big company in particular, there's too many to read through, and you're like, I'm trying to get the gist of this, but it's too many. But that's where the gold really lies, because when people spend time leaving a review or some feedback, it tends to be having those little gold nuggets in them. This is why one of my favorite things that I do for small business is I do customer interviews, because you get the little, I wish they did this, or, you know, I have a real problem and it's this, or there's something that always comes out in the conversation. And I find in like the reviews, the comments people put, that's where real gold comes out. And it's previously been really hard to analyze that and consolidate it, and also see patterns, because sometimes these sets are so vast of information. I mean, one thing we used to do when I used to work at Game is we used to have to narrow it down, because this is pre-AI really, is what we would do is we would just have a diverse customer panel, which was maybe like 20, 30 people, and we would use their insights. But then once again, it's a small pool, because that's how you coped with that qualitative research. But now, you know, you see it on Amazon, at the top of the reviews, it says, customers, this is a summary of customer reviews. And, you know, lots of people have connectivity issues, but they like the price and they like the look of it, or something. That sort of stuff is becoming amazingly useful. So that's where I think that, you know, understanding, predicting customer behavior, I think that side of it is really coming into its own, because with that stuff, people are telling you how they're using products, they're telling you what they want from services, they're giving you the insight that you wouldn't get from just a tick box or a bit of information data. So that's my thoughts. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, because as a data scientist myself, we play with data, and without data, AI is nothing. So when you have data, millions of billions of data, AI can give you prediction. AI can play with that. So when you talk about customer behavior, like Anna mentioned, qualitative and quantitative research, and as well as lots of data that it can skip through. As a human being, you can maybe read 10 or 15 or 100 reviews a day. But if you have a website and that website has millions of customers, targeting, like you have product, you have messaging, you have a lot of other things, you have reviews, people are clicking same time, maybe a million people clicked at the same time in different pages or same pages. Without AI, you cannot track them, you cannot it's not possible with a human. So AI is making these hell of things very easy because it can track millions of data and millions of things. uh, like if you go to Facebook, if you browse something, maybe you are browsing something, a blender, and if you come out from there, you go to a website and you will see the AdSense blender there, and it could be anything. It in a second it captures you, and if you're visiting somewhere else, captures your IP, and if you are going somewhere else, it's showing you like, okay, you are interested on that, so why don't you see it? So you can see that milliseconds it can capture human behavior. Doesn't matter any platform that you go, like big corporation, they have AI embedded behavior bot and system, so that like if you go to Google or YouTube or any other big corporations, they will capture your behavior, and that behavior will transmit to other applications as well. If you go to maybe you are going from Google to Facebook or Facebook to Google or Microsoft, they are all interconnected. They are all interconnected. So everything they do is just like analyzing your data, just like analyzing your behavior, what you want, what you're looking for, if you're sad, if you are happy, if you need something, if you are making a big argument, they knows everything. So
The one thing
yeah.
The one thing I really like as well is the fact that sometimes in marketing you can have lots of data that's from different sources, can't you? And like, for example, like if I have customer reviews and then I've got like how people use the website, and sometimes it's really hard to compare the data to see if there's a pattern between the two or a connection. But things like AI can really start bridging that gap, because they might see people commenting that like they didn't like the website and they struggled to check out, and then you can AI can also look at the data on how people use their website and see how that actually they stopped on the pre-checkout page or something like that, and it can connect both of them together, can't it? So it's this sort of being able to spot these huge patterns between stuff that maybe to us doesn't look linked but actually is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Muhammad, you have your answer, because AI is really changing the way brand understand and predict customer behavior in real time. They can do it, and we also, as a AI developer, we develop systems where we specifically tailor methodology. Like, okay, if a customer entered to the market, entered to the site, if it's an e-commerce site, then if they are adding something to their basket, and then how you can clear that basket on that money, you need to emphasize, you need to understand customer behavior, that they check out that baskets. There are millions of people, they added things to the basket but they never check out because they don't have that they don't have that willingness, or they don't have that thing. So we specifically tailored methodology with working with brands, like, okay, we will safeguard like how you can more sales, how your basket is more towards the payment solution. So without AI, understanding customer, understanding those things, you cannot do it.
Yeah, and I think also, from past times when we used to personalize things, sort of going back to the personalization side of stuff. Mohammed's sort of talking about real time. When we used to do personalization, we couldn't react to it like as nuanced as you can now with AI. So when we used to do it, we used to go, right, let's map out 10 different journeys of like what our average customer does. So it might be, if it was gaming, it might be that they are parents that are buying for Christmas. And we would map out a journey and we would try to like personalize this as best we could, because we're right, okay, so they've been on the gaming chair page because that's what the parents often bought. Right, we'll show them an ad for this game that's coming out this Christmas. Then we'll show them like maybe a second controller because they might want to play it with their family. It was quite scripted, completely scripted, these journeys. And we'd only end up doing 10, 20 journeys of the most important ones at that time. And I know AI has sort of come in and changed all that because it can actually personalize on the fly. Oh, this customer likes so-and-so. Oh, there's this product. I'll just show them, and it understands those customer journeys so much better. And saves you a lot of time, so you don't have to just literally script out a customer journey and spend time. And then it's after Christmas now, so we need to do new customer journeys for New Year or Easter or something. So it's things like that where you've got the behavior in real time, and then it's actually acting on it and personalizing. It's not just a website, is it? It's things like ads. So ads can write and generate you images on the fly and personalize them. So it's affecting both sides of it. So you've got the data, and then it's helping you react on the fly as well. So I'm loving how it's going in many regards to that. Although I have seen a few of the AI generated ads and haven't been fabulous. So we've got a bit of a way to go yet, I think, on that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because when you use AI to generate an image, if you are not an expert, you cannot get the right image to be done, because even if you add your direction, all those things, the normal things, they are not capable to do it. But if you think that you wanted to do Riviera, like Trump, the advertisement, you see they have billions of views of that thing. That AI is different that we do, because that is customization AI, because they created everything with AI, but they are expert on that. So that's why they could do this kind of things. But if you are a standalone person, you don't have that tools, then I think you need to combine human touch and AI together to make it happen. Otherwise, people will understand an AI generated image and human generated image very well. So Anna, we are nearly end of our session. So I just wanted to talk about tools and platforms that drive personalized campaign, how we can do it, because you also use versatile tools. I also use versatile tools. I think we can give some examples of that.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, like I do tend to stick to ChatGPT and things like that for my stuff. And I think one of the valuable things is creating your own GPTs. So the send example that I gave, you can almost ask ChatGPT to create you a GPT. It will give you the prompts, just from a starting perspective. If you've never done anything like this before, you can ask ChatGPT to create your GPTs. And like that example I gave you, where that guy uploaded all the council documents, that's not a hard thing to do. Get all your information, any presentation you've done, every document you've written, pop it in. Create a little bot that people can query and personalize things. I feel like that's a really nice first step for a lot of people, where not everything's personalized, but you've offered a little personalized widget or space for people to be able to get some of your knowledge and start understanding it. And then, like for other examples, like if you are doing paid advertising, do check out things like some of the sort of options on social media, Facebook, and that of how they can do, you can do personalized marketing, because if you're just a small company and you haven't got a team of graphic designers and copywriters, that might help fill that gap a little bit. Like we said, it's not perfect, but it's worth having a look at to be able to do that. What about you, Dr. Shah? What do you recommend?
I think if you are not a professional person, because if you are in a business and you wanted to do, because it is all about content nowadays, isn't it? Because the social media, and there is not only a single social media, it's multiple social media. If you talk about LinkedIn, if you talk about Facebook, if you talk about Instagram, these three mediums is more likely graphic design and graphic things, and as well as videos. If you think about TikTok or YouTube, that's totally different world. So I think to start with, if you don't have that bandwidth, you can do some low-paid graphic works with. There are many systems. I don't want to mention all of them. If you write ChatGPT, search, find me some low-paid graphic design AI system. It will list you a lot of system over there. You just go over there and try to find it. Is it appropriate for you? And then if you are semi-professional or full professional, like you have expertise on graphic design and content writing, all those things, you can improvise those things, because most of the time we use Adobe software, and as well as other mainstream software. Canva is a good thing because they have tons of things over there. So you don't need to create anything by yourself. You can copy them and then you can personalize it and you can use them. And ChatGPT as well. If you want ChatGPT to draw you a picture or maybe make you something, it will do. But as I said, personalization again, because if you wanted to attract people, nowadays people understand that this is AI generated and this is human generated. But when you do a fusion, combine those things, it's hard for them and they like it a most, exclusive things. And that can steer your personalization journey for marketing to the next levels.
Yeah, I think it's going back to what Thomas said as well, isn't it? That why, when you're picking a tool, make sure you know why you're doing it. What's the purpose and what's your goals? It can be, I get shiny object syndrome. Oh, I'm terrible at it, and I'm using all those different systems and trying them out, and actually, what is it you need to do right now? Is it marketing? Is it organization? What is it that's important to you? Because you can try lots of different systems out, but actually you need to start moving forward and growing. So I would be really careful, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Who's it for? And ask all those back to those basic questions, because they're really important, because we can easily as business owners get sidetracked. I know I certainly can. But I know that it's not just exclusive to us ADHDers either. There's all this exciting stuff going on, and we can easily spend hours tinkering our website instead of sending marketing emails out. So just be careful.
I totally agree with you, because not only you could post just for posting. No, don't post anything to your social media if that is not a habit. And you also need personalization, because you can try, if you are not regular on LinkedIn, you can try posting now and then. You will not see that your account is growing. It has to be a habit, continuous habit. Like, okay, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday you post about attract. Wednesday you talk about nurturing, and Friday you talk about attracting people. So converting people. So attract, nurture, convert. And in between those days, you need to make it personalization, like the people you meet and those things. People want to know that what you do personally, who do you talk to, and how do you talk to them. Those information, if you don't include on your LinkedIn or any other social media, then the account will not grow. It's just like a thing that you can practice yourself, because most of the people, they think that, okay, if I post, my account will grow. No, if you post now and then, your account will not grow, because LinkedIn also has an algorithm like any other medium. They have a specific algorithm to get you out there. And if you are not regular, they will not prioritize you. They will prioritize those people. They are regular and they have depth. That's another thing. And the why, as we said, you have to have a why. Like, who is it for? It can be everyone. It has to be someone just your business that you wanted to do your business with. That it has to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we are nearly end of our session, Anna. At the end, do you want to share anything to the audience?
Look, do you know what? I think that AI is a really interesting journey, but you don't have to do it alone. Like, there's loads of us that are AI enthusiasts and we love talking about it. So, if you're sitting there doing AI, and have a look at different platforms and you don't know what to do, then, definitely reach out to us. Or, there are lots of little AI groups around, communities where people are loving talking about it. I'm a big part of Mark Schaefer's Rise community, where we do loads of AI in there and future thinking. So find a few people that are interested and share stories, because that's how I've learned a lot about AI. Talking to friends like Dr. Shah or through my communities, and I pick up stuff all the time and go to events. There's loads of AI events on everywhere all the time. Go along and find out. I mean, we've got someone here at the set coming here to the centre, and he's just going to do like basics, like how to respond to customer reviews with AI and things like that small businesses might not get time with. So have a think about like how you could not do this alone.
I totally agree with you, because you are a particular business for a particular reason. Think about what you wanted to do and what you wanted to achieve for yourself and for your clients. Because if you wanted to achieve for yourself, you're not going to get any client. It has to be a combination of both, that you succeed someone and you get the benefit out of it. Because you have to see people with other people lenses. Otherwise, it's not possible. Like Anna said, because we discussed it last time, that you need to see you from behind the jar. If you're in the jar,
that's John Asperian, who asked the question earlier. That's what he that was where I first heard the saying, can't you see the label from inside the jar? So
yeah. So you need to see what your audience are looking for, and not everyone looking for. Targeted niche, why, and then utilize them to grow your network and see who is the right people. You might go to here and there at the beginning. That's okay, because otherwise you will not find niche people. You can go with them, meeting, booze, drinking, socializing, all those things you can do to get your desired things, like the pain point, and how you can serve them to, overcome their barriers. Then, as a business person, you will get your success. Otherwise, no.
love it.
So, thank you, everyone. We will come back again next month, and we will up our events, and we will talk a specific point that time. Until then, I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui and Anna from Inton. We're going to say bye-bye for now and talk to you and discuss a new point next month. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Zenzi Marketing Agency, welcoming you to enjoy our live webinar today. As usual, we have a very special guest to introduce, and we're going to be talking a lot on how to grow the local economy and contribute significantly, because you know that we are in the south coast of England, and there is a huge growing economy here, and we wanted to talk about that as well. And we have very specific guest, and I will add him to the stage in a minute. But before I add him to the stage, I thank you again for you being supporting for a long time. And as well as if you wanted to ask us any question, feel free to ask us through the comment box. And we will continue this conversation an hour. So we will time to time try to ask you questions if that is relevant to us. And please ask us relevant questions, because it's better for us, because if you don't ask irrelevant questions that is not relevant to us, we cannot answer. So thank you everyone for joining today's webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the White Link. Hello, Travis. Thank you very much for joining today's live webinar.
Hi, Dr. Shah. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, because we were talking, we had another before last week, we had an event, and we did that event on our Neurodivergent Business Consortium channel. And you know that I run that channel every Tuesday. We go for live webinar, and we support people with neurodiversity, disabled people, and all other less able people that they need support with. So this channel is dedicated to time research and innovation, and as well as Zenzi marketing. So I will not go deep into that. I will wanted to discuss it bit more detailed with Travis. That you know that White Link, as we discussed this previously as well, but that was a different audience. White Link is a massive corporation. So in relation with that, can you tell our audience a bit more actually what you do and what is your main operation, please?
Yeah, of course. So we are a ferry operator that operates ferries, vehicle ferries, ro-ro ferries, and foot passenger ferries to and from the Isle of Wight. So not only are we a travel and tourism business, we're also a lifeline service to the island. So we take a lot of essential freight to and from the island as well. So there's a lot of food that goes over, medicines, goods for manufacturing, materials. So there's a whole host of things, as well as people that are going over to enjoy the Isle of Wight for holiday, and then transversely coming off the island. There's a lot of export from the island, and a lot of people that work on the mainland that live on the island. So we transport those as well.
Travis, it's been a pleasure to know you, and to the audience, we normally collaborate and contribute locally, because Travis engaged with a lot of local organizations to contribute as well as promote them and support them. So thank you very much for your openness to the community. So in relation with the White Link, you know that businesses is flourishing in the southeast of England, and the quality of life is greater than the other parts of England. So what are the effective methods to provide local businesses to improve the community or community activities? Because you've been engaged with many activities so far, as I know, and we joined sometimes together. So what are some effective methods to promote local businesses within a community? If you could answer.
Well, yeah, I think the first thing is local networking events. We attend a lot of those. We've hosted one, and we hope to host another. We always look to the local community to try and do business where possible. We won awards for using local suppliers on the Isle of Wight for our retail offering. And in fact, we've got 72% of the produce in our retail outlets comes from Isle of Wight or Hampshire. So we try and keep it very, very local. We're big fans of that. We really are.
Yeah, that's a good point, that you do support local people as well as locally produced goods from Isle of Wight to the mainland. Is there any barrier when you work with this organization for the community aspects or business aspects, or if you have barrier, how do you solve them?
Well, that's a good question, actually. I would say the biggest barrier, if a lot of people know the ferry operators, is a lot of people are put off by the fact that they've got to cross the water and they're concerned about price. So what we do is we work with local businesses, and if you're looking to do business on the Isle of Wight or from the Isle of Wight to the mainland, then we offer a whole suite of business products, which means that the cost of getting to and from the Isle of Wight isn't prohibitive in any way, and it means we don't want that stretch of water to become a barrier to business. That's exactly what we don't want. So we're there to try and connect people and to promote both sides of the water to do business with each other, which is what we as a commercial department spend a lot of our time focusing on, just to make sure that we can offer those products that suit businesses and mean that they want to do business.
That's really fascinating, the way you informed, because in this I live in Southampton, and I see that big ferries on the shore, as well as the different type of ships, and their work is going on. My wife works at a still order company, so when a visitor is coming, is flourishing their businesses. So she is very happy when someone is coming from the offshore, because I sold like this much, I sold like this much. So that's a good thing, isn't it? Because you are holding the economy and growing it to the different levels. So my next connecting question would be, yes, you have barriers, as well as you solve those barriers. Are there any government initiatives to support your work, or you have to self-fund all of those activities?
Well, we don't really look for any kind of funding like that, as far as I'm aware. I mean, take that just from my commercial department and my commercial knowledge. So the local government, to grow and help support the local businesses, is through a lot of networking. Councils know their areas and can bring companies together, as they often do, which is kind of how you and I met, really, was at one of the local council's networking events. So they're really good at that, and they can help by making us aware of funding opportunities, and of course makes policy decisions to buy local whenever they can. So it's really that they do a lot of connecting businesses. I mean, we've been connected through Portsmouth City Council. We hosted a Portsmouth City Council networking event on one of our ferries, which then connected and showed people actually that going across to the Isle of Wight isn't as, I would say, scary. It's never scary, but it's just, some people think, well, it's so far away, or how do I do it? What are the mechanics? And a lot of people got off of that networking event and thought, actually, the Isle of Wight is somewhere that I could look as a potential customer base, which is exactly what we wanted to achieve.
I totally agree with you, because I was on that event, and I enjoyed a lot, because Danielle, when she was asking me, Shah, can you introduce your people and can you tell your story? And as a strategist myself, academics as well as marketer, I intend to like this and love this kind of events, because I can tell people who am I, and what is my capacity, and how do I help? So that events, the ups and downs, going to Isle of Wight and coming back from Isle of Wight, it was really fascinating. It was really fascinating, and seeing people, that is not only an experience that you get for lifetime, it's lots of business opportunities as well. I did not know that before. I did not have any clue. Yes, I've been to Isle of Wight 5-6 times, because I like and love the ferry journey. And I told you last event that I still remember my 1-year-old playing on the deck, and it was so safe, and the way it's still on my memory. So I intend to take friends, families. Okay, if you wanted to go, come over. I will go to Isle of Wight, because I want some excuse to go over there. So that's great. Now I'm doing businesses there. So thank you very much for a great for providing great experiences like me and other people's. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. So my next connecting question would be, what role does Whitelink play in driving engagement and growth with local businesses?
So again, we look to source very locally. We look to buy off of local suppliers. 49% of the produce that we have is from the Isle of Wight. So just shy of 50% of the produce we have is actually from the beautiful Isle of Wight. As I said, 72% is from Isle of Wight and Hampshire, and 28 out of 37 of our suppliers are within a 30-mile radius of our ports. So we're very keen to engage, and I mean, we could name some like the Garlic Farm. A lot of people might know the Isle of Wight Distillery. People might not know the name of the Isle of Wight Distillery, but I'm sure everyone will recognise or maybe have in their house a beautiful bottle of Mermaid Gin or Mermaid Vodka. And it's linking and working with those businesses, working with Brailsford Farm, which is one of the few remaining dairy farms on the Isle of Wight that actually raise Jersey cows as well. So their milk is absolutely fantastic. So we look to buy off of these suppliers. Our sandwiches on board are from a local Isle of Wight based sandwich supplier that bake their own bread and make all their own produce. So we're very, very big in trying to keep it as local as possible, because at the end of the day, we are a part of that community, and where we can have a positive impact on it, we try to do that as often as possible.
Thank you, Jervis. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you today and to the audience. I hope you are enjoying today's live webinar, and please support us and support our work and support local businesses. As you know that we are in south of England, and we support local businesses, as well as we intend to bring people from the local businesses, either there is SMEs or big corporation like Whitelink. We always prioritize local businesses. So if you want if you have any question, feel free to ask us to the comment box. We're going to be talking more on developing local economy, and you know that every SMEs or every businesses in South Coast are creating positive impacts, and Whitelink is one of those companies that everyone should look into it, like, okay, how they are growing and how they are playing a vital role with the local economy. Because when you are a big corporation, you employ thousands of people, and that's also contribute to the local people, local economy, local businesses. So it's not like that one specific business is there and they are earning money. It's like one business is driving sales and growth to many other businesses. So that's the way it works, and that's why Isle of Wight is Whitelink is contributing so much to the to growing the local economy. We just have our first questions on the from the audience. I will share the questions a little bit later. I just wanted to ask you something in related to staff management, because you're a big corporations and you do have many individuals. So how do you ensure that your staff remains motivated and engaged within their work?
I think the one thing that's very, very important is you've got to have progression opportunities, which we do. We have a very engaged staff. A lot of our staff, we're one of the few companies. I've worked in quite a few companies in my time, and Whitelink is one of the companies that I work with. That there's a little bit of a joke in the firm that you say, "Oh, how long have you been with Whitelink?" And they say, "Oh, I started for a summer and I've been here for 24 years." So there's that real longevity and that long term of service, because it is a great place to work. It's different every day. There is opportunities, promotion opportunities, educational opportunities. We have some of our colleagues doing degree courses whilst they're also doing their jobs, so they can improve their skill set. And I think with that, and with the kind of community feel we've got, I know you said we're a big corporation. We usually swell in the summer to about 499 employees, ship and shore. So it's quite a tight knit company as well. So you do get to see the CEO. You do get to see the commercial director just walking through the port, and they engage and they talk and they find out what's going on and they take an interest, which I think is a massive plus for everyone else that's working in the company, because they feel that they're being spoken to, and more importantly, they're being heard.
That's quite fascinating, because I would love to work similar companies, because when we talk about employee and when we talk about equal opportunities, that's time I just blink like, okay, there should need to have equal opportunities, because as a disabled person myself, I do have disabilities. I'm neurodivergent, and with having a skin color, that I'm migrant here, but I established myself as a business person as well as in academia, achieving PhD and supporting local people and local businesses is amazing. But when we talk about equal opportunity and growth, I just wanted to ask you a related questions that, do you identify and develop future leaders within your organization? Because as I have experienced in many businesses, they don't have space for the people or the odd people, I would say. Sometimes they say, okay, he's very odd, he is asking different questions or something like that. But those odd peoples are the drivers sometimes. So do you have any plan or programs to create the future leaders within your company?
Yeah, we do. We have something that's called Bridging the Gap. Bridging the Gap took everybody that was in a leadership position to start with. So you started with top level, you start with masters, you started with mid to senior management levels, and they went through this process of bridging the gap to identify strengths and weaknesses and potential skill enhancement areas that we could do. And then that slowly filtered down throughout the business. Everybody's had an opportunity to go through this. And then what's come out of the back of it is some people have been put onto specific leadership courses, management courses. Some people have been given mentors. I myself had an external business mentor assigned to me, which I found helped immeasurably and really kind of gives another perspective on the way you operate in your role. So we do identify them, and then we set up personal development plans. So we talk to those potential leaders and say, well, where do you want to go? What do you want to learn? What kind of leadership do you want to do? Because there's more than one type of leader. You don't necessarily have to have a big team of people. You could be a leader in your field. You could be a leader in your area. So it's just identifying where people want to be. And then when you start going down that path, that kind of backs up the question you asked me before, which is that then drives engagement and commitment and motivation from the staff as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand, I think.
I think, yes, that these are all interrelated fields and interrelated sections, because sometimes if you have a program that will motivate your future generation to be a leader, because, we are human and we have a shelf life, everyone. Everything in this world will have a shelf life and we will die one day. But if you don't create the future leaders, then you cannot sustain, because a system in place now, it will go for maybe another 100 years or 200 years until some innovation or something comes up, like, okay, you don't need a ferry to go to Isle of Wight. You can just do like this and you can be transported with a wire that, okay, you are just with a wire or with something, you just go over there, finish. That's not, I think it will take time to come to that stage. But until then, we need these services to be sustained and to be grow in the next level. So we need to create specific programs to tailor this growth. So my next question, the related one, that yes, I understand that you have programs, you develop future leaders. How do you, evaluate these things? Because I think our audiences, they will eager to know that, okay, what type of process do you follow that they can embed in their growing culture, in their company?
Yeah, so we use a growing and development framework for some of the leaders, which is you set yourself objectives that are then agreed by a senior manager. So you look at those objectives and you put in, it's selected by the individual. So it's what they want to do. We try and focus around growth, business change, sustainability is another one. So we can then work towards those goals, and we put measures in place. So it's a bit like a SMART objective set up, really. And then with the other leaders that have come through Bridging the Gap, like I said, there's personal development plans. Again, it's speaking to those individuals. And I would say, I know it's a bit old business school, but SMART objectives work. They're great to have. They're great to put in place. So long as they're agreed by everyone, and you know where your measures are, and you know where your triggers are, so you can see how well you're doing, so it's not subjective, then I think that's the best way to do it.
That's quite fascinating, Travis. It is great pleasure to talk to you today and let our audiences know what you do, what you are capable of, and how you are contributing to the local economy. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the Whitelink. And as you know, that Whitelink is a ferry services. They operate it from different places in South Coast to Isle of Wight, and they are not only the ferry services, they do a lot of development work in the community, and we should be proud of that. We have these kind of companies in the South Coast to grow the economy, to support specific people, because if you are not in this area, you wouldn't know that how they are contributing to the local economy. So that's why my drive also comes from there, that okay, they are doing a good work, but why shouldn't I support them? Maybe a little bit of support it would be, but you know that we do live webinar, and there are a lot of customer and as well as connections we have, and they will enjoy this live webinar. They will think to go to Isle of Wight because for maybe a good experience they will get, as well as they will know about the economy, because today you probably know that the new government is here, so they don't want to increase taxes. So if they don't want to increase taxes, they have to drive the economy and grow the economy by selling goods and services from UK and growing this economy differently. Otherwise, we will be taxed, and we will have a lot of things to think about, and bills and a lot of other things. So we don't want to do that. So if we support local company like Whitelink and other local people, we can grow the economy without hesitating different things. So thank you, Travis, for joining these live events. And thank you to the audience. We're just getting some questions over there. I will go to the question a little bit later. I just wanted to ask you, as we are a marketing company, so we always cater and represent marketing tactics, as well as if we can learn something, company like you. You know, there are effective ways to do marketing, and there are strategies to do marketing. So can you tell our audiences that what are the most effective channels you use to reaching your target audience, and how much do you need to budget to reaching each target audience?
Well, for the budget thing, that would be with the marketing department. I'm not sure on their budget, to be honest, but we do we use Sky targeted advertising. We've just started a TV campaign. We've done one in the past, which I think was very successful. We use social media outlets. We use LinkedIn. We have a specialist team in our marketing department now, which focus on TikTok, and they're being very successful. Some people that are watching this webinar might remember the mock video of the Mercedes. There was a lady stroking parts of a Mercedes car, and she kept saying Mercedes. And our team went out and they did the same thing, but replaced it with touching different parts of the Whitelink ferry and saying Whitelink ferries. And that picked up traction on local news. It had over 1 million views. So that was very, very successful. And we also look at local radio advertising as well. There's a couple of local stations on the Isle of Wight, which we use. And we also advertise across the local radio stations on the South Coast as well, which we tend to find gets quite good traction as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you use quite a bit of system and media to enrich your target audience and goals. So to the audience, if you wanted to contact Travis directly, feel free to contact him directly. If you wanted to ask him any question, feel free to, after this program, feel free to ask him any question you have. or if you are watching this live webinar recorded later, if you wanted to ask any question, feel free to do that, because we are here to support you, and Whitelink is contributing greatly. And if you wanted to have any business opportunities, they are also supporting local businesses to work together with the Isle of Wight businesses. So can you elaborate a little bit of how you're supporting mainland businesses to work with the island businesses together, and what is your motivation to drive this growth?
Well, from my perspective in the commercial department, the more links I can make between the mainland and the island business, the more reason people will have to travel. And if people want to travel, then they choose us as their preferred route to get to the Isle of Wight. So then that's where we benefit as a business. We benefit from that travel. So that's one of my main drivers. It's also, in the years I've worked for Whitelink, I personally have made a lot of connections on both sides of the water, and people just come up to you and ask you and say, look, can we do this? Can we do that? One of the most common ones is, I've just recently moved to the Isle of Wight. I've ordered a sofa, and they're telling me that the furthest I can get it delivered to is Gunwharf Quays. No one will take it over that stretch of water. So I pick up my phone, I'll ring some local businesses that I know that are based on the Isle of Wight and say, look, you might want to speak to this person or that person. And they specialize in the fact that they're not classed as mainland UK. And I can put them in touch. That generates business for the island company. They travel with us. The customer at the other end that's on the Isle of Wight is happy. My customer's happy. And it just kind of keeps the economy moving.
That's great example, because when you are the main drivers to grow the economy, the specific elements or puzzle pieces. So when I work with businesses, all the time I say that, okay, your business is a business canvas. You all know that, but on that business canvas, you have individual puzzle pieces. So if you wanted to make the business canvas very nice, very tidy, then you need to know which puzzle pieces will go where. And then it will fulfill your desire. It will grow your businesses. So you are the person working on Whitelink, supporting local businesses, driving the growth for the local economy. So that's really fascinating. And I just wanted to ask one question from the audience. So we have Muradujaman and Abdullah Al Mahdi joined. So I will Mahdi said, just give me a second. I just show that one. As usual, I'm not getting any messages on my LinkedIn Live, although I have this is the problem of Restream. So last week when we did, I did not have any messages shown on my panel, and this week is the same thing. So there's not a good customer satisfaction. Anyway, I just read it through. So Abdullah Al Mahdi said, I am really enjoying watching the live session. Could you please elaborate on the role of social media and online platforms playing in community engagement? So
yeah, I was going to say, for us, it's everyone's on social media. Mm-hmm. So as you and I were having a conversation before this went live, is actually, and you've got some fantastic stats, I'll let you share those, but the world is turning to social media now. People are more looking down than they're looking up. So to get across on social media, to get your message out. And this is the thing with the video I mentioned that just went absolutely viral, that was the mock of the Mercedes. No one expected that to happen. It was just, they had an idea. They said, let's do this. It'll be fun. It adds a bit of humor to the brand, and it absolutely exploded. And literally I was going to networking events. I was at a business expo in Portsmouth, and someone came up to me and congratulated me on the video, and I hadn't even seen it then. So people were already talking about it, and I was like, I better check our TikTok feed so I know what they're talking about. So it's crazy how it just gets people talking and recognizing what you do. I was at a networking event 2 weeks ago, just before the Isle of Wight Festival, and before I'd finished my elevator pitch, someone said, please say that to your marketing team that they're absolutely fantastic, because I love the videos that come across on social media. So you're touching those people in all over the local community, And it's also with social media, people get to watch it in their own time. So they get to see it when they're ready to see it. If you're at a networking event, if you're at a business expo, people need to be there at that moment in time. But with social media, it's 24/7.
I totally agree with you, Travis, because as a marketing company and work as a marketer and working in the marketing industry, as well as all other aspects that we can contribute to, social media is changing. The lifestyle, social media is changing rapidly. So there was a article published, a research was done that mostly nowadays people spend more than 6 hours every day within social media. So you can imagine that half of our day spent on social media. So it is contributing greatly, as well as creating individuals' problems for the people. So we're not going to talk about the problems. We are only going to talk about the good thing that it is doing. As a marketing company, we utilize social media greatly, like social selling, as well as all the work we do, SEOs, and a lot of individual things. It's transforming people's lives, and we can contribute more and express more, as well as ever more. 10 years back, or when I was working with neurodiversity, as well as disability, there wasn't that much awareness. Now you see people, they know what is autism, they know what is dyslexia, they know what is different type of disabilities, they know all of those things. That's only possible through social media, because there are a lot of people working together to express their feelings, to let people know what they are capable of and they are not. And as well as we're talking about businesses are more versatile nowadays to attract more customers. So the boundaries, local boundaries, is extending to national, to global. And I think that you also get lots of global audiences within Whitelink to facilitate them through your services. So my another question, because we're talking about local businesses and other things, I think Isle of Wight also have a historical footprint at the United Kingdom. Can you tell a bit more about the historical footprints of Isle of Wight as a whole?
So probably the most famous bit of history about the Isle of Wight is the fact that Queen Victoria was the person that made it popular as a holiday destination. She moved, well, she holidayed on the Isle of Wight quite frequently and built Osborne House, which you can go and visit now. It's a national heritage site. It was given back to the people by the royal family, so you can go and see that. It's absolutely stunning. You can go in the house. The gardens are fantastic. So that was kind of the first thing that put the Isle of Wight on the map, because Queen Victoria liked it, and it was very fashionable in the time to copy what the royals did. We still kind of do it a little bit now. And then that spawned Ride Pier, because the Victorians didn't like having to get off a boat and lift up their skirts and walk through knee-deep water to get to the beach. The Ride Pier appeared, and then it became a real holiday destination and somewhere that everybody wanted to be. So you've kind of got that side of things. It's also documented that Charles Darwin started writing The Origin of the Species by Natural Selection while he was staying at the Isle of Wight. There's been some real famous visitors. There's been ex-American presidents that have come to the Isle of Wight as well, and there's a few stories around that. There's been some famous people locked up on the Isle of Wight as well. So you've had, I believe, King Charles was incarcerated on the Isle of Wight for a little while when there was the Civil War going on. So there's a lot of history around the island. It's been there forever. And if you go right back, it's actually a great place to go fossil hunting if you want to look for fossils on dinosaurs and stuff like that. So there's a lot about it. I mean, more away from the industry side. But since then, there's been a huge agricultural output from the Isle of Wight, which is still going to this day. So an interesting statistic is, if any of the viewers enjoy eating tomatoes and you buy tomatoes in the UK, 30% of the entire UK's supply of tomatoes originates from the Isle of Wight.
That's really fascinating. I think you missed one point, the phone one, because when I've been,
Yes,
when I've
Smartphone,
been
of course.
yes, when I've been to the events that we did together on the ferry, that question, I was guessing like, okay, what would be the thing there, the phone bit? Can you tell the audience about the phone?
So the phone bit was, I'm going to have to refresh my memory, I'm afraid, if you can just bear with me.
So this is the oldest phone booth over there.
Yes, it is. You're right. It is the oldest telephone box in the UK. Is situated on the Isle of Wight, and it's still there to this day, actually. And I can't remember the date it went in. I'm sorry. That was part of the quiz that I did as the Portsmouth City Council networking. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So there are a lot of things happening in Isle of Wight. It's not like that we are talking about businesses today, although, but there are historical things that you should consider when you visit Isle of Wight. The dinosaur bits, I went there with my son, and he was like moving around everywhere and checking the dinosaurs and a lot of different things, and the historical view, as well as the natural beauty is different, because you can't imagine.
It's an absolutely stunning place to go. It's also worth mentioning as well that it also has a fully active heritage railway. So there are steam locomotives that run on a specific part of track. It's a 3 or 4 mile bit of track as well. So that's in operation through the summer. They have fantastic events at the Isle of Wight Steam Railway. But yeah, it is an active heritage railway that's won awards. But you're right. The natural beauty, it is an area of outstanding natural beauty, the Isle of Wight. And on a day when it's sunny and the recent weather we've just had, if you were visiting the Isle of Wight, you could literally be anywhere in the world.
I think the memories, it's implemented in different places. I can remember that the railway you told, just you informed the audiences. I had a trip with the railway experience, and I was, in the UK, you cannot, it's not possible to put your heads up, outside of the train, but the natural one, and I was like enjoying it indifferently, because I can put my hands out and my head out and see what is happening. It's different things. Another thing I would mention here, I'm a fan of Princess Diana, and when I went to the freshwater falls, and I just saw I think they have I think they made the individual jewelries for the royal families and others.
Yes.
So you can see the displays and you can relate. You think, okay, these are the things that you will never experience to go to a royal family and see those things. Okay, it's been produced from there. So that's another thing. And there are lots of good memories, lots of good things that you can experience when you go to Isle of Wight, and as well as the businesses. So we will not go in details of the other things. We just wanted to return to talk about businesses. So to the audience, if you want to ask us any question, please feel free to ask us through the comment box, and we will try to answer your questions. And we cannot display the question today, as our UI is not working properly. We will solve that problem for the next live webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the White Link, and we are talking about contributing to the local economy, and talking about Isle of Wight and the mainlands and their services. So in relation to my next question, so we have spoken a lot of the individual things so far. We wanted to talk about customer service and successes to the next segment. So you know that you work with customer, and you have tons of I think compliments from your customers in relation with what step do you take to ensure a positive customer experiences?
I think it's multifaceted, if I'm honest. So it starts with the customer journey. So the first touch point you would have with White Links, you can book your ticket on the phone, you can go on the app, you can use the website. So that's the first step. The other thing as well is because of what we do, we operate a connective service, a transport service from the mainland to the Isle of Wight. one of the huge things we look at is reliability and punctuality. And I think our punctuality and reliability are close to 98, 99% at the moment, which is fantastic. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking to go away somewhere and you want to get away, you want to leave when your ticket says you're going to leave, and you want to arrive when the time says you're going to arrive. So that's another step. And then on top of that, we layer on top everything else. So you've got our retail offering, which again is stocked with a lot of local produce. We have the first hybrid electric ferry to operate on inshore waters, which is an absolutely stunning craft. That was the one we did the networking event on. So we try and make sure that every touch point is an enjoyable one for the customer, really. The staff are trained to a very high standard, all very friendly, all very efficient. So that's kind of what we do, just to make sure that it is as good an experience as possible. We cater for people with pets, we cater for people with children. And then if you look on the business side of things, that's probably where the reliability and punctuality comes in more, because if you're running your own business and you're trying to connect with the mainland and the Isle of Wight, then you need to make sure that the service you offer your customers isn't impeded by the service we're offering you. So we make sure we nail that as best we can to make sure that we get you there on time, so you're not letting your customer down, because at the end of the day, that's absolutely crucial.
I totally agree with you, Jarvis. There isn't anything that you can do more to satisfy your customer, because they are the future success, isn't it? Because they will let people know, as I am satisfied with the services I received, and I all the time I just tell people, okay, experience these things. It is one in a lifetime opportunity to go to Isle of Wight with the ferry, and with the experience you will receive. It's different. It will stick with you. The good memories is your driver's force, isn't it? So good memories is a good thing. So I just wanted to ask you another related question, because you know that yes, you have positive feedbacks, and you might have something complaints or good feedback. How do you cater these things and handle these things? Like, okay, someone maybe they're not happy, because you cannot fulfill 99% or 100% population. There are going to be some people, they will maybe do something, okay, they are not happy. So how do you handle complaints and feedback to improve your service?
We'll always deal with everything on a one-to-one basis. We'll always address and talk to that customer that's raised an issue, find out where the issue came from, and see what we can do to improve on anything that they've raised. It's not always possible necessarily, but I think it's opening that dialogue and speaking to that customer and making sure that they feel satisfied with the result at the end of it. From my side of the business, because I deal with a lot of business customers, a lot of freight customers, we thankfully don't get a lot of complaints, but if we do, we can work with them very much on a one-to-one basis and just make sure that we get it resolved as quickly as possible, because after all, they're frequent travelers as well, so they're backwards and forwards, sometimes on a daily basis, sometimes a couple of times a day. So that's how we do it. I mean, I think we are doing the right thing, because last year for 2023 we were voted the best ferry operator for UK ports and destinations, and we won that award. We won the gold, so we came first, and that was voted for by customers that use these services. So there was a voting panel opened up, and it was the public that voted, and we won that. So we feel that we're coming on leaps and bounds, and we're really doing the right thing, and obviously customers are pleased with what we're doing.
That's great. Travis, we just have another questions. I will ask you in a minute. So I just wanted to ask to the audience, if you wanted to ask us any question, feel free to access through the comment box. And I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Zenzi Marketing, and we have Travis Cooper from the White Link, and we are talking today how you can grow local economy. So we are talking more into businesses, and we have just next questions from Murad Jaman. Thank you, Murad, for asking this question. So how do you train your staff to provide exceptional customer services?
So we do that through several routes, really. We have online learning platforms, we have training courses, we have refresher courses. We also have champions throughout the business that are obviously We have a tiered system. So in our retail outlets, we have senior retail staff and retail staff, and the seniors take on a leadership role to ensure that the service that is being provided to the customer is of the highest possible standards. From the shipping side, you have masters, chief officers, and ratings, and obviously the master is the top boss on the vessel at any time, and they ensure that their staff also give the best possible customer service as well as themselves as well. The captain is often seen to be going through the ship at times and speaking to customers, especially if there may be some form of disruption. So it's refresher training, I think, is the most important thing. If you take someone on, what you've got to remember is we're a company that, like I've said, one of the old jokes is I've stayed here for 24 years. So in that time, you just need to keep making sure that there's that refresher training that's offered. And obviously things change as well. Technology changes, there are innovation changes. So it's making sure that the staff are on board with those ideas and understand why changes are being brought in and how it's positive for the customer journey. So it's just topping up on that training, I think, is the key point, is make sure that you just keep refreshing.
I totally agree with you, Travis. And thank you very much for your contribution today to our audiences. And thank you to all the audiences that you're enjoying this live webinar. Please support our work. And if you wanted to ask Travis any specific questions related to Isle of Wight or supporting local businesses, feel free to contact him directly. And you can contact him through social media as well as LinkedIn. So we just are nearly end of our session. We just have less than 15 minutes to talk about more on contributing and developing local economy. So on the next questions, I wanted to ask you about community engagement, because I know that you are engaging hugely to the community, and we can only improve local businesses through community engagement and working for them and working with them. So what are the benefits of engaging the local community for businesses, and and the related question, another question I just wanted to ask you, that how do you how do you influence local businesses to be more community focused?
I think that's more organic, to be honest, the second part of the question, because if you are shown to be doing it yourself, then others tend to follow suit. I think there was a very much a trend shift during the pandemic when everyone was in lockdown. I mean, we carried on operating. We were considered key workers because we were a lifeline service to the Isle of Wight. But there was a lot of talk then when people were getting shut down, people had to close their doors, that there was a real sense of community that came out of that. And that sense of community, I'm glad to say, has kind of carried on post-pandemic. So people realize that actually it's a great thing to support local business and buy locally, because the power of community is huge. And if you yourself are seen to be engaged in the community, supporting local businesses, it builds a level of trust, and people tend to look towards your brand more favorably. So you're not doing it for kudos, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do. But by doing that, it builds that trust, and people know who you are, and they don't. Big businesses have a risk of just being labelled as like they're not necessarily us. We're an SME in the community, but you look at other big brand names and they're kind of just they're just this huge brand and you don't know much about them. So to see that there are businesses trading with other businesses doing local business, I think it's huge, because it builds a network, and it just means that people trust your brand a whole lot more.
I totally understand that. So in relation to my next questions, I just wanted to ask you, that how can businesses create meaningful community engagement and initiatives like you are doing? Because you need to collaborate with people, and they have to have a right mindset, because when businesses or community, they don't have right mindsets to contribute greatly, you cannot work with them. So how do you create meaningful community engagements to initiate the growth?
I think that's through introduction, through the power of introduction, for businesses that might not be as connected across industries. Then it is things like business expos, networking events, because anybody that attends those does have that mindset and is looking to engage with local businesses and do business locally. You can't necessarily change the mind of everyone. As we've said, that's the same as customers. You have good feedback, you have bad feedback on occasion. So I think it's more finding the right space for your business to be, so you're surrounded by a lot of other like-minded businesses, because you'll get a lot more traction through people that are already prepared to be engaged than trying to change the mind of that one business that doesn't want to be engaged, if that makes sense.
I totally understand. So we have the next question from Azama. The related questions that how can local businesses leverage these drivers to achieve sustainable growth? We haven't touched sustainable development and growth, because I think on our last program you mentioned specifically that how you are driving the growth of sustainability in relation with net zero and others. Can you a little bit elaborate on the work that you are doing and how local businesses can leverage these things with their culture and grow sustainability in the community?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we do, and if you look at it in isolation, it might seem fairly small. And this is a thing that businesses, I think, have to look at and realize that step one isn't going to be a massive step. So your step one isn't going to get you carbon zero, but it's taken those tiny little steps, and each step forwards is a step closer to building a level of sustainability. So we no longer have any plastic cutlery or plates on board. We use solar power at our shore-based office in Gunwharf. We recycle 99% of our waste is now recycled or not sent to landfill, which is huge. We look at fully recyclable cups in our retail outlet. We're investing in oyster farms in the oceans. We're looking at seaweed farms as well that offset carbon in the local waters where we are. And we've got a hybrid electric ferry, and there's lots of other things as well that we're doing or we're in talks to do. We have a salary sacrifice scheme for employees to get an electric car or a hybrid electric car, which is then improving their journeys to work and reducing their carbon footprint. So it's interesting, really. To drive sustainability, you've just got to take the first step. Because step one might be small. Putting LED lights into your premises or timer lights, so they're sensor lights, so they only turn on when someone's in the room and they turn off. Seems like a really small thing to do, but you just start adding it on top of everything else, and before you know it, you're having a huge impact.
I totally agree with you, because when you talk about sustainability, it's not the one company that could make the world sustainable. We have to work individually and from our own spaces. Like, okay, I want to be part of the sustainable growth of the economy or a sustainable growth of your specific domain. Without that, it's not possible to grow. So thank you everyone for asking different type of questions today. And I hope that you are enjoying the webinar. We are just nearly end of our session. So at this session, we're just going to be winding up. And I just wanted to ask one question to Jervis, that if someone wants to experience Isle of Wight, I know that you're driving local economy and you are driving local growth and local people. What are the things you do to attract national and international audience?
That's a good question. So for the international audience, it's more based around travel and tourism. We invest, as do other island companies, into the Visit Isle of Wight group, which is done by a levy system, the DBID, and they go out and they promote the Isle of Wight on our behalf and on other tourist businesses' behalf. So they attend trade shows, travel shows overseas to raise awareness. it's also, we touched on the historical side of the island. That kind of sells itself. We do get a lot of overseas tourists from America, from Germany, from mainland Europe. Holland is another huge destination that people come from just because they want to experience the history that's on the Isle of Wight. So that's a huge driver in itself. It does sell itself a little bit, which is fantastic.
Thank you very much, Travis. And I just wanted to ask you the last one, the takeaways. So if you wanted to let our audiences know specific takeaways from this webinar, that they will be meaningful and they will benefit from this.
I would say the biggest takeaway is, as me and you have said, we met at a networking event. Networking is critical, especially in the local community. But if you're going to go to a networking event, go to a couple and go to them regularly. Don't just necessarily go to every networking group you can find, because the whole point of networking is building relationships. And when you start building relationships, you then build business relationships, and that benefits both you and the other people that you're doing business with. So I would say, and as I said on the last webinar, is just scratch below the surface a little bit. If you see the amount of produce that we've got in our stores, which most of it comes from the local and surrounding area, over 70%, then it's surprising what's actually on your doorstep. And it's really surprising that people that you can do business with. So you might have a large company supplying your telecom system. You might actually find that there's someone local that can do the same thing, and they might actually save you money. And then you're helping grow that local business. So just find out what's around you. Take a look, take time out, go to networking events and find out what people do. And then people can find out about you as well, which I think is huge.
It's totally agree with you, Travis. And thank you for supporting today's live webinar. And I think we can have more webinar in the future to support local businesses, as well as let the national and international aspects that, okay, we can contribute, and the contribution we will create local jobs, and as well as a lot of individual things. It's not only local jobs or improving the local economy. It's a lot more that specifically a business can contribute. A business like you, a business like me, and others, whoever working in the Southeast, as well as in the other parts of the United Kingdom. So we all want you to contribute from your own space, and as well as contribute greatly, because the community you will create today, they will drive force for next generation. So we need to create a diverse force, and we need to create the economy in the next level, that we don't think about a lot of individual things that we cannot cater. We can think about, okay, we can cater for things, and we can grow the economy, and we are fulfilled. I think we are the 6th largest economy in the world, so we can make it better, and we can contribute more. So Travis, I just wanted to ask you the last remarks for our audience from yourself.
For me, it's just been an absolute pleasure for you to have me. Hopefully there's been some information there that's shared that some people have found useful. And as you said, if anyone wants to reach out, they can find me on LinkedIn. Happy to accept an invite. And if there's any more questions, then happy to answer them.
Thank you, Travis. And to our audience, thank you very much. Please stay on the line. I will just say bye-bye to the audience, and then I will say you bye-bye. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed today's live webinar. And thank you very much to the audiences and all the guests that you have asked questions. And next week I will bring another guest and talk about different things. As you know, Zenzi Marketing and Time Research and Innovation is a parent company, and we work together to support businesses with innovation, technology, and technology-enhanced decision making. So if you're thinking about technology, and if you're thinking about technology-enhanced decision making, as well as implement technology for your business growth and marketing, feel free to contact us, and we will grow together, and we will introduce you to the relevant people that you can do business with. So thank you very much for all of you joining to this live webinar. Until please support our channel, and thank you, and see you next week. And until then, Bye-bye, and please support our channels. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Gen Z Marketing Agency. And today we have a very special event. We are celebrating the International Women's Day, the Women's Celebration Week. And we have a very special guest today, and to talk about specifically women's, and we're going to be talking about diversity and inclusion in the workplace as well in the community. Our guest is on its having some technical issues, and when it is done, I'm going to be introducing her with you. I haven't done Women's Day in the past as an anchor. I was invited to many events, but this is my first ever International Women's Day event anchoring today, and I hope you will like it. And our guest is ready, so I'm just going to introduce her and invite her to the stage. So she is Arzia Basi. You probably know her because we did past few events on our channels, NBC, TRI, and this channel. So Arzia, thank you for coming and joining this live events. In fact, one thing that Arzia asked me if I could do these events, so it's full credit to her because without her, as a man, I wouldn't thinking of doing an International Women's Day event. But here we go. We are here. Arzia, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. After all the technical problems, I'm glad that you can see me on screen and it looks okay.
Yeah, we didn't. We just have 1 minute delay, so that's okay. I think the viewers they are okay with it. So, you know, every year we celebrate. There are different type of events. If you talk about Women's Day, Men's Day, this day and that day, and actually, what I have seen specifically, as I'm very much observed. The Women's Day, Men's Day, and Neurodiversity, celebration week or day. There are lots of work going on, but actually, when I talk to people, they still have that problems. They still have the inner anger, like, okay, the community is not ready, community is not doing enough, this and that. You are working in the community, working with women, specifically Asian and non-Asian women's. What do you see? Are we overcoming our barriers, or still it's lag?
We've got a very long way to go. So even today, I've been to a few different meetings and a few different events today, and even today, people are saying that they are being discriminated against all the time. And it's not just on gender. People are being discriminated on their race, their religion, their postcodes, their sexual orientation. There's so many. It's called intersectional factors. So all of our personal factors, like our gender, our race, our religion, our status, our education, our professions, all of these factors contribute to how we are treated. So compared to, say, a white lady, I will be treated worse off, and I have been all the time, compared to, say, my white friends. compared to a man. I might be discriminated against on that. If I have ADHD, if I have trauma affects, if I have a history of domestic violence, if I am not highly educated, if I don't have a professional job, there are so many different things that we are mistreated for. It shouldn't happen. You know, we are all human beings. We should be treated as equals. We should all be given the same opportunities. You know, if, for example, we're going to a professional and we're asking for help, why are we not getting the help and support that, say, my white counterparts are getting? What is it about me that makes other people want to mistreat me? And I actually last week I went to an event or a meeting or something, and there was someone from Saints there. He might be watching, I'm not sure. And I actually said to him, I said, is there something on me? Is there like a sticker on me? Is there something on my back? Is there something on me that says, kick me, hurt me, bully me, discriminate against? Because I don't understand. What is it about me or other women like me that is making people treat us like this?
I totally agree with you, because, you know, when I see different people, or when I talk to different people, due to my work, I intend to talk to many neurodivergent people, yes, different age, color, and nationalities. Over there, their emotion and their thinking are different, totally different. And when you talk about specifically like discrimination, some of them, their eyes are very big. Okay, is it happened still in the UK? And then I said, yes, probably you do not see the other side of the discrimination. Yes, it's improving. That's thank you. That's very good. Like on the other day, there's going to be I don't know that people will laugh at it. BBC featuring Rishi Sunak, and asked him, "Are you British or English?" He said, "I'm English." And people laughed at him, because how come you become English? You are Asian born brought up here. That's the question. Who we are, what is our, what is our identity? That is a mystery. Do you have anything to add on that comment?
Well, what you were saying about people not believing that discrimination still exists. So I recently had a conversation with someone about this, or a couple of people about this, and they said racism. Surely racism is better now. And I said, growing up in 1980s in St Mary's, it's known to be there is a lot of racial tension going on between whites and Asians and blacks, and all the different colours and races and things like that. And it was really, really bad when I was little. But since 9/11, since all of the major things that we've had, like COVID and things have got worse again. I don't think it's getting better. I don't think there's more awareness. I think, if anything, people are even worse now. I think maybe the 90s was a bit better, or the 2000s might have been better. But certainly in the last few years, last 10 years or so, I've noticed it's just really, really bad. And it's almost like subtle, everyday things are happening. Everyday discrimination, everyday racism, everyday intolerance towards other people. And sometimes, like you say, people don't realize. So, for example, people of the Black and ethnic minority who maybe English is a second language, so they don't pick up on certain things that are said, certain words that are used, certain ways that people look at them or talk to them. I notice, because I've been here most of my life, so English is like my first language, and it angers me when I feel someone is treating me differently just because I'm not white, or just because I'm Muslim, or just because I have ADHD, or just because I'm a trauma victim or something. It really makes me angry. I don't know why in the 21st century we have to be subjected to discrimination, to racism, to sexism. Why can't we all agree to be different and to accept each other's difference and to celebrate each other's difference? Because it's what makes the world a beautiful place.
It's a true fact. Even if you look at the recent USA history, the women and the men, fight. They have selected the men, not in women. Okay, so in that way, if you see the big giant stronghold of legislation, they talk about lots of different things in the society and the community. It's still out there. Like, it's going to be very much, I would say, a critical criticism that they in USA, Donald Trump, he abolished the gender thing, isn't it? It's just men and women, nothing else. Okay, so you have in gender, you have gender different recognitions.
Okay. Do you mean the different orientations? So he's abolished they, them, teapot, the different things that people can identify as. He's abolished that kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I have purposefully not been following US politics because everybody I speak to wants me to watch the US politics, wants me to comment on it, and it's just too much. I don't really have a very liking for Donald Trump, but I'm not going to comment and I'm not going to get involved because some people can get very angry and upset depending on which side you are on. There's enough problems in the UK. There's enough problems in my life and in my clients' lives and in my children's lives for me to worry about than what Donald Trump is doing in the USA. I have a lot of clients who live in the USA who are being affected by all of this. And I can only say I'm really sorry for everything that's going on in the USA. But let's focus on home because there's a lot of problems here as well that we need to focus on. And if we waste all our time focusing on everywhere else, well, what are we going to do about the problems here in the UK?
Okay, Arsia. So we're going to be concentrating now on breaking the barriers, okay? How we can overcome social and workplace challenges. What you think as a Asian born brought-up person here, what do you think the barriers actually out there?
I think people approach other people with their own preconceptions. So stereotypes. We judge people on stereotypes. So, for example, when I went into a workforce and it was a mix, it was completely mixed. There weren't many women. It was mainly predominantly men, and it was a mix of every different culture. But it's almost like because I was an admin receptionist, I was looked on as almost like back home they have servants. So I was given almost the status. It wasn't an agreed status or anything, but it was the way I was made to feel that I'm the servant of that group of people. So it's almost like a misconception that because I'm an Asian woman, I must be the servant. I'm the cook, the cleaner, the housekeeper, and stuff like that. It's our stereotypes of people is how we then treat them. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I think just before we went live, we were discussing about. So no offense to anybody if these words are offensive to anybody or anything. Blonde bimbo. So we have this thing about blondes being not very clever. Mm-hmm. I have always felt that I'm a brunette bimbo because of the way people treat me or people look at me. If you see somebody who's got makeup on, somebody who's laughing, joking, somebody who's doesn't look professional in the suited, booted way, they don't think you have much brains or much intelligence. Mm-hmm. I've got A's, A stars, and distinctions. I've done psychology. I've done child psychology. I've done counselling. I've done, health and social care. I've always been top in everything. But because I laugh and joke, because I have ADHD, I'm very hyper. I like to laugh about everything. I like to enjoy life. I don't want to take things seriously because there's enough serious and negative things in my life already. They think I'm stupid, and that's how they will then treat me. Why do we have to judge people? Why can't we wait to see and find out about a person and treat everybody individually? Everybody's different.
I totally agree with you because I gave my examples many of the times to the audiences. I've been through lots of interviews, and I did not get a job due to my disclosures of my neurodiversity, my disability, and all other things. Same like you, I'm top of all the work that I do, but I cannot produce the results when I'm going for an interview. In short conversation, I'm not very good at it. But if you work with me, then you will see how good I am on a specific task and how can I do that. I think people, they're out there, the interview systems and all other things are not actually fit for purpose. It's just fit for those people. They are very good at doing things that you can't, that I can't, or many other people can't. So my next question to you would be,
Shah, before you move on, I was going to say with regards to the interview process things, it's a bit similar to say exams. So there are a lot of really, really clever people who struggle with the structure of an exam, like GCSEs, A-levels, whatever. But they are very, very intelligent and they know all the information. It's just the way the system is structured. It's almost like structured against them. So it's like the interview process. If you're not good at an interview, you can't pass the interview and you won't get the job. Unless you find a boss who thinks outside of the box and says, well, actually, let me get to know this person out of an interview setting and just sits and chats there. So it's understanding that we are all different. We all have different abilities and different approaches of things. Just because we can't do something one way doesn't make us stupid. I love this thing that I found out last year, and I think we mentioned it in one of the other interviews, is that the MI5 were actively recruiting people with neurodiversities because neurotypical people cannot think outside the box, and they need neurodiverse people to be able to come in and think outside the box to find solutions for the problems that other people can't. And it just highlights how valuable we are and how unique we are, and I wish society would accept it.
I totally agree with you because I can remember a few years back I went to BBC, so I was taking part of an interview, and that they have different sort of stages. So I was at the last stage, and on that day when I went there, the pressure was very high, so my performance was very poor, I would say. I was the only person with the specific education, and they did not recruit me. Why? Because I performed very worst, and I know I have done that because one day, from morning till after evening, you just spend entire day over there, and different type of examination lead to different type of thing. It's just like guinea pig. They are checking you with giving this, that, this in one day. How could you know a person? Is it possible?
No, and the thing with that is what I've noticed, and I did it because a lot of women, especially as it's International Women's Day, and we're talking about women, a lot of women are now being diagnosed in later life with neurodiversity, with ADHD, with autism, or both, or other things, and like they may have spent their whole life not knowing that they have. And so I am waiting to be confirmed, but I know I have traits of ADHD and I have traits of autism. Now, one of the things of that is, and I've noticed that now, and even doing this interview at 5 o'clock in the evening, to me, I'm exhausted. When I'm tired, I can't function. I really struggle. I will struggle to stay awake. I will struggle to concentrate. I will struggle to talk. I will struggle to answer. So rushing around all day, I was kicking myself thinking, I have this to do at 5 o'clock. I should have rested during the day so I'm not tired, because if I'm tired, my mind will shut off. And that's part of the problem, like you say, with your all-day interview. How can they expect people to be able to function all day like that, especially neurodiverse people, when you're burnt out?
I totally agree. So I'm going to jump into my next questions because we are talking about International Women's Day. So, we have many strategies, many laws, legislation, everything is over there. In career growth and leadership, what's the barrier for women specifically for them to engage with leadership?
Like I said, with the preconceptions of people. So one of my friends is highly qualified and she manages various things. I can't say exactly all the roles that she does. She's quite professional in that sense and stuff. And she told me at one of the International Women's Day events that she went into an office where it's mainly men, so she was probably one or two women or whatever. And she went in there and she's actually senior to nearly all of the people there. But they assumed she was a receptionist or an admin or a secretary or a PA, somebody low. So they actually one of them said to her about getting tea and coffee. So she said, yes, off you go then. Go and get me a cup of tea or coffee. And they were shocked because they didn't think a woman would be higher up than them and would be senior to them and would be managing the entire group. Mm-hmm. People don't expect women to be able to be in higher positions, to be leaders, to be CEOs and stuff. They automatically assume that you can't be qualified enough, you can't be experienced enough, you can't be intelligent enough. And I find, and I think a lot of men feel threatened. So if there's a woman who's in a senior position, they will feel threatened by that. And maybe you can explain why men feel threatened by women in higher positions.
I don't have that kind of mentality. As you know, that I work with men and women both, and women can be very much genius than men. You can see there are lots of scientists, top level marketing people, business people, and in many offices you will see that women, they are holding the CEO post. If I give an example, my wife's, okay, she helped me to come to this stage. Okay, she sacrificed her lives, and she lead me, do this, do that, and
we taught each other valuable lessons, valuable life lessons. You probably know that in my past life, it wasn't very good. And we took decision from moving from a council property to come to Southampton to start my education. Okay. And she supported it. Now she is doing her psychology masters and intend to do a PhD later. But she sacrificed herself, and I know the talent she has. Okay. I will always value a woman as much as I value a man. That would be myself. But I don't understand the other people, other men's, because I don't know what is their mentality. So we may ask these questions, like where you are seeing this kind of negligence, I would say, in relation to women, neurodiversity, men, disabled, less able, all of those things. What are there you can see in the government levels or in the organization levels, they can improve this?
Well, I think about a year ago, actually, we were discussing racism, institutionalized racism and discrimination. Because in any given organization, say like the government statutory services and so on, so you've got doctors, healthcare, you've got police, you've got council office and things like that. If you look at the ratio of men and women, say in Southampton Civic Centre, there are a lot more upper class white men than there are women. There are a lot more white men than there are Asian men or black men. There are, do you have any Eastern Asian? Do you have any, Southern Asian and stuff? It's very rare that you will get a woman, an Asian, a Muslim. Why? Why are organizations specifically recruiting upper class white men for their roles? Why do they discriminate against it? Even, for example, in our local school, there were no senior members of staff who weren't white. There were men and women, but they were all white. And I questioned this, and I said, in this day and age where it's diversity and inclusion, and we're all, we should all be given a fair chance at everything, where are the non-white people? There aren't any.
So how
that makes me.
This barrier?
What's that? What's the barrier?
How we overcome this barrier? Because you can still see these differences.
Yeah, I think maybe make it compulsory. Maybe government can make it compulsory that every organization, like they do, for example, I think it's in disability law and equality law that you have to recruit a certain percentage of your workforce has to have a disability. And I think that's part of UK legislation. Perhaps we need to amend that to say it has to be a diverse force. You have to recruit a certain percentage of women, coloured, Asian, South, have it so it's fair. Because in a private organization, you can't dictate to them who they recruit. They might say, we didn't have a good candidate, so we had to recruit a white one or a male or whatever. Perhaps it needs to be part of legislation to make it equal. So the Equality Act, which dictates that we should all be treated equally, no discrimination, we need to make it compulsory that you give everybody a fair chance.
I totally agree with you. I do agree with this, but this topic, I was talking to someone previously, and to everyone, if you're watching this live webinar, I am Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Zenzi Marketing Agency, and we have Arsia from the Phoenix Raising. So we are talking today on International Women's Day, and we're going to be talking more. So on your comments on the specific quota, I was talking to someone that, okay, why don't we have a specific quota? But on the legislation, if there is 25 different things, if you hire one specific tick boxes, you are not legally binding. That's another problem, because, we have men, women, Asian and Black and all other communities here, disabled people, neurodivergent people. So if you hire any of them with this full list of categories, you are covered. Yeah. So if you wanted to say that, okay, you will have proportionate wise, how can you solve these problems? Because they might say, okay, I hired a white neurodivergent person. Okay.
Well, maybe it needs to be. I hate the word tick boxing, because what I find is a lot of institutions get round things by just tick boxing. So I'll give you an
Yes.
example. Okay, my son's school, in order to show, I believe, in order to show that they are supporting children with neurodiversities and additional needs, they give them a pass to go to a wellbeing hub if they feel overwhelmed for 5 minutes. Now, I said to them, so a child walks upstairs to the wellbeing hub, 5 minutes. By the time he's got there, it's 5 minutes, he's coming back. So if a child has a meltdown, is overwhelmed, is like feeling really unwell or whatever, how can 5 minutes help them? Because I know from personal experience, if you have a PTSD meltdown, it could be half an hour, could be a whole day. You don't know how long it's going to take before you get back. So I actually said to them, is this part of a tick box exercise that if anybody asks for statistics and anybody asks, what do you do for neurodivergent or additional needs children? We give them a wellbeing pass. We have 20 people on a wellbeing pass. Children can go out. They're not seeing that it's only 5 minutes and it's literally go out the door, time to come back, let's come back. I find a lot of people can find loopholes in legislation, can find loopholes in anything really, just to get out of it. So it's really difficult to monitor this kind of thing. I think trying to enforce this kind of thing would be really difficult. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe our audience can make some suggestions as to how do we get around this problem.
I totally agree with you, because when you discuss and research more about these things, you find all the loopholes, and we need to fix those loopholes, and as well as fix people. Like, okay, if you are a person and you can hire someone, you have to hire with your thinking and with your better mind, I would say, not like worse mind that, okay, you're going to be hiring all those people that you like or love, okay, like, the leaders, what they do, they only took those people, they praise them. On those people, they criticize them, or critical criticisms, they don't hire them because they don't like them either. So we're just going to continue our conversation. Before I go back to my conversation, to all the audiences, we are doing an in-person event on next Thursday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Fairham Innovation Center. So this is the events we are doing from Andy Business Club, and we're going to be talking to all the in-person attendees. What legislation do we need to change for neurodivergent people if they are accepted to the community, workplace, education, businesses, and all other things? So please stay tuned and look in my profile and Anna Bromington profile. So if you wanted to join, feel free to join us on next 13th at the Fairham Innovation Center. So thank you, Arzia. It was a really interesting conversation. We wanted to go to our next segments, fostering inclusive work environments. Okay, we understand that there are gaps out there. They need to be addressed. Yes, we have come across lots of developments. We thank you to the British people that they have made this adjustment for us, because I came from outside of the UK. I didn't born here. You can, and as well as I'm Asian, okay? But I lived half of my lives here. So this culture and this country is my country. If I go back to Bangladesh, I cannot stay there because I think that I left something in the UK, okay? I have to go there because that's my place now. So in relation to fostering inclusive work environments, what else we can do? Maybe the role of business, supporting women leaderships and neurodivergent, or policies or mentorships for specific business purposes. What we can do?
I think, say for example, let's take neurodiversity. I don't know if that word has been around for longer. I've only heard it for the last 2-3 years, maybe, being used, and it's used a lot now. You hear it everywhere. Whereas a few years ago, 5 years ago, I never heard the word. I didn't even know there was a word like that existed. And I think we need to educate people more. So, for example, when you think about ADHD, you think about a little boy at school jumping about and being really hyperactive and not sitting down and not being able to concentrate. The amount of adults, men, women, that have ADHD that haven't realized they have, the amount of, say, women, it's International Women's Day, the amount of women that are being diagnosed. So it's educating people. So, for example, just came to mind, right? I went to a radio station and I was going to do a show. for this radio station. And I wanted to be really honest, because previously when I've been elsewhere, I haven't told them my history. I haven't told them any of my affects. I didn't know I had a lot of the affects and things, but I saw that caused problems later, that I hadn't told them about these things. So I'm going to be really honest. So almost in the first meeting, I just blurted out everything. The person that was interviewing me or checking me or whatever went like, whoa. And he said, it's all very well people being open about all of their issues. If they've got neurodiversity, if they got like trauma affects, if they got PTSD, whatever, it's great. No, he didn't even say it's great. He said it's all very well that people are very open about their things, but nobody teaches us how to deal with it. And I was thinking, what training do you want? I'm trying to be honest with you and tell you that I have these issues in case there's a barrier later, to make sure you know from the beginning that I have these. But it's not that I can't perform. It's not that I'm not going to be good at my job. It's not that I'm not going to try to do my job as best as I can, like everybody else. I just want you to know that I might be a bit hyper one day. It's because I have ADHD. I might have a bit of a trigger. I've got PTSD, whatever. But that negative reaction I got from him then made me doubt. Maybe I shouldn't be honest. Maybe I need to carry on masking like I have been all my life. It's almost like we can't win. If we're honest and open and tell people, they think, whoa, no, like you said, they're not going to hire you. They don't want you to work there. You're a weirdo. But then there may be lots of people that have worse things than I do, but don't tell you. And then later on, you find out this person has got worse conditions and things. So what is the answer? Are we open and honest, or do we mask and pretend we have no issues, and then we go to work and we can't do our job the next day? You just don't know what you're expected to do. Unfortunately, the way I am, whether it's because of ADHD, whether it's because I have PTSD, whether it's because of my history of trauma, I'm very honest and open. I hate lying. I hate pretending. I hate masking. I hate not being myself. I need to be myself to be happy. And that, what I'm teaching myself and what I'm learning more and more is, if someone can't accept me how I am, then I don't want to work with them. I don't want to be there. So I actually told this person that I don't want to work there, because I can't go in every day feeling uncomfortable, knowing that he's having an issue with me and he's making me feel uncomfortable and he's making me question who I am. There's nothing wrong with who I am. Yes, I have these issues. I can't see anybody else living the life that I have and not have any issues whatsoever. The fact that I am not in a psychiatric unit, or I am not drinking myself into oblivion, I am functioning, I'm saving lives, I'm supporting 14,000 people every day, is testament to my resilience and my strength.
I totally agree with you, because when most neurodivergent people, I have seen that they, some of them, not all of them, most of the neurodivergent people, they can't mask, but some of them they can mask, and I think it's a good way to hide it. Why I'm saying it's good way? Because I suffered myself. To be open to people, I suffered myself, regardlessly of my color, regardlessly of my brain, regardlessly of my capacity. It doesn't matter really. I suffered because I was open about my conditions. I was open about what I am. So I think it's better if you hide it and then later you disclose it. And it's another thing. I was talking to some other people as well, and they said, no, we hide it. Because why we hide it? Because we've been treated as negatives in many occasions, and that's why we did it. But usually that's shouldn't be the way. That's
what I'm saying. So what I believe, and what our discussion is, I believe today, is, why do people have to hide who they are? Why do we have to mask who we are? Why do we have to pretend to be something different? We need a society, a community, a workforce, an environment that we can be open about who we are. We can feel comfortable who we are, knowing that we won't be judged, we won't be discriminated against, we won't be mistreated, we will be given equal opportunities and everything, and people will accept us as we are. And I love this quote, which I use quite often in my group and with my clients, is, to love someone exactly as they are is the loudest way to love them. If you can accept somebody for everything they are and everything they're not, with all their quirks and shortcomings, that is the best way you can love someone.
I totally agree. So thank you, everyone. And thank you all the viewers you're watching this webinar. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask us to the comment box. If it's not, we're going to be continuing our conversation. We're going to be ending our session really a little bit earlier because it's Ramadan and I'm fasting. So it's iftar is 6 o'clock. So I need to prepare for the iftar. And if anyone watching this webinar, Ramadan Kareem, to everyone, Muslim and non-Muslim. And we are talking today for International Women's Day, and we will continue our conversation to the next segments. You know, we talk about STEM, okay, and as well as business and entrepreneurships. In relating with the women, we can see there are less women there rather than men. So in respect of our family, if we say, okay, family, what we need to change for more women to go to science, technology related subject rather than arts or cultural subjects?
I think as a society and as a culture and community and stuff, historically, there is a lot of gender bias and stereotype. So for girls, it's pink, for boys, it's blue. For girls, it's dolls, for boys, it's cars. So I think when it comes to occupation and the working force and the work environment, it's the same. So women are geared towards and encouraged towards home economics and those kind of soft professions, whereas men are more geared towards science, engineering, medicine and things. So it's changing people's stereotypes. Say, for example, parents. So I've got 4 boys. I've always been open with my 4 boys. Whatever they find interesting or enjoy or want to do or have a talent for, I'm happy for them to do it. At one point, my second son wanted to do breakdancing. Now, as a Bengali, you will know that Bengali and Asian and Muslim people do not encourage music and breakdancing. That's no career. I said, if my son is happy and he's good at it and he wants to do it and he can make a career for himself and he can pay for his bills, he can do it, because I'm not going to be there to live his life for him or to pay for his bills or whatever. He has to do it. So I think we need more openness and more willingness for parents to accept their children as they are. So neurodivergent children, you know, a lot of parents might not realize their children has a neurodiversity if they have autism, dyslexia or ADHD and stuff. So we will always try to conform our children into these boxes that, you know, children should do this, children should do that. We don't value and we don't celebrate their differences, and we don't celebrate that they may enjoy doing something completely different. Like my son likes to dig up mud and dirt and stuff. Now, as a parent, it's like, oh my God, he's getting muddy and dirty. But actually, he could become an archaeologist from that. I don't know. You know, it's like looking at the bigger picture. You know, he wants to be picking up stones and sticks all day. Well, I don't really want a house full of stones and sticks and his pockets and everything dirty, but he could make an amazing career from that when he's older. Maybe I should encourage him to and celebrate his differentness. You know, one boy was he loved football, and as Asian parents, we think sports just a fun thing.
Yeah.
Let's put towards engineering, medical, and lawyer. But he could become a top football player and earn millions and millions of pounds. He was actually a very good football player, actually. So I think more people need to be open. More people need to stop stereotyping. A girl can't play sports. Well, why can't a girl play sports? Boys shouldn't be doing cooking and the feminine things. Why can't we encourage boys to, you know, there's just top chefs who are cooks, you know. It is gender bias, it's discrimination, it's stereotypes that we need to challenge as a society to encourage more women to go into the fields like engineering and science and things. And then it's the workforce as well. So, for example, you have women in, say, the army or the police force or the predominantly male environments who are then harassed, who have sexual harassment, you know, who are bullied, who are picked on, who are treated as less than. We need to challenge those stereotypes. We need to challenge those mentalities, those toxic environments that do not allow women to thrive in any industry that they choose to.
I totally agree with you, Ursia. It's been a pleasure talking to you today. And we just have 5 more minutes as we're going to be ending our session in 5 minutes' time. So, end of this session, I just wanted to ask you what message you wanted to give it to the people, women, mothers, sisters, wives. They are watching this webinar, maybe now or later. what message really you wanted to give it to them, to think about the International Women's Day, not for 1 week, they think about the entire year, entire lives.
I think as women, we are amazing. I mean, everybody's amazing. I think everybody's amazing. Everybody's fabulous and all that cushiony, fluffy stuff. But as women, we have to deal with so much. So we have to give birth to children, for example. We have periods and menopause and all of that stuff, all the baby related stuff. We have to run the home. Predominantly, women are expected to run the home, to work, to look after the children, to sort out the appointments and all the everyday thing. So we are multitasking. We are doing 10 different things at once. Leaving home in the morning, we have already been up at 5 o'clock in the morning. We've got washing on, we've got dishes in, we've got breakfast sorted, we've got lunch, dinner sorted. We've had to think about we are juggling. So career women who are in the working industry and stuff, have to juggle so many hats on any given day. And I think we need to celebrate how fabulous and amazing and resilient women are and how strong we are, because historically and culturally, women are looked on as the weaker sex, and they're weak, they need protecting. No. And actually, I've just said this quote to somebody before I came to this, is she needed a hero, so she became one. Don't look to anybody else to be your hero, to come and rescue you. You are the only person that can rescue yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't trust in your own powers, if you don't believe that you are worthy of love and respect and, having the careers and having the promotions and earning the money and things, nobody else will give you that respect. You have to have confidence in yourself. You have to love and respect and feel worthy, then expect it from anybody else. So I think, a lot of people come out of toxic relationships and toxic environments and they don't feel they deserve anything. You are worthy. You have always been worthy. You have always been enough. Learn that, accept it, tell yourself every day, look in the mirror and tell yourself how beautiful you are, how amazing you are, how intelligent you are, how worthy and how enough you are. And then go out into that world and you expect that from anybody. Anybody who gives you anything less, walk away. Say no. Say, I deserve better than that. I deserve better than the breadcrumbs that you are offering me. I want 100%. And if you can't give me 100%, then I am better off without you.
I totally, I would say, is a $1 million advice. I would say I was driving on the other day, and in Southampton there are buses, and on the back of the buses is written $1 million journey in 1 hour to Isle of Wight. Okay, that attracted me. The way they portrayed it, that the way you say it is $1 million advice. If you don't trust yourself, nothing will happen. I give my example all the time. I don't want to go into detail, but I have seen my worst time and my good time. And if I did not trust myself, and if I did not push myself in a way, I wouldn't be this me. I wouldn't be here. So thank you, Arsia. Thank you, everyone who is watching this webinar. We had a very, very nice session today, and I hope you will enjoy the replay. And last remark to the audience.
I just had something in my head, but it shows my ADHD. It literally was in my head when you were talking, and now that you started talking, it's like, what was that thing I was just going to say as the last remark, and it's completely gone. So I don't know if I'm going to wrap up, and if it comes to me, I will say it definitely.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's just completely gone out of my head. I'm tired and it's the end of the day. So, I mean, if anybody follows me on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever, I'm always posting memes. I'm always posting my sayings. Please follow me. Please join Phoenix Rising if you need any help and support on trauma or anything like that. Add me on Facebook, add me on LinkedIn. I quite often meet people for coffee and lunch and breakfast and have a chat in the community if people need support with anything. So anything, advocacy support, interpreting. So I speak Bengali, Hindi, Urdu. I do professional interpreting. I'm trying to help the ethnic and Black and ethnic minority communities. I'm at a lot of events and I'm around a lot. So come up to me, say hello, introduce yourselves, add me. go on my Facebook and find all my quotes, because my head is completely empty right now and I can't think
That's
what
okay.
I
I think there's enough information for us for the next live, Arzia. Please stay on the line. I'm just going to say bye-bye to the audience. Thank you everyone for joining today's live. I'm very sorry that we have to cut it down to 45 minutes instead of an hour. Normally I do 1 hour live webinar and podcast. So I hope you have enjoyed our International Women's Day live webinar with Arzia Basik. If you need anything, please feel free to follow us and Arzia on our socials, LinkedIn, and all other social media. We will have another live tomorrow afternoon, 4 to 5 p.m. We're going to be talking about specifically marketing and how you can reduce your marketing cost and grow your business. I also will have some more lives. As you know, I do regular lives every week, and I will welcome you all other lives that I'm doing. Until then, stay tuned. Have a blessed time. Have a great weekend, and bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today's live webinar. We have a little bit of technical issues, but it's been resolved. So as usual, we have started our live webinar. Specifically, you know that we are doing this live webinar with Anna Brevington co-hosting these events from ND Business Club. And it's 2 years we are doing it. It's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a long time. And it's just flown by. It's flown by.
Yeah.
It feels like we only started yesterday, but hopefully, or in those 2 years, we've helped some neurodiverse founders.
Yeah. So this year, in December, we're going to be completing 2 years of our ND Business Club. We have a vision to support ND individuals, entrepreneurs, and those people they wanted to work and as well as do business. And we have produced more than 20 episodes of individual webinar, and we will. You can find it on our YouTube channels and as well as on LinkedIn as well. And if you find something useful from here, then that will be our achievements. So Anna, today we're going to be discussing business development for ND founders. And earlier, we recorded a podcast, the business curve podcast that Anna is doing, creating the curve. Yeah. We talk about ND founders and the gaps and how we can work with them. So today, I think, Anna, we extend that conversation to the next levels, because, when we talk about ND founders, until they find out their gaps, it's too late.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm an ND founder. I remember thinking, why can't I finish a project? And why can't I keep procrastinating? And it's funny that actually my business sort of stalled quite significantly because of my ADHD traits, but I didn't know I actually had ADHD because I've only just been diagnosed 3 months ago. But I sort of found out a couple of years ago that I may have it. And my business is 4 years old now. So, I started going through those bits of why am I doing this to myself? Why is things not going quite right? And I didn't realize because I didn't realize I had ADHD, and because of that ADHD, there were gaps in sort of not my skill set, but my behaviors maybe, and areas that for running a business you need. I'm very ideasy. I have loads of ideas, but those ideas kind of sometimes just go and disappear into the ether and nothing happens. Whereas I'm always jealous because Dr. Shah he's not just a thinker, he's a doer as well. So he gets stuff done and he organizes everything and it's brilliant. And I'm like, actually, I think I need some of those skill set, because when you're in business, if you're always thinking and not doing, nothing much happens. So often I'm actually surprised when something does happen in my business, because I get in the way all the time.
Yeah, I think creating the curve is a huge milestone for you, and you have completed so many episodes till now. And we started 2 years back on the Fairham Innovation Center that will start and the Business Club, and from there we gradually crawling down and completing each of the episode and those things. And now after 2 years, we can see that yes, we have done significant progress developing these podcasts and talking about individual problems, solving indie founders. And we also learn from there because, everything that we do, there is a learning curve as well as a teaching curve that you teach people. And you also learn from them because every person is different and every task is different because the task is modified with the person that you're going to be helping with. And specifically, we wanted to discuss today what biggest growth challenge Andy Founders faces today. So, do you think, as I'm Andy Founders, similarly, I did not know my problems. I had lots of problems, and I did not know before. I knew that I'm autistic. I knew I'm dyslexic before, but I did not know how to support me or how to get supported from the community and so on. So there is a biggest challenge and a gap, I would say, for many of our Andy founders that there isn't enough resources, there isn't enough funding, there isn't a lot of other things that we are not capable to fulfill our work properly.
Yeah, that is the thing. When I started down the path of things like access to work and everything, it was just an offhand comment that, of getting the support that from people. And then, it was one thing, like once you start finding out about one thing, you find it spirals. So I started joining Facebook groups, following people on social media that had ADHD that were talking about strategies. And then I started listening to podcasts, and it's weird because once you start going down thinking, oh, actually there is some support out there, there's a lot. But the one thing that I didn't find a huge amount of was business support. So this is why I'm glad that we've started what we're doing, because it was lots of live support. I think it's Alex Partridge who does the podcast and the book Now It All Makes Sense. That was very much about life, and it's supported me a lot in that way. But when it comes to business, I think there's not as much support, or it's not talked about enough, from support like what we do, but also, we've talked about on previous episodes, access to work, PIP, some of these areas that can help. Even I do a lot of work in sort of grants and funding, and there are grants and funding to help disabled business owners as well. I mean, not loads of them, but there are little bits around, and you can sort of accumulate sort of like some help here and there. But actually, unless you go digging for it, it's really hard to find, isn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree with you because I did not know about access to work. I did not know a lot of other grant and funding, but mostly what I have seen when you work with indie individuals, they have a huge knowledge about a lot of different things, but they don't have adequate knowledge on how they can get supported from government, how can they get funding from local government or any other funding opportunities. And I think mostly ND people, they are introverted, so that's why they don't want to go and mingle with different groups and different people and different organizations. So that's why initially they suffered specifically because I am a receiver of access to work. The support I receive from them is huge because some of the things I'm very good at, but some of the things I need support. And if someone is supporting that and as well as paying that, that's a great add-on. And it also stir my work to the different levels because the work I used to do usually before the support was aided to me, I can compare that and now, like, okay, I can do more work now because I don't need to think about my spelling mistake. I don't need to think about my scheduling. I don't need to think about what I'm going to be doing next. So if someone is doing that for me, that's a great add-on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same. So a few of my favorite bits I got from Access to Work was a system that I can dictate into, and then AI converts it into a bit like sort of Otter AI sort of thing. It's called Caption Ed, and you talk into it because I verbalize a lot. I have fibromyalgia and ADHD, so not only is my brain going 50 million miles, but particularly in the winter, like at the moment, my hands are very seized up. And I struggle to type. And so for me to be able to, the freedom I now have that I can verbalize what I'm thinking into Caption Ed, and it will translate it, but it'll also fix it for me as well a little bit as I go, is fantastic. And then I also have Claro Read, which is they have the mind mapping software that they've got in there is fantastic for me to organize my thoughts. Really nice software. And also it reads back to me as well. So I can use it to read web pages. So if it's too long and wordy, it reads back to me. And it's just sort of simple tools that are just give me a little bit of help here, there, and everywhere. I also, outside of Access to Work, I pay for ChatGPT, and that's really good for. We talk about that quite regularly about these AI processes that they are really good for putting your ideas in, helping to stimulate your brain, get it going, and sometimes step away from the overwhelm. So I use those, and then I've got some admin support who, because my biggest area is organisation. She's been great. She's helping me organise my podcast. So contacting people, making a process that I can follow, and all this sort of that to most people probably seems like quite simple stuff. But to me, these small bits are actually stopping my business growing at the rate it should, because it was getting in the way, and there was all these sort of little gaps along the way that were the problems that I had. I don't take ADHD medication at the moment, so my brain is still full of bees. Although I'm thinking about trying it when I've been put in for the 10-month wait or whatever it is to try it. So my brain's always full of bees. So what I like to do is just take the little bees out and give them to my assistant, and she'll help organise them for me. So I know someone says that ADHD is like having all your tabs open. Imagine being able to just give a few of those tabs to someone else to organise and take away that mental load. Because I also have fibro as well. I get quite low energy. So, trying to overcompensate for ADHD plus getting tired through fibro, that energy depletes quite quickly. And then I end up in pain and difficulty, and particularly it's quite seasonal as well. So in the winter, my arms and hands get really painful. So all of this just helps me work a little bit faster. And it's not the solution to everything. I think some people it might solution, but the thing is, I still got ADHD and I still got fibro, so it's not taking the pain away as such, and it's not taking the ADHD away, like the negative sides of it. But and I still have to do things like I have to tell my assistant that I need something done, which can be hard for me. So it's not the perfect solution. I don't think there is a perfect solution, but it's just sort of like that equalizing things a little bit, isn't it? It's just helping.
I totally agree with you, because ND founders, they sometimes don't think about the depth of their work. That's one thing. Second thing, I work with a lot of ND founders that they cannot prioritize their work. There's another thing, because most of the way that we have brilliant ideas, but what ideas do we want it to carry on at that time, and based on the business as well, because the geography you are in, the business domain you are in, as well as the customer you're going to serve. So if you have a brilliant idea and you want to grow that idea to the next levels, either you have to have funding, or you have to have like proportionate decision making. Like, okay, you have a brilliant idea, but that idea is not appropriate for the time being. Maybe that is appropriate 5 years later. But what you should do? Should you just wait, or we would do something to grow that idea to the next levels, and then it comes up with working along with multiple projects on those things. And I have found that most of the ND business people, they have like huge ideas, and they don't work with a business coach, I would say, like you and me, to prioritize those ideas to the next levels. They don't do enough research. We go by our heart, not our brain. That's one thing, because when you go for your heart, you love it, you're going to do it. But it's not like your brain, what really the situation, or what really the atmosphere or the community want from you. And that times we struggle a lot.
Yeah, and I think it's sometimes, because I think we talked about this on my podcast, but it's around, as sort of neurodiverse people in the world, the world isn't designed for us, and we have a lot of stuff in our brains all of the time, and knowing where to focus and concentrate when we're trying to deal not just with the business but with life in general. If you're, I see my son going through life of, it's too, he struggles to do schoolwork. He's really bright, really switched on, but actually he's fallen behind behind what the average is in school. And it's not that he can't do it, it's because the classroom's too noisy. There's this. And I feel like, as a business owner, that's similar, because like you said, you can't see that sort of wood for the trees. There's so much going on as a business owner. Where do I focus? How do I make this better for myself, when actually I'm trying to cope with being overstimulated all the time, with overwhelm, with coping with maybe if you've got other conditions like pain and tiredness and all of this. And then this is why I tend to go more on those feelings, because that's all that I've got left. There's no brain power left. I'm going with the feelings. What do I feel like doing? What feels best? Because actually there's nothing left here. I've used it all up, and it's too overwhelmed. So then I'll just go on. So I fancy doing that today, because I'm going on my feeling, because actually I couldn't cope with picking something maybe that is too overwhelming or too much, or putting that thought into that. I'm just like, I need something that's low overwhelm, but actually that might not be the thing that's getting me forward. Like the other day, I spent 2 days on a new membership platform having a look at it, because I, once again, shiny new object, thought that that might be better for our customers. Luckily, in the end, after 2 days, I decided it wasn't right, and it was just me testing it out. But then I could have spent that 2 days marketing, because it doesn't matter what platform I'm on, I need to do the marketing for it. So, but I really like testing out new platforms, and because my brain was really tired, it picked the path of least resistance, the thing I was enjoying. And so I find that really hard. It's difficult to prioritize when the world is just overwhelming you generally.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But in that scenario, what I have suffered myself, and the solution I have come across with, is just like working with a opposite characteristics. Like, okay, I don't like writing things, but I would work someone different that he will or she will like to write things. And similar way, I don't like accounting, so I need someone to work with that they like accounting. So in that way, it balanced. So what I have suffered my previous lot of business I did, I was very worst on accounting and very worst of communication and those things. So I'm very good at planning. I'm very good at execution. So I can work with team nicely, and I can communicate and finish product on time. But when you ask me, okay, do accounting, how do you balance, how do you grow the business, how do you know every bits and pieces, how much you are spending, I'm very bad on that. So what I have learned from this mistake, that I need someone that they can support me with this. And now even if I don't like it, I have my business development director, and he will say, I have to sit with you today, and this is today. There isn't an escape, and I have to. And if you don't do that, there's going to be big trouble for you. So these things, it's equally prioritizing these things. Like, okay, you need to listen to someone that the gaps you have will steer your work to the next levels. Like, we are human, and as an Andy person, we have different development needs and as well as goals. So when you cannot prioritize those goals, you need to find someone to grow with you, to work with you. It's just like sharing the stake with someone that will give you bigger opportunities.
Yeah, it's that gap analysis, isn't it? You know, my new assistant, she fills all the gaps. She's much more of a doer than I am. She's still creative because I still need someone with that creative bent, but she really likes marketing. But she's one of the people, like, for example, I have loads of ideas for marketing and they just stay in my head. But she's like a platform specialist. She's used to putting like TikToks up, Instagram up, you know, different social posts. So she's good at planning and scheduling that content. So what we can do is I can download my brain on what types of content I want, and she can start scheduling it in. And then all she needs to do is say, Anna, make this video, or Anna, write this bit of content, because that's what I need. I need that accountability, sort of what you're talking about, the accountability. That's why I started the podcast, because my podcast is every month and it goes live, every week, and it goes live on a Monday. And I know that people listen to it on a Monday morning. So if my podcast isn't there, that's letting them down. And so that accountability keeps me going. I've just released my 30th episode. I mean, it's the first time I've ever done 30 of anything. So it's quite surprising. And I've managed to get it. So yeah, and I take it one step at a time. It's like 1 year, then I'll get to 2 years. You know, we've been going 2 years now. It's just that step by step, but actually that accountability side is where that's where I thrive. If someone is expecting something and you know you can't get out of it, then that's my sort of key thing. And the thing is, once you know that, it's like, how do you benefit from that? How do I make that accountability into every step of what I'm doing? For me, sometimes not a checkpoint isn't enough. I need something quite big, like, for example, going live to an audience or knowing that people are sitting there. So, for example, I need to get 2 roller banners done. And actually, I need them done because like my background when I'm videoing doesn't look fabulous. I want to do some new videos. I'm still doing videos. It hasn't stopped me doing videos, but actually it's getting quite urgent now because I need to do some courses. But I can't quite get myself over that line of doing it, and it's trying to work out your psychology of what's going to help you do it, you know. So it's it is a bit of self-reflection, I think, a lot of the time.
I totally agree with you, because you know, we talk about what growth challenge we faces for Andy founders every day. There will be challenge, but you need to also overcome from those challenges, because if you feel all the time that you have a challenge environment and you do not change your tactics, then you're stuck with a job. Like, okay, you are not trying to overcome your barriers and implement different tactics. So I have found that when I work with any Andy personalities, it's just like my strictness, because I know what I have done in my past, and we talk about our age last last episode, that I am experienced like 25 years, including my learning curve and all those things. So those curves and those learning that I have overcome, I can easily understand a newcomer. I can easily understand a business in the perspective of the current situation. Like, okay, if they need social media, if they need a video, if they need a business growth, or if they need a versatile software. But things with a newcomer, it's not like that way. They think that, okay, they know everything, they can solve everything, but it's not that the way the business works. You cannot solve things in 1 or 2 days. You need experience, expertise, or you need to hire people to solve those things that you cannot do.
Yeah, you do. And it's that sort of what you were talking about earlier, about that sort of balancing everyone in the team out. You know, I love people that are new to a role where they've got all that energy and fresh ideas, but then you need the balance of people that are experienced. And then, like you were saying, and I think we were talking about this on my podcast, where you were saying about, you know, focus on a couple of skills per each person, you know, because what we're doing, you know, you said about we expect everyone to have all of these skill sets, which is this huge range of skill sets, which actually becomes overwhelming. And everybody can't be good at everything. And it's hard in small businesses where you don't have many people. But, you know, for example, I mentioned earlier, I'm quite creative. And people get the best out of me if I'm being creative, ideasy, innovation. You know, in my business or in any place I work, I always have, you know, you have to do admin and planning, but we have to admit that that isn't my strongest skill set. And the thing, like you were mentioning on the podcast, that, well, you know, let's just admit that that's not your strongest skill set. Let's fill the gaps. They have someone that's really good at planning and stuff, and then someone who's really good at creatives, and you know, they work together really well. And because the thing is, the last thing you need is to try and, if someone's really good at creativity and things like that, the last thing you want to do is spend your time going, oh, actually, I want you to do loads of admin and I want you to do loads of this stuff, because but that's not what they're good at. You know, you're trying to hire them for something or force them into a box that they're not good at. And actually that will take away, if they're spending all the time doing stuff they hate, that, you know, I know if I'm doing loads of admin, actually my creativity dulls a little bit because I'm overwhelmed. I'm straining myself to do something else. So I love this idea, this concept you said about sort of gaps, partnering people up with different skill sets, concentrating on a couple, because, you know, there's not many people, I don't know any that are absolute experts in creativity, admin, planning, you know, all of these. I mean, I think as neurodiverse people, we're quite broad in our skill sets a lot of time, but even us, we have our specialities. And I always find that's always been my struggle, where someone said, oh, you've got to be good and do this, and this, but also do your main skill set as well. And it doesn't always work. You're not getting the best of people, are you?
No, you can't do that, because as I said that earlier on, you're creating the curve. Like, you can have main characteristics, main expertise, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, sometimes even more, based on your experience and your age as well, because you need to, age plays a vital role of your learning curves. Because otherwise, if you are 17 years old and you think that, okay, you are doing business for 15 years, that will not support you, because you may started your business at 12, and then now you are 17 years old. Yes, you have some learning curves, but the age is different, because with age you fulfill, you learn, and it's just like trial and error, isn't it? You learn something, you made mistake, you rectify those, and you succeed. So you know that there is a saying that the more mistakes or more failure you have, the more success you're going to be. Why? Because you learn different things. You learn steps. You learn how to make it right on the second time. So that's the way I think the Andy founders, they should think. Like, yes, you have great skill sets, and that skill sets maybe in particular domain. So you need to find someone opposite that you can't do, or maybe it will take you time to learn those skills. So you can find someone and learn those skills with a period of time, 2 to 3 years, and then you can say, okay, I have one skill set, so I'm a good developer, and then I have learned with someone, and then now I can say, okay, I'm a very much a good organizer. I was an organizer before, so I have another skill set ticked. So that's way your skill set will grow. So
do you know what? It's funny, because I started this business, I think I was about, I was just going to say, I started my first business. You really resonated with me there. I started my first business around 24, 25. And actually, I sit here now going, if I knew then what I knew now, my first business would have been totally different, that age thing, because the amount I know about business, I'm on my 4th business now. I'm a bit of a serial business opener. And if I opened mine was a web agency. And it was early days. So this was sort of 2024. Sorry, not 2004. And I had a web agency because I started life as a programmer. So really early, so there wasn't as much competition back then. But I was really experienced. I didn't know anyone that owned their own business. No men. Exactly what you were saying. And it was very me, and I ended up closing after a couple of years because it was too much, you know, for someone so young to, when I had no one to really talk to about it. And but if I'd known now, you know, particularly how big the web became and how popular it came with, you know, I could have had a huge agency, but it wasn't the right time for me. I was very young, and it was difficult. You know, now, like my business, you know, at the moment I've just pivoted it because I'm still, you know, 46, still working out what works with me and my ADHD, and actually my new pivot works really, really well. So I'm finally at age 46 found something that I love doing, and it's teaching and training and having a community. But yeah, it's that learning as you go along. What you said just so resonated with me, because what I know now compared to 25 years ago is hugely different.
I totally agree with you. So we have a few more questions from the audience. Thank you everyone for joining our live webinar. And you know, I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui, and I have Anna Brewington from ND Business Club. And we're going to be trying to answer some of your questions, because we have a lot of other things to discuss with this webinar. And we are nearly halfway through. So I get one, the first one: how ND entrepreneurs balance innovation with structure? You mean business structure?
Yeah, that's a tough one, because in some ways they almost feel opposite ends of the scale, because innovation is around change, and and I know particularly from an ADHD background that actually we do love a bit of innovation, but we struggle with the structure. But actually I find that if you have the structure underlying, innovation is a bit more controlled and productive. And that's where I definitely struggle, because with anything, if you've got processes and structure, I'm a huge fan of talking about exit plans and business goals, where your business is going, because actually without that underlying structure, innovation is almost meaningless if it's not taking you somewhere. You have to go. One of my favorite quotes is from Alice in Wonderland, and she's talking to the Cheshire Cat, and she said, or something around which way should I be going? And he says, well, where do you want to go? And she said, I don't know. And he says, well, no way is good for you, because you don't know where you want to go. So for me, I've been doing a lot of work with founders on sort of mission, vision, and end goals. Do you want to retire in 20 years with your business? Do you want to sell it? How much money do you do? I did an exercise with ChatGTP where I worked out, if someone was going to retire in 10 years, how much would they need in the bank to keep them going till like 90, earning a certain amount per month, so that they sort of could work out, actually I need, and it was worked out something quite high, about 800, 900,000 pounds in the bank. So if you've got that, then you work backwards and sort of work where you want to go. And then innovation layers on top of that. Right, how could I get to this money? Right, this is what's popular in the market. This is where the money is. So I need to innovate around this area, or I need to do something here, because I know that I might be able to sell my company for £1 million in 10 years or something. So you have to work backwards to that structure, because otherwise you could just innovate until you die and not really get anywhere. I mean, I've had loads of amazing. Do you know what my latest idea is? And it's never going to happen. But I kind of like fruit and want to eat more fruit. And what I want someone to invent is fruit dips, because I don't like fruit on its own, and I want something to dip it in, like some like chocolate or honey sauces, but like not standard, like some ones that really go with fruit. I'm never going to invent it, because so if someone could invent that would be really good. Now that's innovation. There's something that I think people would like. Has it got anything to do with my business? No. So does it take me towards my goal? Absolutely not. So should I invent fruit dips? Probably not. I'll leave it out there in the world, and someone else can invent it for me, so I can buy it. And that's that's how you have to, if you don't have that structure, know where your business is going to go. I could easily start learning, because that's what I would do. I would go and learn how to make fruit dips. I would make them in my kitchen, and then I would try and sell them. And then I'd have two random sides of my business going in two different directions. And that just doesn't work. So, you know, don't go, if you're doing AI, don't make fruit dips. You know, choose what direction you're going in.
Thank you, Omar, for your questions. And for me, I totally agree with you, Anna, because you know, you, as I said, as Andy founders, you might have millions of ideas, but you need to see that millions of ideas, prioritizing which one you wanted to go for and which bandwidth you have. And we are very good at reverse engineering, and we would say that whenever I think, I can think about 360 degree. Reverse engineering is a core characteristics of, I think, most of the Andy founders, because you can see the end and you can start the beginning. So as Anna said, that you need to know you have money. That's one thing, because without money, if you wanted to do business, you can't do that, because you need to pay people, because everyone works for money. So if you don't have money, you have to earn money to start your projects, or you need to partner with someone. Sometimes you don't need always money. Sometimes you can have opposite partner. They can help you those things that you aren't good at, but those things you share common views, but different bucket. So you have your personalities, you have different personalities, you can share benefits and all those things, but you grow your business in different directions, and that will support you. But if you think that, okay, most of the time we become very greedy, like, okay, I invented it and I wanted to the 100% things. At that time, most of the ideas will fall apart. Why? Because either you have to have money to hire those people to finish your work, or you have to engage with people with different characteristics to grow your business. Otherwise, you cannot. Like Anna, you say that, okay, a deep stake, but you don't have that expertise. But if you wanted to have this idea to grow this business, you need to find out someone, they have great enthusiasm, great idea, and they wanted to grow this business to the next levels. You might support them with specifically one or two things, but it's not your thing to do. But if you think about, okay, you wanted to grow an advertising business that you are doing, so that's your niche, that's you can do, that's you need someone to do, like the VA, some of the work, or maybe your business partner some of the work, and you grow together. So in that way, structure is very much needed for any business that you want to grow. So that's why we have different type of JD, we have different type of designation, like, okay, somewhat business development director, somewhat innovator, someone this, someone that. So this structure you mainly need, as well as the JD you also need, and the process you also need. Either you reverse engineer it, or either you think to go forward, like, okay, I wanted to start there and I need an end there. So business process, JD, structure is mostly any business they need to grow to the next levels.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's filling those gaps. I mean, I always talk about me and my business partner, and we're basically the same person. And it's lovely for harmonious sessions where we agree on everything, but then nothing gets done because I have ADHD. She thinks she probably has ADHD, or she has a lot of the traits. And we're too similar. And actually, this is why when I picked my assistant, we picked someone different, because we can do the strategic side and agree with each other, and then she can come in and say, oh, hang on a minute, or yeah, and get stuff done for us. So we finally filled that gap.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you. I have another question, like, how can Andy founders create a work environment that supports both themselves and their team? I think these questions, thank you for sending these questions, Saluddin. This question is crucial. Why? Because sometimes we think when you're asking questions is not good. But as an Andy founders, you might have millions of questions, and you need to ask those questions to be clarified the work you're going to be doing with your team, with your partner, and with your client. And that's really needed. And when you wanted to create a work environment, you need to value everyone from top to bottom, everyone. Otherwise, if you do not value them, you cannot create a great work culture.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love things like someone showed me when they take on a client, they have a form which is, how do you like me to work with you? And I love this. It's like, do I prefer email, text messages? Do I need lots of instructions? Do I need this? Do I need that? And I think things like that are quite nice for internal teams as well. It's that real openness culture of how, you know, are positives, but also not scared to talk about the things that we struggle with. Because a lot of the time, and we've talked about this before, Dr. Shah, haven't we, that people are scared to say about the things they struggle with at work, because then they get, you know, like stopped being invited for meetings and pushed to one side and passed over promotion. And, you know, what companies need to do is make it really open environment, really supportive, so people can just tell you what they need. Because every neurodiverse, you know, every person, not even neurodivergent people, everyone works differently. Introverts, extroverts, everyone. And actually, I love this idea of just saying, this is what works for me best. This is how I work with people. And us all just being very open. And I like, you know, when people give feedback, oh, I really struggled with the instructions you gave on that project because they weren't specific enough. You know, if you've got a really, what do they call it, psychological safety sort of type of business where people can just say and be honest, I find that's the best, because, you know, we could give you some sort of techniques, you know, and stuff. And there are some ones that you can use, but also just asking people what they need is, I find, is the best thing. And just thinking about, you know, how you run your meetings. Are they inclusive? Are they including people that need time to think? Do they include agendas that, you know, people need some pre-warning of what's going to happen? Do they let people that are introverts talk, or is it always the same voices? All of these type of things in every activity, just thinking about different personality types.
I totally agree with you, Anna, because if you do not value your colleagues, it doesn't matter they have a small knowledge or a big knowledge, or they work on a really entry-level jobs, or they work as a C-level jobs. It doesn't matter really. It matters that you value everyone. Sometimes idea can be created from the entry-level jobs, and you, as an expert, you can nurture that idea and grow that to the next levels. Because when you have something from entry-level people, they don't have the expertise you have, but they are innovative. They have the idea. So you can grab that idea and value them and work with them to fulfill and succeed what you wanted to do. I think mostly in ND community and overall non-ND community as well, they fail to understand that. So if I'm experienced, I will not value unexperienced people. And there is also, I have seen that I'm newcomer, I have great ideas, I don't value the experienced person either. So if you cannot marry those up together, like, okay, you are a team, you're going to be working with, listening to them, and as well as sometimes I have seen that you are like a person that is senior to a junior one in age. Like, okay, you are experienced, but someone below your age is your line manager. So how do you value those relationships? Because when you have a line manager, they are half of your age, and you have knowledge and expertise, but they have the creativity and those things. That's why they're sitting over there. So you need to work together, these gaps in between. Otherwise, you cannot grow.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it's just that, you know, I'm a big believer in, you know, if you've got junior people, getting them to talk in front of the senior ones and helping to build their confidence and you know, as when I grew more senior, sometimes I would go, it's a bit like undercover boss, where people go on the ground. I feel like those roles, you need to put yourselves in other people's shoes as well. So get the, I used to get my junior team members doing presentations to the C-suite, this is what we know about SEO, this is what we know about this. And actually the C-suite really appreciated it. The CFO once said to me, oh, no one's ever told me this before. This is really interesting. I didn't know this about marketing and how it worked. And he really appreciated it. And then it's really nice. I know that when I worked in retail, one of the places they would send you, when you first came there, you went and worked in a shop for the day. So that you didn't spend all of your life in head office and not actually realize what it's like on the ground. So just getting that sort of cross-pollination of everyone, I feel like a bit of an empathy, understanding each other. I also did things like an innovation lab where, once again, worked in retail. And we got everyone to just submit ideas, no matter what part of the business you're from. So they all felt included and seen. It's just this sort of like making it a really nice culture where everyone's seen, heard, can talk openly without this fear of retribution, which I think is quite a lot of companies. And this is where your company will struggle if people are not being their best person.
I totally with you, Anna. So we have a next questions. What common growth bottlenecks do ND founders face, and how can they avoid them?
Well, mine's always the doing. So I have the idea, and it gets to the idea, gets to like maybe the planning stage, and then actually I just don't do. And this is the thing, it can be different for lots of different founders. Some people that really struggle with the ideas side, and so they can't come up with the idea. But if someone gives them an idea, they can go and execute it. One of the biggest bottlenecks I find is sales and marketing, because weirdly, it's kind of strange that a lot of the ND founders I found that's the one they struggle most with. I think, some people, like you said earlier, a lot of people are introverted, don't like talking to people. And, from an ADHD perspective, marketing and sales is quite big topics and can be very overwhelming. You've got to decide who you're going to market to, where you are, where you're going to market to. And I think it's you have to find your own bottleneck. I know exactly what my bottleneck is. It is the doing. And I fulfilled that by getting a VA for me through Access to Work. That's helped me. But also trying to get, someone mentioned structure earlier, trying to get a bit of structure in place so that if I have an idea, is that take me through to, like, how can I get that all the way to actually actioning? And talking about the innovation that we talked about earlier, I do get shiny object syndrome problems. So I've just redone my business goals. They're almost the same, and my mission and vision to just, and actually I'm going to keep doing that yearly because I need to keep myself on track. And it's that eyes on the prize, isn't it? Where are you trying to go? But I think it's back to that honesty. You've got to be self-aware and honest with yourself. What is your problem? What is your bottleneck? What is causing it? Often it's you. I mean, I'm not going to be mean, but it is often, whether you're neurodivergent or not, it's often you or your business. But there's something normally quite high up that's causing a problem. Some of that might be that you're not delegating things. So there is. Self-reflection at this stage is very important.
Yes, I totally agree with you, because sometimes we have a tendency, and the people, and now it's more because people leveled some of the people, and the people they leveled us is superhuman. But for myself, I see it like, okay, we are not superhuman. Our genetic mutation is different with trial and error. So when you question yourself, like, okay, the things you wanted to do, is it right for your business? Are you making a good commitment with your team members? Are you following a strategic path that will give you some measurable outcomes. Those are the things you need to question yourself. Sometimes we carried out like, okay, I wanted to do this, and we engage so much, and at the end we don't think like, okay, what results we wanted to bring. So you need to think about the results first, and then reverse engineering it, and then lay out the bricks. Okay, I wanted to make a 20-foot bridge, and that bridge I wanted to go on the other side, and what I need, what are resources I need, what materials I need, who do I talk to? Because if I don't have expertise, I may have expertise that I'm a builder, but every trade, you don't have everything. So you need to combine with some of the people to finalize and to reach your goals. So that a way, and question yourself that, okay, question yourself, is it right? And how you can make it better. If you can self-reflect and self-judge yourself, you will be a good team player. You will listen to people, and you will value other people as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I know it's really harshly said about this sort of that self-reflection as blockers, but it is, if we're really serious about our business succeeding, and because this is our business, this is our money, this is our life, if you're really serious about that succeeding, you have to do the hard things. There's a quote that someone said, which was, the magic you are looking for is in the tasks that you are avoiding. And I love that, because, we're often looking for that. What's going to make me my million, what is it, Del Boy from Only Fools and Horses? This time next year, Rodney will be millionaires, he says. And, what is we're always going, he was always searching for the next big thing, the next big thing, next big thing. But, it's often in those things that we're avoiding, those blockers, that actually if we just manage to get round, what I think the problem is, and I do this too, it's the hard things. Sometimes you can't push yourself to do them, and that's what blocks you. For me, it is the doing. I push, and I'm like, I know I need to do it. I know I need to do it. And it hangs over like a black cloud over me of like, I really need to do this. Why am I not doing it? And it's very frustrating, but that's where, this sort of doing of marketing and reach out and things like that, that's my blocker. And, I've had to self-reflect quite a lot recently on what, give myself a slap around the face. What's going on? Why can't I do it? And some of it is, I have ADHD, I can't remove that. And there are chemical, genetic things that are going on in my brain and body that are stopping me doing that. And so back to what Dr. Shah was saying, I've got to find a way around that. I've got to find a way around that blocker. So once you're self-aware, what can you do? And sometimes it might be access to work might be able to help, get yourself an assistant, get yourself a partner. There are local things as well, like where I work at Fareham Innovation Centre sometimes, and we have like growth clinics that Hampshire County Council put on, Fareham Council put loads of stuff on. So actually there might be some local stuff that you can do that helps as well. So, do look out for those things that help you around those blockers, because they are frustrating. It is hard.
I totally agree with you. And another thing that I wanted to share here, like, you need to engage with people. Either you like it or dislike it. If you are a founder and if you wanted to have a business and support a community, I think the first thing is for you to move out from the barriers that you have introverted characteristics. You have to go out. You have to go to different groups, and there are lots of hundreds of different groups. They do business talks. They do a lot of other things. You don't need to be to engage every groups, but you can go over there and see them, and you will learn how they are doing businesses, and you will find some young people. You will find some experienced people over there, and you can self-judge yourself. And another thing I wanted to discuss in the last few minutes, Anna, NT people, they have self-doubt, like, okay, can I do it, or am I capable enough to do it? And as well as external biases, like, okay, so what people will say if I cannot do it, So in that scenario, how would you recommend yourself, or what you do as a ND founders?
Do you know what? It's something that's historical in us, because when we were children, there's a research, I think it's something like, is it neurodivergent children have something like 20,000 extra negative responses that they have to deal with. I think it was every year or something, but it was quite large. It was all these extra sort of little comments, jibes that you have. Oh, it's not very organized. Oh, she's a bit talkative. You know, constant little things nipping away at you throughout your sort of childhood and teens. And so we do get this sort of, we're not good enough. You know, there's a lot of stats around neurodivergent people and anxiety and stress, and it's being aware that actually that has probably affected you, and it will have affected how you see yourself. So you might feel, you know, and also I know in ADHD is rejection sensitive dysphoria, I think it's called as well. So there's all these areas where you feel like you're not good enough. And actually, back to what you're saying, Dr. Shah, meeting people, I love meeting other neurodivergent founders, and we all go, oh, I feel like that too. And we sort of all support each other, but even other business owners, where we support each other through it, because, you know, it takes, I think I've said this before, it takes a village to raise a child, but I feel like it takes a community to raise a business. You know, you don't have to, we always think we have to do it on our own, but we don't. That is not giving in if we have people helping us and we go to communities. And sort of back to your point, Dr. Shah, you know, if you're introverted and an idea of talking to loads of people is difficult, you know, find one person that you can have a peer-to-peer conversation with. Or if you go to networking, say, I'm going to speak to one person this session. You know, just set yourself small goals of what you're going to do to be able to help yourself past that, because you don't have to talk to everyone in the room. You could say, I'm going to talk to one person, I'm going to talk to two people. And then that's it. That's all you need to do. Because I find that I go to networking and I'm like, talk to a couple and I'm like, I've had enough now. I'm just going to stand in the corner and watch for a bit. You know, there's no, take away those preconceived ideas. It will take years to try and undo everything. But it's worth going. And you mentioned earlier, Dr. Shah, coaching is really good for helping get rid of some of those old preconceived ideas as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because as Andy people and working with ND people, I have found that, yes, we have self-doubt. You know, I share most of the time that I was very much introverted in my childhood, and I used to hide under sofa, bed, behind my mom's, and I was afraid of the world. But look who I am now. I'm very extroverted now, and I teach people. I work with people. I mentor people. I'm a good speaker. But these characteristics, as I said, it did not grow in 1 or 2 days. You need to find your niche. And based on that niche, if you wanted to become an entrepreneur, you have a great ideas, then you need to overcome your barriers. But overcoming barriers is not such a way that you wanted to fulfill the gaps you have at the first point. You need to make yourself stronger the point you have right now. Like, okay, you have a very excellent idea, so you make yourself excellent first and increase that productivity, and gradually we will find out, okay, what I can do to minimize those things because I'm struggling there. Or maybe you will find something, okay, I'm struggling there. So then gradually it will not, you can't overcome it in next day. It will take time. You have to have plans, methodology, work with someone, and then you can make yourself as a solid person at the end. But don't afraid. If you wanted to become entrepreneur, you can, but you have to invest your time, energy, money, and we have to work with people. Otherwise, you cannot become an entrepreneur and serve other people.
Do you know what? It's funny, you were saying about being under the table. I remember I was about 10 or 11, and I vividly remember that when I was 10 or 11, I wouldn't even laugh out loud. I had a silent laugh because I was so introverted and so nervous about being in the world that even when I laughed, it was completely silent because I wanted no one to notice me. I know I have my own podcast. I'm doing this with you, Dr. Shah. You know, you can sort of help, learn these things, and particularly getting over that sort of rejection side of things. I mean, when I started doing podcasting, I actually hadn't really done any videos or podcasts. My first podcast was 4 years ago. And in one of my communities, one of the chaps knew that I was struggling with video. So just safely in the community, he did things like 2 truths, 1 lie and things like that. We just did safe little videos where we paste them out, and actually finding that safe place that you can practice and try things. That meant the world to me. And then look, I'm on my second podcast now. I'm doing lives with Dr. Shah. And do I need to sit down after I've done a live or podcast? Absolutely. Because it's still overwhelming for me, but I do them, and then back to that sort of structure, knowing yourself, then I have a sit down for half an hour. I will then be able to tackle the next task. So you can sort of work your way around these things as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Anna. We're nearly end of our session. We're going to be say bye-bye to the audience. But before I say bye-bye to the audience, I just wanted to say your first initiative will not be perfect. If you see our podcast, my podcast, when I started 4 or 5 years before, people laughed at me like, okay, you cannot pronounce certain words, you have problems, memory problems, those things, you can't be a good podcaster. And I challenged myself. And after 5 years, you can see that, yes, I'm doing well, I'm doing great, and I will improve further. So it's not like that one-time developments. We develop over time. We learn over time. So Anna, thank you very much for your time today. And thank you all the audience. You have hopefully enjoyed our talk. And we're going to be welcome you to the next episode of Andy Business Club podcast on 11th of December. And we're going to be talking what legislation do we need to change for Andy people in the UK. And we are working for that last 2 years. Although we have a great vision, we haven't reached that vision yet. But we know that when we're working with people for you, we will reach there.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And bye-bye for today.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining today's live webinar. We have a very special session today, and sorry for a little bit of delay. We had a technical issues from our guest speaker, and we are trying to resolve that. So please stay calm, and we're going to be starting very soon. And I will add our guest to the stage. So today we are having a special event and talking about mindfulness for life, daily habits to build resilience and a positive mindset. So when you talk about resilience and mindfulness for a positive mindset, you need to think about a lot of things, okay? And can you do that? And how can you do that? So 2 different things, your capacity and your training, I would say. So specifically, when you think about daily lives, daily habits, mindfulness, resilience, all together, sometimes it could be mismatched. And you need someone to guide you through. And we're going to be talking today end to end for how you can have a mindfulness in your life and how you can grow it to capture more work, capture happiness, and a lot of other things. So we're just waiting for our guest to solve the technological problems, and we will add her to this stage very soon. So you probably know from my profile, I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Time Research and Innovation, Agency Marketing Agency, and Neurodivergent Business Consortium. Due to my neurodiversity, I intend to do few things at the same time. So I might attract you specifically in something today and maybe doing something different tomorrow. But that is my characteristics, and I wanted to do things in a systematic way, and I prioritize my work to being a systematic person. And when I was talking to working with Julie Gordon today, that is our special guest, we talk about a lot of different things, working together, mentoring her, creating technology for her, and end-to-end process. So as a neurodivergent person myself and working with her, it was different. And we have come across struggles. We have come across a lot of different things. But at the end, we maintained a healthy relation, mentees, and working together as business collaborators now. So Julie has lots to offer, and we're going to be launching Julie's next website. Another program is in 28th of February. So we're going to be talking about her specific expertise. So she is a menopause trainer, as well as she trained for mindfulness and motorsports. So 3 specific domains to talk about and train specifically. So we got her. I think Julie is listening to me. So I think, Julie, we can enter to this stage with your portrait version rather than finalizing or waiting longer. Is it the things that we do? So I cannot see your second camera. So I cannot see your second camera. I can only see your first camera. I can see your keyboard on the second camera. So she's just fixing the error for us. So that's sometimes you may have technical issues, and you need to be calm and patient, because when you have technical issues and you are on a live channel, live broadcast, yeah, you should panic, but I wouldn't panic, because technical issues can happen anytime in your lives, and that's why you need mindfulness. That's why you need all the things that you wanted to do. So Jolie, I can see your laptop on the second camera. I can see your face on the first camera. So she's just sorting this out. So, you know, when you work with different target audience, you know more, you learn more. I was talking to one of my business partners on the other day, and I was talking to him that when you born and the time you start learning things, there isn't any turning off from there, because if you have mental capacity, you learn until you die. And I work with many people in the landscape that they are over the retire age, 75 and more than that, and they're still working. So that's the thing that mindfulness kicks in. So I will add Julie. Julie, shall I add to you? So you just need to do your camera a little bit towards you, and then I can add you to the stage. So don't worry about that too much. We are happy with the portrait version. We're just gonna wait a few more seconds. In the meantime, I just wanted to let you know that if you wanted to ask any question to Julie, feel free to ask through the comment box. And and we're going to be trying to answer those questions. So Julie is back. So excuse us for that. So I'm just going to add Julie to the stage. Thank you, Julie. Hello, how are you today, Julie?
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay?
I can. So don't worry about that. We're going to be keeping this UI. So most of the time, we will not see the black spaces on your screen. Okay. So most of all, you probably know Julie for such a long time. She's on social media. Your camera again went back to the other thing. So you need to straight your camera because it's not landscaped. Yes, you need to straight your camera, Julie. Yes, you are in right. So don't worry about that too much now. I think our conversation will lead this to a success rather than fixing the technical issues now. We know.
I do apologize.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about that. So if you can point this, camera a little bit steady.
What I'm going to do is I can put it back to where it was, but I couldn't get it on to start with. So if I pop it up here, is that okay up there?
But we cannot see your face. Now we can see your face. So you need to put the camera steady like this, and we will start our conversation.
Okay. I do apologize. I think we.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. So let's start with.
This is where mindfulness comes in very handy.
This is. I think that's a good lesson that I was talking to, because specifically you work with neurodivergent people, you work with menopausal men and women, and you work with children. So you probably know that how to calm it down. I have learned these skills quite sometimes now. Still, some of the days it goes out of my hands. I become unsettled. But most of the time, if it's technology issue, I would say, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that. We're going to be sorting it out, and we're going to be doing a good job. So today, we're going to be doing a good job. So I will give another introduction to Julie. So Julie Gordon is a menopause, mindfulness, and motorsports mentor and coach. So she has her understanding in three of these fields, and she capture the original knowledge, and as well as leading to success. And mindfulness is the core that we're going to be talking today. So today we're going to be talking mindfulness for life, daily habits, and build resilience, a positive mind. And thank you everyone for watching this live. And we do apologize for the technology mismatch, but next time we'll make sure that everything is working fine, because we're going to be doing lots of lives next few months with Julie. And if I give an introduction of myself, I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Time Research and Innovation, Zenzi Marketing Agency, and Neurodivergent Business Consortium. I work with people, businesses for my methodology, end-to-end methodology, and support them from thinking business development to the marketplace. So that is my work, and I'm working with Julie, and we are working together to create the next challenge and to solve a problem. So Julie, thank you very much. If you could introduce yourself to the audience, that would be fabulous.
Hello. It's great to be here with you, sharing the time that you chose to spend with us. So I'm Julie Gordon, founder of Retrain Your Brain, and it's all about our well-being and keeping our mind healthy, and actually keeping it healthy rather than having to deal with mind ill health. So it's to do mindfulness practices every day to keep our minds healthy.
Mm-hmm. Julie, we're going to be talking about mindfulness. I'm going to be asking you set up questions. And before I jump into the questions, can you tell us why we need mindfulness and why it is important to think about mindfulness before anything else?
It's with mindfulness, it's being in the moment. Everything is 1,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And we're so busy and we're doing different things, different times for different people. And we need to concentrate on ourselves as well, because you can't help other people unless you've got time for yourself. And I always remember my first mentor saying to me, what do you do for yourself? And I thought, I haven't got time.
Okay.
I haven't got time to think about that, until I started to learn and then share mindfulness. And it is so important, because we're the most important person, because then we can help others.
Yes.
So to incorporate mindfulness, because it keeps our mind calm, it keeps our reactions calm, and we can think so much more clearer.
That's the core thing, isn't it? As a technologist myself, I have neurodiversity. So you know that a neurodivergent person is really, they are not very good at keeping their mind cool. And in my childhood, I was agitated very quickly. But with long training and working with people that you said, your mentor said, I become now stable. And without going proper training, understanding, and laying the bricks and foundation out, I wouldn't come to this stage. So there is a possibility for even neurotypical people to, break the bias. Like, okay, if you are not settled, you need to learn the tactics. And working with you last several months, I learned few things that was an error before. So thank you very much for giving me tips, tricks, and all the things. And working with you, learn a lot of different things, and that will come handy in the future. So to all the audience, we are working to launch the Retain Your Brain new, I would say, updated technological innovation. So with Retain Your Brain, we will have different thing, and you will love it. And we are working to create the next masterpiece. And I will jump into my question. And I wanted to say thank you to all the people. Harun Rabbanifai, thank you very much. You said a great topic to discuss, Shah. Thank you. And all the people you are sending messages here, thank you very much for joining today's webinar. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask, and we will try to answer them after our initial discussion. So my first question to you would be, can you give a overview of the mindfulness principles, like in few words? I think that's to set the background, and then we will jump into more specific questions.
So the mindfulness principles is all about living in the moment. So when you drive past on the motorway and you've gone past the junction, and it's because you're not fully present, so it's because you're not paying attention. So it's living in the moment, so we don't miss anything. I'll try in a few words. It's the principles. Another one is being non-judgmental. So others, but also to ourselves, because we're so hard on ourselves. Yes. We need to be kinder. Kinder to ourselves. Gratitude. If we're in gratitude, you can't feel anger. You can't feel anything else apart from being in that gratitude. So being grateful for things, actively thinking of things, really helps our well-being. Acceptance. Acknowledge the experience rather than judging it as good or bad. and letting go, let go of things. If someone said something, let it go. Let them keep hold of it. Don't take it with you. Don't carry, don't carry it with you because it weighs you down. So let them keep hold of it.
Okay.
And having a beginner's mind, because wouldn't it be great if we could see things like a child does through their eyes when they see something for the first time, and they're living in a world of like fascination, appreciation, and curiosity and attention, because we lose it when we get to through adults. We lose that, but we need to keep hold of it for our well-being.
So when you talk about let it go, some people, they do not want to let it go, and that's the worst thing. Starts from there. Sometimes we think that answering such things will create success, but it also varies your judgment, isn't it? Like which situation you can let it go and which situation you will protest. Because when you are in a situation and you see that someone is bullying you, yes, you need to protest, but in a way, let it go away. Yes, I'm protesting it to let you know that this is not right, but I'm escaping now because I don't want it to start new arguments. So, some people, they don't even think, okay, someone is bullying them or someone is very critical to them and they are doing the same thing to them. So that's not the way. That shouldn't be the way. So thank you very much for your overview of the mindfulness. My next question would be, how mindfulness supports resilience and positivity in daily lives?
Resilience is being able to adapt to challenges and setbacks. Positivity is celebrating the small stuff. So it's the small wins, because they're really important to like give you the motivation to carry on. Replacing the negative thoughts with encouraging thoughts and supportive internal dialogue, because the voice in our head is very powerful and we need to control that.
That's fascinating, Julie. When you talk about resilience, it's a huge field, isn't it? And when you taught resilience and with human character, it's also difficult for many people to understand how they could be resilient. Okay. And that's time person like you kicked in, isn't it? To teach them the actual meaning of resilience. And it's not like that I will be resilient in the future, but how do I do that? There's another point. And you have the tricks and tactics to talk to people and giving them the understanding how they can be resilient in the future, isn't it? So thank you very much. And thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I have Julie Gordon with me, and we're going to be talking you through next half an hour and so on. And we have many questions still now. I just gonna ask few of the questions that our audiences asked. And Noreen, you asked, how can mindfulness help in managing stress and anxiety effectively?
How can it help in reducing stress and anxiety?
Yes.
It's key. There's been lots of research, actually. There's been lots of research into the reducing of stress and also the anxiety side. Using the tools and techniques is great, to have a start at reducing the stress or managing the stress.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what also needs to be done is finding what is actually causing the stress and what the triggers are for the anxiety. So that's really key to, and it's a work in progress. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not something that is a quick fix and a quick fix. It takes work and time and effort that goes into it, that then you become more aware, so you can reduce the stress and you can manage anxiety better. So it's you can do it with mindfulness.
Okay. And
everyone's individual, so everyone's sorry to,
no, carry on.
Yeah, everyone's individual, so it's all, that's a very specific thing, so it would be on an individual basis, because there's so many scenarios that goes with that. So working with an individual to work through that is key, rather than sort of generalizing.
Thank you. So I have the similar correspondence questions, like, before you jump into mindfulness, as I said, you need to understand why does it matter. I know you have answered a little bit of that questions. Can you dive into details why it is matter?
So, because mindfulness helps us step out of the autopilot. We're in autopilot an awful lot, and you don't even realize it, but we do an awful lot on autopilot. So mindfulness helps us come back to being in the moment. So it then frees up mind space for awareness, so we can change reacting to response. So we can change the way that we behave as well.
Yeah.
So and the difference that it makes to us is that, so it matters because it gives us the control back. Sometimes we can feel like we're not in control of our life, so it can give us the control back in life. It makes us feel happier, be more confident and successful, building more fulfilling relationships is key to well-being, and creating the work home life balance is crucial.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie, and thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Time Research and Innovation, Sensi Marketing Agency, and Neurodivergent Business Consortium. And you're watching this live on LinkedIn and all other social media. And we have Julie Gordon from Retain Your Brain. So Julie Gordon is a coach, and she trained people on menopause, mindfulness, and motorsports. She has wealth of knowledge. Working together, I'm also learning from her and creating the next masterpiece. So if you wanted to know more about Julie Gordon, feel free to keep an eye on her social feeds, LinkedIn and other social media. And there are lots of things coming up in next couple of months. We are working together to create the next masterpiece, and you will love it. So Julie, thank you very much for joining today's webinar and adding the value to our audience. So if you wanted to ask Julie a question, feel free to ask through the comment box. We already have few questions and we're going to be asking them. But if Julie answers some of the questions, we're not going to answer them anyway. But keep an eye, and please write your questions on the comment box, and please share this webinar with your friends, because you can watch it on the replay. So it will be handy for
your family members, colleagues, and community. Like mindfulness, we need right now because the world is full of tension. We have tension in the community. We have tension all the time, how our direct debits will go. We have tension for war, is 2-3 wars happening at the right time. Some of them we do get agitated due to our religion. Some of us we get agitated due to our supporting a specific community. But you know, everything that you do, you need to think about yourself. If your mind is nicer, if your mind is calm, you will think nicer, not harming people in a way that is happening all over the world. So, Julie, thank you very much. You are creating the next generation. And I'm very grateful that we are collaborating together. So thank you very much. So I will ask you my next question. And I have a question from Harun Rabbani Bhai. So I will ask them a little bit later, but I can also ask it. So Harun said, I'm just going to add them to my screen. So to what extent have large organizations adopt mindfulness training and development and practice?
In a large organization?
Yes.
It is absolutely feasible to be able to put mindfulness workshops in a large organization. There can be workshops for managers and leaders to be able to use, and actually mindfulness has a ripple effect. So it has a ripple effect on everyone, you know, because then you start talking to people, you know, within your household, and it really grows. But within the businesses, it is key to have, you know, people going in and talking about how to incorporate mindfulness into their work life. And yeah, it's you can have like a day sessions, or you can have hourly sessions, like a lunch and learn. So yeah, it's very, very easy to implement even with larger organizations.
Thank you, Julie. And to Harun, thank you very much for asking the questions and watching today's live. We are working to create some packages for the SMEs and big corporations, because you know, this kind of mindfulness session is not, you can't do it crowded. It has to be selective people in different days, that a small bunch of people working together and then creating the atmosphere to get them calm. And as Julie said, it could be lunchtime, it could be any other time, but having a few, maybe an hour or half an hour time to practice it, because mindfulness is not like that. You will just talk about it and you have it. No, you need to practice it. You need to control your emotion. You need to have a specific way to tailor the methodology, and Julie has that tactics and she can do that. So we are creating some packages. So you know that Harun Rabbani, we also work together, and we are going to be working together to extend our network. And to the viewers, you know that we have come up with a solution, Sales Funnel Accelerator. And with Sales Funnel Accelerator, we're going to be working with many of the business growth coaches. And one of them is Julie Garden and Harun Rabbani, and we have other people joined in. So we're going to be working together to create the next stable workforce or next stable business. So keep an eye on our space, and we will update you time to time. And Julie, I just wanted to jump to my next question to you. How does mindfulness contribute to mental clarity?
So our thoughts make us feel a certain way, that make us behave a certain way. And mindfulness helps us feel calmer and to manage the thoughts better. You can then regulate your emotions better. So it has a, you know, it's all connected. It all has a knock-on effect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have one question from our audience. I'm just going to show you that. What are some mindfulness habits for better sleep and relaxations?
Meditation is really good. Was it for sleep? Sorry, I didn't catch the last bit. For
Sleep and relaxations.
An evening routine is a key for sleep. And to one thing that is really on top of the list is no gadgets, like an hour before sleep. No checking emails, no looking at the phone. Preferably, if you can put the phone in another room, fantastic. But then you can have a meditation, listen to a meditation or a podcast or before sleep. So either reading as well before sleep, but not the gadgets. Okay, that's a great answer, Julie. You know, our daily lives nowadays is attached to not only one gadgets, many gadgets. I never have television on my bedroom, and we agreed, me and my wife, that we won't have television on our bedrooms. Or with gadgets is also, yes, we need to turn the gadget in silent mode because we use it for alarm. So we need to wake up in the morning purposes, but only that purposes. Some people, they do like, okay, they are waking up and they're going to be seeing the gadgets. They are going to sleep, they're going to be seeing the gadgets. And everything they do, going toilet. And some people, they even take the gadgets to their toilets. Not some people, many people, I know. But we have a thing that, okay, if you're going to the toilet, is hygienic purpose, you shouldn't take the gadget with you to the toilet, because toilet, yes, some people, they will read books. That's okay. If you think that is helpful, that's fine. But no gadgets, because gadget will not give you the concentration that you wanted to do in any places. So thank you for adding that with our audience. And thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. And we have Julie Gordon from Retain Your Brain. We're going to be coming up with many other live webinar. And one of them, I just wanted to give you that information. And I will ask one of my team to share that with you. We will have another session with new launch, Retain Your Brain, with Julie Gordon. So we have another live webinar, 28th of February, and we're going to be launching Retain Your Brain, new websites and web app, I would say, the things that we are working 4 or 5 months now, and we're going to be launching that on a webinar. So keep an eye with this, and if you wanted to talk to Julie, feel free to message her through LinkedIn, and as well as she has an email address with Julie Gordon at retainyourbrain.com. So you can also find it on her website as well as on her LinkedIn. And we are working together to create the next breakthrough. And you know that we will break through and we will be successful together. So thank you very much, Julie, for your time today. And viewers, you're watching this live webinar, also thank you. And thank you for your question. I will now ask you my next question. You know, neuroscience
scientific evidence. We talk about that. So do you have any thing to add on the scientific evidence of mindfulness?
I love this bit.
Mm-hmm.
I love the neuroscience. So there's 3 facts that's it really makes you think then that this isn't something that is that people do and don't get any benefit from. This is why people benefit. So fact number 1 is neuroplasticity. I knew I won't be able to say it. It's the brain's ability. It's the brain's ability to rewire. And the fact number 2, the brain is made up of neuropathways.
Mm-hmm.
So a network that transmits signals and information. And fact number 3, new neural connections form when exposed to new experiences, resulting in the brain's increased elasticity. So we can actually help our brain do that by a simple exercise that we can incorporate in daily life, and it takes no extra time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's brushing your teeth with the opposite hand.
Okay.
So when you brush your teeth with the opposite hand, it's putting you in that awkward and uncomfortable space, but safely. But what it's doing is that it's training your brain that, because to start with, your brain will be like, whoa, that's not right. That's not comfortable. You need to put it back in the other hand. But to continue doing that, your brain gets to, it retrains thinking that actually it's okay. Nothing's happened. So then when you try new experiences, your brain doesn't automatically shut it down and be like, no, can't possibly do that, because you've trained your brain to be open to try experiences. So you'll still have the safety part there. So it will still throw in thoughts like, don't know about this, but it will be much easier to be able to actually do them. So it's not gonna like put that barrier up to stop you doing it. So this is a way to create those new pathways and to build that. And then you can do it with other things, but do it within the household. Let everyone join in. Tell everyone at work. Let everyone join in doing it. And and then I'd love to know how you got on.
So we have a challenge to the audience. We're going to be having many episodes, as I said. So it's a challenge to you to train yourself to do something that you are not usually will do it. You're not usually. I talk about neuroplasticity all the time as a neurodivergent person myself, and being having a brain tumor surgery and getting my left side very weak. And if I don't tell people, they don't notice it, because I train my brain to listen with my one ear. So I'm deaf in the other. So if I do not tell them, they will not notice. So I train my brain. So anything that will happen, it has to come to my right side. Another thing, people say that, okay, you have a brain tumor surgery, and if you wanted to do brain work, it can damage your nerves. I never believe that. I never, ever believe that. So after my brain tumor surgery, I engaged with more brain work. Anything that I do now is all brain work. So my brain learned how to modify it with neuroplasticity, and how I can engage it with. I have a recent example of my wife's. She broken her legs in pieces. She was on bed rest still. She is in a crutch. She's now training her leg to become normal, because after 4 months, her neuroplasticity was dimmed. Now she's training her leg to become normal. So these are the way neuroplasticity can grow you. It doesn't matter. Some people, they would say, oh, I don't want you to do it. Oh, I hate it to do it. If you hate it, your brain will hate it, just like you said, added, like, okay, you're going to be uncomfortable anyway. But if you try gradually, if you tell your mind that, okay, you are capable, then you are capable. Otherwise, you are not. So thank you very much, Julie, for adding this core information. That is my favorite subject, neuroplasticity, to talk about. And with mindfulness, your neuroplasticity will grow in a different way. You will find that you can walk more. You will find that you can think better. You can find that your healthy habits will grow. So a lot of different things are attached to it. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. And we are talking about mindfulness today. And we have Julie Garden from Retain Your Brain. So if you wanted to talk to her, feel free to DM her from social media, and as well as with emails. She runs a regular session, one-to-one, as well as group sessions. And we're going to be talking about that at the last segment of our webinar. Before I jump into other questions, I just wanted to ask you, my next questions is developing a positive mindset. How could you do that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. You went off a little bit then.
Developing a positive mindset.
So shift your thoughts when a negative thought pops in.
Mm-hmm.
Tell it to go away,
mm-hmm.
or I'm not listening. Because it's stopping it in its tracks before it's you know, you're really sort of taking notice of it. So yeah, shifting those negative thoughts, because the more you do that, the more you train your brain that you're not going to listen to those.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, stop, or whatever words you would like to choose to say. But it is really important, because they will become less.
Mm-hmm.
So the more you do that, the more you practice that, the more they will reduce. Self-compassion, being kind to yourself, is so important. If you wouldn't say it to your 4-year-old self, don't say it to yourself now.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge what you can control.
Mm-hmm.
And accept that you can't change other people.
Mm-hmm.
And surround yourself with people that love and respect you.
Mm-hmm. That's a great example, Julie, because self-respect is the core thing to do great work. If you do not self-respect yourself, no one else will respect you. Because few things that I was recording the Innovator Circle podcast. I recently launched a new podcast, and I do record C-level executives all over the world. So I have recorded a few interviews, and yesterday I was talking to Christian Viona. He does properties investments, as well as engage in mentorships and coaching business. So one thing we discussed is you need to self-respect and self-trust yourself, then go out. Because if you do not self-respect yourself, self-trust yourself, then there is no meaning of lives. So thank you very much for adding that value. to our audience. We are nearly end of our session, so we're going to have a few more questions to ask. And if you wanted to ask any more questions, please feel free to ask us through the comment box, and we will try to answer them if we have any more time. So my next questions to you would be mindfulness in professional life, why it is important, and if you can dive into that for professionalism and mindfulness together, because I think Harun asked you work balance, and we have another questions about work balance as well from Redwan. He said, I'm just going to share with you that questions with you. So can mindfulness be applied in the workplace to improve productivity and focus? I think these two questions are interrelated. So if you could ask, that would be fabulous.
I was just about to say absolutely that it can really, it focuses your attention and increases productivity.
Mm-hmm.
And also when you have happier people in the workplace, the sickness is reduced. Mm-hmm. So you've got you know, wins there already. Mm-hmm. Bringing mindfulness in, there's so many different ways that you can do that benefit colleagues and managers, business owners, and it's doing the little things to help yourself. So one thing that you can incorporate if you're on calls, if you've got back-to-back call, if you've been sitting quite a lot, is to, and you can even do this while you're on a call, and you can stretch your legs out. Just stretch your legs. So we're talking movement, any kind of movement. So stretching your legs out, moving your ankles, so rotating them, lifting one leg up at a time. So it's getting the body moving, stretching. So so when if you've been sat at the desk for a while, then do some stretches. Get everyone to join in. So stretch your arms up to the back, to the front, loosen your shoulders, just so getting rid of sort of the tense muscles makes you relax better, and again for better focus. If you've got a task that you really want to chuck the computer out, but before you do that, if you remove yourself and go and do something completely different, and then come back to it, it's like seeing it with fresh eyes. So again, what you're doing is you've got that like more laser focus, and you create creativity towards it as well, and it's not so overwhelming as it was before. So that's a really good thing to do. 2 minutes silence in the morning. If you put the kettle on, you could go to a quiet room and just have 2 minutes silence. Just let your brain recalibrate and reset, and do that during the day. Now, with some brains don't like that. They have to be active. So tapping, doing something. So tapping is relaxing, but it's also keeping keeping sort of movement going. So there's lots of sort of different tools and techniques, which, it's trying them out and see what works for you. So a calm mind. Then when you've got a calm mind, you do get more creative towards your tasks. And mindful listening to colleagues will with new ideas and thinking of things that you wouldn't have necessarily even thought of before. So actively mindfully listening to colleagues as well, each other, is key.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much for your time today and talking to our audience. And I hope they have enjoyed today. We are nearly end of our session. I'm just going to ask you another question. And we will end the session with the takeaways. So we're not going to ask any more questions. I just have last question from me. Overcoming common challenges in mindfulness. How do you overcome common challenges?
It's with mindfulness, overcoming the challenges, I would say. There's lots of misconceptions, and people will say, oh, mindfulness is easy, actually it's not easy. It's time and effort and practice and more practice. And daily habits are simple to include into the daily routine, and it's keeping it consistent. Consistency is key to keep on top of keeping your mind healthy. Yes. To prevent, like as I said earlier, to prevent mind ill health, and to manage setbacks. If you've missed a day of doing them, if you've missed 2 days of doing them, start now. Start again. Start now. Guilt-free. You've missed you've missed a day. You've missed 2 days. That's okay. Start now, and then but guilt-free, because we're also very good at carrying guilt along the way. So so it's just starting from now.
Thank you, Julie. We are just nearly end of our session. So at the end, we ask our guest to maybe give some takeaways. So if you could discuss the takeaways from these events, and until then, our next events, what are the takeaways from this session?
I would say that it doesn't matter how you're feeling, whether you think that you're feeling low, that nothing is going to help you. Try. And maybe you need someone to help you keep on track and find out what works for you. But if you haven't already tried it, then the way to know whether it is working for you is because you'll have that mind space, your well-being people will notice the difference in you, in your well-being, and you'll feel more in control. So it's just starting. Just do one daily habit to incorporate in your daily routine. So start with the brushing of the teeth, and do it for 28 days, because it takes 28 days to become a habit. So don't try and think, oh, I've got to do all of this. I've got to do the 2 minutes silence. I've got to do the brushing the teeth. I've got to do the breathing exercises, or don't take on too much. Just start with one thing and do that for the 28 days.
Thank you very much, Julie. And thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Time Research and Innovations, NC Marketing Agency and Neurodivergent Business Consortium. And we have Julie Gordon from Retain Your Brain. And as I informed you earlier, we have another events at the 28th of February to launching the Retain Your Brain site. Please keep an eye, and as well as register, because we're going to be talking more about mindfulness and menopause and motorsports. So thank you, Julie, for your contribution today. And thank you, everyone, for your questions and joining today's webinar. So please stay on the line. I will say just bye-bye to the audience, and then I will say you bye-bye offline. So it was a pleasure talking to Julie today, and I hope we have added value with your daily habits. And as you're working, or you're not working, you as a housewife, or you do not work, mindfulness is needed for anything that you do. So Julie Gordon, reach her if you wanted to do one-to-one session or work for your business. Feel free to reach her, and we will come up with the packages and all other things by 28th of February. So there is more to select and more to talk about. So I have a few more live webinar this week and following week. Please stay tuned on our space, and as well as register any events that it is resonating with you, because we do sales and marketing, business development, and all other mix and match program for you. So we're going to be having an audio event next week for 360-degree marketing. So stay tuned and register for the events. Until Friday, I wanted to say you bye-bye, and thank you, everyone, for joining today's live webinar. Bye-bye, and see you on Friday. Hello, Anna. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Hello.
Hi. Hello, everyone, for joining today's live webinar. We had a little bit of technical issues, so that's why we are a little bit late, and I think our LinkedIn having an issue as well. So I think we can fix that issue specifically. If it's not, you can watch this live webinar on other social media like Facebook and Instagram, and as well as YouTube. So if you're watching this live on LinkedIn, that's fine, because we're just checking if the live event is broadcasting now, because we tried to edit the event. We could not do it, but anyway, it is recorded as well, so we can share this recording later. So Anna, how are you today?
I'm good. It's my last day at the Innovation Centre till the new year now. So I've got some time off. I wonder how many founders and people listening are going to have a bit of time off. I feel like this end of year is very tiring. So my son's going to be off for a couple of weeks. We're going to have a nice time to reset, and particularly like for my ADHD brain, the end of year, I'm just sort of quite overwhelmed with everything. So get a bit of a reset before 2026 starts, which I'm looking forward to.
I totally agree with you, because I think it's a Christmas, isn't it? So we would say Happy Christmas and Merry Christmas to everyone. Tomorrow, I think, is the last day of many of the people in the UK and in globally. So if you are in the UK or any other parts of the world, enjoy your time, Christmas, and then we will have New Year. So Christmas and New Year for anyone. So today, Anna, we just wanted to discuss about the change of legislation for ND people, neurodivergent people, or disabled people. And I think this is a burning issue nowadays, because where government, they are cutting lots of benefits, and as well as not aiding disabled people that much for them to return back to work. So in that scenario, I think is a catch-22 situation right now for any disabled person. They wanted to return back to work, or they wanted to access benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's this, this is really well timed as well, because there's the new employment rights bill that's just sort of gone through Parliament. And I know that it was approved in the House of Lords, I think. So you know, it's really interesting at the moment, this talk around rights, because I mean, I did have a look at some of the ones there, and there was a couple of ones that I was really pleased. I know that it's a bit more watered down than some people were hoping for in the employment rights bill, although some businesses, I think the other one was maybe too much, you know. But it was things like I think there's some really good pregnancy and maternity rights that weren't in there before, where you so you're a bit more protected. There's things around I think unfair dismissal and that, which comes in much earlier. So there are those things, because I know, like, as we've been sort of employees at work, it's nice to see, you know, just there's been some terrible things recently, like you said, with the disabilities and removing, you know, some support and that. So, you know, for employed people, there seems to be a few bits sort of coming in, but for business owners, you know, it'd be nice to see more for us as well. I think that level of support, you know, we talked previously about access to work, PIP. I don't feel like enough of those maybe go far enough in supporting people. Access to work is lovely. I mean, I have access to work. I do think it's really good, but it is hard to get. And PIP is harder than ever to get. So then there seems to be this sort of middle ground, you know, where you're disabled but not disabled enough to get some help. And, you know, we talk about levelling up and equity, and they often show that picture of 3 people standing by a sort of fence, and, you know, you give them all the same height box and the smallest one can't see over, and then, you know, you give them a box of, you know, the height that they need. And I feel like, you know, access to work and PIP help the person that needs help, and then you've got the people that don't need any help. But there's this kind of no man's land in the middle, where you do need some help, but not maybe as much help. But to equal it up, you know, you still need equaling up. And I feel that those people get a bit left out with, oh, you can muddle through, you can get on with it. When I did my understanding autism, yeah, when you know, we're talking about sort of high functioning autism, Asperger's, where people maybe once again can get through. You know, I've ADHD. I did the same at school. I kind of got through it, but has it left me with anxiety and trauma? Absolutely. So I feel like there's so much more we need to do.
I totally agree with you. As you described, like disabled but not seen as disabled, I fall into that category, and it's just like a pain, because if you wanted to access disability, it's the system is totally absurd, I would say, because it will tailor you. Can you do it? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So normally, what we do, yes, I can do it, but sometimes I cannot. So when you click, you can do it, you are out of the box.
Yeah.
So it is not tailored to benefit people like me and people like you, or many, I would say thousands of disabled people. They don't get proper benefits. Either way, we contribute to the tax, we contribute to socially, we contribute a lot of different things. But at the end, when it's in terms of benefits, it's just one box, but one box will not fit everyone. So that's the point. We need the legislation needs to be changed, because those people they wanted to work, and they wanted to access these social benefits, any of the social benefits. They don't fit. They don't fit for purpose. And you know, when you think about work and PEEP and all those things, it is like in a way, I think the social economic boundaries make them you don't need to work. You are because you don't have capacity of work. Why? Because you are receiving these benefits. But when I receive certain types of benefits, like I receive access to work, it aid a lot of different things, and I get benefited, and I can work more. But in terms of it comes on PIP, certain things I cannot do. Last week is very sad for me. I cooked something, and I have to pick my son from school, I forgot to turn the stove off. Okay, and I spent more than an hour. My mother-in-law was in the sitting room, and it burned away. The fire brigade has to come, although it wasn't any mess. They just came and turned off the stove. I could not reach home on time. These kind of things can happen because I have memory problems. So I need aid like this. It could we could if I'm most of the time when I cook, something happen like this. I cannot add aid because someday I can, someday I can't. And this one can be judged by the PIP because they say, okay, you are okay, you can do this. Sometimes I struggle due to my disabilities. Sometimes I can't. So when I say, okay, sometimes I can, sometimes I can't, that means you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we need to change this because disability benefits should be fit for purpose, tailored to everyone. They're receiving it.
Yeah, and I think there needs to be this sort of more holistic view of these benefits as well, because I was reading a lot of stuff recently about this, getting people back to work. Get back to work. People need to work, and I like working. I really enjoy it, and I do agree that if you are in a place that you can work, finding a company that you can work for or starting your own business that is and getting support is it can be amazing. But I was thinking about the fact that I work. What people don't see though is that when I work, I come to work, I give it my all, I perform fine, I'm doing well at work. When I get home, I'm so tired, I don't have time to cook dinners or energy to cook dinners. I don't have the energy to clean. There's loads of things like I buy stuff to do with my son, like activities, and actually just don't have the energy to do them sometimes. But they don't look at your life as a whole. They don't actually look at how work affects your personal and home life as well, which I think is a really bad thing, because I go to work. So, they could say, like, if I wasn't working, they'd say, get back to work. But what would happen then is a lot of people would go to work and that's the end of their life, basically. They would manage to do the work, but when they got home, if they were doing any hobbies or, looking after the kids, that probably would disappear, because the energy that they've used at home, they're now using at work. And then they use at work, finish the day, that's it. I've used, spoon theory, where you've used all your spoons. I've used all my spoons, and that's it. They've gone at work, because work, for anyone that works, you do lose a lot of your energy. Traveling, being at work, etc. And there's your spoons gone. So then your life basically disappears. Your fun, anything you ever had to enjoy. I don't really do any hobbies. I do go out sometimes because I have a child and I try to get out, but I do it whilst absolutely exhausted. Like I said, I don't clean, so I had to buy a cleaner. So once again, this is disabled tax, as they say. I don't really cook dinners anymore, and things like that. So I can work, but there is a consequence to that. I don't have much of a life outside of work, because it's very, very tiring. And I know that many people will feel the same, that once they go into work, fine, yeah, they manage to get there, and even though they've got a supportive company, they can do it. They won't do anything else though. They will live to work, and that's pretty much it. So I think there's this problem around actually not understanding how people who are disabled, their lives, how they exist, and how much energy they have, because we're so focused on getting them into work. People are not robot drones that can just, go to work and then not do anything afterwards. You need to be able to enjoy your life. What's the point otherwise? There's no point. And this is my other, I'm going to go a bit of a rant here. This is the other point. Oh, you should be lucky for what you've got. You shouldn't actually, you see it in time. Oh, people with benefits shouldn't enjoy themselves. The thing with you shouldn't have a nice car, no BMWs, no BMWs for you, or things like that. You shouldn't have a mobile phone, you shouldn't have Netflix, that's it. If you're disabled or, and sadly haven't got any money, that's it. No enjoyment for you. You're not allowed it. And I'm like, how cruel is that? This is people's lives. Why are we wanting people to spend their lives in misery? We should be wanting everyone to have a lovely life. I just don't understand it. So
I really agree with you, Anna, because it's the scenarios. Those people, they are sitting down on the creating this legislation. How far they go? That's the first question I would ask. And are there any members of the disabled community attached to their decision making? That's another question I would ask. Do they blanketly create all the legislation, like, okay, this is going to be for handy people, this is going to be for people they don't have arms, this is going to be people they are mentally ill, this is going to be this is going to be that. But what I can see is just like a form that you need to fill up, and I think that form is for everyone. So when you have a single form for to create I think thousands of different type of characteristics, you cannot judge them properly. And what will happen? Someone, maybe training nurse, will call you, or you will go for a interview session, and they will ask you most of the harsh questions, and you will say yes and no. Based on that, they will say, okay, we determine that you are not qualified for this because you can do things. But what we need to change, like, yes, you can do things, but you need these aids. Like you said, okay, if I'm going for work, when I come back home, I don't have any energy. So if I would have an extra help, support, maybe for a couple of hours each day, that they can support us with those things that we cannot do, that will make our life less misery and make us happy. So there is also debate in the atmosphere with able people and disabled people. What? That, okay, you are accessing benefits. That means, as you said earlier, you are not entitled to anything. You're not entitled for happiness. You're not entitled to have a good house. You're not entitled to have good cars. Why? Because you're accessing benefits. But there are, thousands, even millions of people out there like us that we can't get the benefits due to our, the gray areas we fall in. We struggle. We struggle a lot. And at the end, it gives us more misery, mental health problems, physical problems, all those things kicked in, and we have to end our work.
Yeah, because that's the thing, isn't it? Eventually you get so tired you can't work anymore, and then it's just this vicious circle of just they're trying to get people back into work, they kick them into work, don't support them, and then they come back out of work, or they'll work less or reduced hours. So it is frustrating to be able to do that. And I think also, I pay a fair amount of tax, but I don't get I get access to work, but I don't get PIP or anything like that. But I'm quite happy for people to get PIP with my money, because the thing is, we're not all born and come into this life or at some point in our life, we don't always sit at the same place. Some people need more help than others, and it feels fair that people get help with where they are. I'm from a very poor background. I'm in, I was from council estate and things like that, and I was lucky. I was clever. I was luckily clever. I do actually think my ADHD helped me a lot with being able to see things and do well in school. My parents were reasonably well educated. We didn't have anyone gone to uni, but they were educated and fairly driven. So I was lucky, but a lot of my friends struggled to fulfill their dreams. They all had dreams. We all had dreams. I sort of managed to sort of break out and fulfill my dreams, but I know several others who didn't, and it frustrates them that they never managed to break the cycle. But actually, I would some of their parents weren't as encouraging or weren't able to push them further. So actually, I would quite happily help them, because even though I feel like, I came from a place of not so much privilege, there are people that had less privilege than I did, and I'm quite happy to help the people that had less privilege, because it means that we can level things up and give everyone a good chance and a good shot at life, and I'm a massive believer in there's no point just working to live. You need to live as a person. That's our whole, that's our potential to enjoy ourselves, to do good things. And actually, you find the people that are disabled, neurodiverse, tend to be the most empathetic and tend to be the most people that volunteer as well to help others. So there's a really big reason to help this community. And I really get frustrated that people are villainized all the time because they just didn't have as much privilege in life to be healthy, health privilege, or whatever privilege it is that people have got. And I feel like I'm quite happy to help them, because disability is one of the things that anybody can experience in their life, no matter what background you come from. You see these actors and actresses, I was watching an interview with, I've forgotten his name, the guy that played Dr. Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Show, Tim Curry. And, I think he had a stroke and he's in a wheelchair. He has a lot of money, but disability can come to any of us at any point. Mm-hmm. And actually, I'm quite happy to invest in my future, that if maybe one day I might become disabled. My dad, was always strong as an ox, is now disabled and has carers 4 times a day. At one point we could all, this is an investment in our own future, not just everyone else's.
I totally agree with you. And I think when we think about changing the legislation, it has to be aid to everyone. If you have a legislation that will not aid, majority of the people, they actually require and they will invest in the future of the growth of the country. That's not fit for purpose, because I think the benefit system, all these things, on my opinion, it is a little bit broken. Why it is broken? I give my explanation of that. People, they pay huge tax, okay, in the level that we work, and when they get off sick or they are out of work, they don't get that much back. Yeah. So in that scenario, you have a very wealthy lifestyle, you contributed to the economy, and then maybe you become disabled, like you said, your father, or there are hundreds or thousands of people, they have these kind of scenarios. And then they cannot get the wealthy lifestyle they maintain. What will happen? They will ask you, okay, you need to sell your property, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that. But the money you contributed working towards it, you not get it back. And I think that's the point. It is broken because it is not fair for those people. They are contributing hugely to the economy, and they become off sick or they become disabled, or all of those kind of things, and they don't get it back. So how you can fix these things? I think it has to be tailored, on my opinion, that okay, you are X person, you have these disabilities, so doesn't matter how much you are earning or how much you are giving, you will get this much back. Or if you are benefiting the community, or if you are benefiting the country with your knowledge, with your work, so you will get it returned this much back.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because I had similar with maternity pay, because as a woman, I was the main wage earner in our family, so much higher wage, and actually the maternity pay is tiny, the statutory maternity pay. And so I couldn't have that long off because I was the main wage earner. I supported us and, paid for the mortgage and things like that. And so it was incredibly difficult when, as a woman, I had to have maternity leave. And this was before, things were introduced more with with being able to share paternity and maternity. But it meant that I just couldn't have any time off because I earn a certain amount, like you said, put a lot of tax back in to the government. But yet when I was off on maternity, I mean, it was like, what is it, £100 a week or something? I couldn't live on it. It was ridiculous. So we burnt through our savings, all of that money that I'd saved really carefully, burnt through it because we had to pay the mortgage. And it was incredibly difficult. I mean, that one particularly affects women because women tend to be the main ones off with maternity. And it is incredibly hard when you suddenly, we're trying to push women to be equally the main wage earners and pushing us up in the workplace. Yet when you have time off, and if you're the main wage earner, you then I can't have any time off with my baby because I'm the main wage earner and I can't afford to cover that time off. It's, some of these things are really broken. I feel like everything's at war. We're trying to do this, but then we're not doing this, and we're taking this way. It makes nothing quite works as it should, which is very frustrating. So it means that we never end up equalised because there's they give you something and take it away with the other. I mean, it's like, I'm going to give you an example. Actually, my dad. So my dad's disabled, and he gets the winter fuel allowance because he doesn't have much money, and he gets it coming in. And so he's one of the ones that is eligible for winter fuel allowance because they consider him so low income that he needs money for heating. Mm-hmm. Yet what happens is when he became disabled, his local council do an assessment to see, because he's got carers 4 times a day, and they do an assessment to see if he can afford to pay carers. So they've decided he can, even though the government have said he's so low income that he needs to get winter fuel allowance. They're now making him pay quite a lot of money each month. So what's happened is the government have given him a winter fuel allowance, and then the local council have taken it back tenfold to pay for carers. So which is it? Is he so poor that he needs a winter fuel allowance, or is he well off enough that he can pay? Nothing makes sense. So basically that winter fuel allowance is not paying for his heating. That's going back to the local council to pay for his carers. And nothing, make it make sense. Nothing makes sense with any of this stuff. And, I think benefits are great things, but I am in agreement with you, Dr. Shah. They are a little bit broken because to me, that in my head, how does that make sense? You're giving people money from the government, and yet you're giving it back to yourselves. It doesn't make sense. And he doesn't have much money. And yet, once again, going back to that, if you're disabled, that you don't deserve any money. So, the local council take as much as they can so that he can't have enough money to do anything interesting because, not that he does because he's disabled and doesn't go out anywhere, but, he buys your DVD for himself and maybe gets your takeaway. Not much, because he needs some enjoyment in his life rather than just sitting in the house in the dark all the time. He needs some enjoyment in his life because that would be miserable otherwise. And yet they're like, no, we're going to just take away all this little bit. So you've got no money at all, because you're not allowed to enjoy yourself because you're disabled and you're getting money from the government, even though you've paid into the government for your entire life. And, because my dad worked as a taxi driver, he's paid in all of his life. And yeah, no, not allowed it. No, that's it. No money for you. So
that's the hard thing, isn't it? We thank everyone for joining today's live. As we have a problem with LinkedIn, you are watching this webinar through YouTube and Facebook. So we have some questions here. I just wanted to share that. It says, Chris, I would say, hi Anna, maybe I missed. Anyways, just wondering, what are your top horizon scanning tools for predicting new regulations 2 years out? How do we innovate before the law change?
Excuse me. It's that time of year, isn't it? Sneezing and coughing time of year. Do you know what? It is incredibly hard. I tend to, I say horizon sound. Mine tends to be quite manual. It's an ear to the ground, understanding, trying to understand what's going on in the future. So I do a lot of desk-based research, but I do follow industry news quite regularly. I've got a podcast called Creating the Curve, and we had a speaker on called Mark Schaefer, who talked about, because he's a futurist and does a lot of future thinking, and his was around, he does a lot of industry interviews and talking with people. So he gave a great example that he was working in the chemical industry, and this company had this product, and they were doing interviews with their customers, and they'd interviewed a few different customers, and towards the end of one of the interviews, someone said, "Oh, did you know that that they're looking to ban this component in the next couple of years?" And they went, "Oh, no, we didn't. That's really interesting." And they said, "Oh, that's on the horizon now. So what should we do?" So what they did is they actually developed, in this sort of timescale, a new sort of product. So if this thing happened, they could swap over fairly swiftly. And what happened is it did get banned, and so they were ready and ready to go with this new product. But it was really interesting, because a lot of this stuff is very much word on the street, because it is incredibly hard to find out what's going on. So you can get like some social listening tools, which are quite good. AI, once again, is a really good researcher. But you do have to be quite specific in what you're searching for. For example, if I'm looking at neurodiversity, I that's why I've been following the employment bill and things like that, because I knew they're coming out. But you have to try and sort of find the areas that you think are going to be affecting people. So I follow things like, for neurodiversity and things, I follow access to work. I follow DWP. I follow a lot of the government stuff on employment rights for those. And then for the other stuff I do, which is business support, I do a lot around funding and finance. So I follow a lot of, get a lot of newsletters in from sort of grant funding companies, Innovate UK, all of those. And it is a lot of very manual social listening. But like I said, AI can really help with that, because you can get it to go out there, and if it's a topic that you want, see if you can find anything that is current, which might mean a change in your industry, which has saved me a little bit of time from all the manual listening. But things like customer interviews is amazing. Go out and interview all of your customers, or other people in your industry, have coffees with them, because I tell you what, the tidbits you get from them, best future listening possible.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you, Anna. And I think, when you think about planning your future, I think you need to check every possibilities, what you actually specifically will be granted, I would say. Because I made two mistakes in my past PIP applications, twice. Once, when I had my brain tumor operation, and then I didn't know anything about it. I was disabled. I could not apply properly. So I went to the tribunal, and they judged my intelligence rather than judging my disabilities. They said, "Okay, you're a very intelligent person. So I think, okay, you can do all of those things. So you are not capable of having it." And then what I did, I was very upset, and I didn't apply for 10, 15 years. And then again, I applied this year. I did the same mistake, that they asked me, "Can you do this?" Yes, I can do that. But I told them that, yes, sometimes I cannot, because this is my working capacity. This is the things that I do. I thought that the person interviewed me, they are clever, so they would picture that way. But what they did everything. Yes. That means I was honest. I pictured myself, what I can do, what I cannot. And they did the same thing, that, okay, you are capable, so you're not getting PIP. But they did not include anything on their report that those days I struggled. So when you applying, I would say definitely go for a professional person. I think next year I will apply again, because I have struggles, and those struggles can be minimized with my own initiatives. So go to a professional person, think about specifically the worst case scenario, tell them the only worst case scenario. What you can do, don't tell them that you can do. You can't do, tell them this is the worst case scenario, I cannot. So in that way, like they have different type of criteria, like preparation, food, looking after yourself, going out, and a lot of other things. So you need to tell what you can do, what you can't. If you cannot do something at regular time, and sometimes you can, don't tell you can, because commonly you can't. So then you will score high and you will get the benefit. Otherwise, because this is not fit for purpose, you will say sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. So that the way they will not give you, because it's a blanket leave thing. It's one box for everyone. So otherwise you will not get it.
I feel like as well as disabled, we tend to be quite positive about ourselves because we try and, oh yeah, I can do that. I can do it. Can you really do it? You know, I'm too positive about myself. Oh yeah, I can do it. You know, and actually I can't. You know, it's just things like, you know, I haven't cleaned my house for a year because I literally have no energy to clean. But if someone said to me, "Oh, can you clean your house?" I'd probably say yes, because I tend to be quite positive. Oh yeah, I'm sure I could clean it. Yeah, but yet there's a reason why I didn't clean it in a year. You know, so it's, you know, it's one of those things you tend to look at the you can do stuff rather than you can't. And actually, when you think about it, you know, I read lots of things about, you know, people that, you know, don't have disabilities and what they get done in a day, and I'm like, really? You get all that done? And I just feel like people are more like me, and I'm like, oh no, actually, maybe I am not, you know, maybe I am struggling a bit more. But because I think, particularly if you've been disabled for a long time, or you know, struggled for a long time, it's just normal, if that makes any sense. You don't see what other people like. And it was weird actually, because I was looking the other day, because my son's autistic, and we were talking about our kids, and I was talking with someone who's neurotypical, and their kid gets themselves dressed, gets themselves a sandwich, can do this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, well, my son can't do any of that. You know, we've tried, but he can't, he's just not able to yet. And they were like, oh yeah, he gets himself up ready in the morning, I put his clothes out for him, but he gets himself dressed. They were like, and then he goes down and makes himself some toast. And I'm like, what toast? What, puts it in the toaster? And butters it and everything. And yeah. And then, you know, and sometimes he'll make his lunch. I'm like, what? Makes his lunch? But because I've only got one child, I actually don't know what a non-disabled child looks like. So for me, this is my normal. And it's really interesting, when I was doing things like filling out the application for his DLA, I was like, I didn't know what other children could do and what he could do. So, you know, this is where I started asking other people. And it was really interesting to see how much, like, oh yeah, he does this. And I went round someone's house and their son was just upstairs playing on his own, on his computer, didn't need anything, came down to get his own drinks and things like that. And I'm like, my son won't play without me. That's unusual. You know, my brain couldn't understand. And I was like, oh wow, at this age, a lot of parents get a lot of free time, and I don't get any free time. And their children go to bed by themselves and they sleep and things. And you know, when you start, and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe this is harder on top of other things. And actually, that's the other thing that they don't account for in things like PIPs and that very much, is caring responsibilities. Because not only am I working, but also I am caring for a disabled child whilst being disabled, which is twice as much work I've found out over the years, compared to, and so much so that, you know, they awarded us some DLA for him. But DLA doesn't pay for my energy. You know, there's not enough there that I could pay for a full-time carer or somewhere. It helps for things like some of the devices he needs, or, you know, extra cab rides or extra things that he needs, but it's not enough that I could pay for someone to actually replace me. So then you've got disabled people looking after disabled people whilst working, and it's just horrendous. And yet there's not really any help for people. It's really hard.
A similar way, I would say, Anna. I think community, they don't raise their voices. That's one thing. When it's come to legislation, they are confused what they can get, what they cannot. One thing. Secondly, I think the government or councils, they wanted to stop giving you money. Okay, how they can save. One thing most of the people nowadays are talking about, you have money to give other countries for their aid of or different type of things, but you are not thinking about your own people. Okay, there's another thing. So yes, a country to make you stand in the global space, you need to spend money, but before you spend that money, you need to think about, okay, are you valuing your own people who are there, who are willing, engaging or contributing to the community, or suffering in the lowest space. And another thing, I think, as being a disabled person, because I work many disabled people, they have low self-esteem. Like, okay, I cannot do work and I'm getting benefits, that's enough for me. But they never question, like, is that enough for you? Or do you don't deserve a decent life, as we discussed earlier. You need to question that, and you need to project who you are and how you can do, and you need to say to the government, yes, now is the time to think, rethink. And we know about the Molly Russell case, like, okay, for the Instagram one, like people, children, they are dying. So legislation can be changed through massive campaign, like it's did for Molly, and there are other food poisoning case and a lot of other things. Legislation is coming, but if we do not put pressure on government, it will never be changed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm going back to what you said earlier about how many disabled people are actually consulted. And also, you also mentioned earlier, like, disabled is such a spectrum. It's very much a one size fits all system, but actually you need a huge amount of input to understand what the different lives are of disabled people. Because you might, like we said, you might have a disabled person that is a carer for someone else who's disabled. You might have someone that actually is finds life easier because they don't have care, someone to care for, and actually they can manage. I managed my fibro and ADHD much better before I had a son. I managed, because I got rest and sleep and that, so actually it didn't affect me so much. But since I've had a child, and I didn't know how much it would affect me because I'd never had a child before, it's quite extreme. And I've not just got a child, I've got a disabled child, so it's all that extra stuff. And do you know what, it's funny because when I see like them talking about getting people back into work and everything, and back to that sort of self-esteem side, a lot of it, I believe, is that they want disabled people to do just manual or boring jobs. Like, they don't want anyone to have dreams. I have family members that are disabled, and they offered them a voluntary place in a cafe, and I'm like, firstly, you're not even paid, so disabled people don't deserve to get paid. I mean, you could argue she gets benefits, but so that's the pay. But and then it's always something. It's never like, oh, let's give you some work in a law firm or something that might be mentally stimulating. Because I think there is this one, back to what you were saying about, oh, you're intelligent, so you can do stuff, Dr. Shah. There's this seems to be this weird thing that disabled people don't have any brain power or something, that we're not intelligent because we're disabled. And actually, there are so many clever. I mean, look at Stephen Hawking. It's an extreme example, but still, my son is very clever. He's very clever. He just struggles to access learning, but he's super clever. He wants to be a robot scientist. yeah, you know, what I think when they think, oh, let's get people into work, I think let's get them into minimum wage. There's nothing wrong with a minimum wage job, but if your child has dreams, they don't want to know about those dreams. They just want to oh, that's what you deserve. That's, you know, what it's that sort of lowest rung, isn't it? You know, that's all you deserve. That's, you know, voluntary work, something you're not going to enjoy or find boring or not mentally stimulating. That's it for you. Rather than the fact, you know, they could become a top lawyer or a robot scientist or something exciting, which actually would put a huge value on the economy. Imagine all the disabled people actually doing their dream jobs and all that brain power. It'd be amazing, but no.
I totally agree with you, Anna, because you probably know one of my business partner. I just engaged with his business access advisor, and his name is Rob Trent. He's full disabled. He doesn't have specific limbs power to work with his hands or legs or whatever. So what he does, he uses his mouth. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
He was a computer programmer. Can you imagine that? He retired now, and he get the atmosphere like you talk about Stephen Hawking's. His brain was working, and everything was dead. But the thing he did for the humanity, you cannot value them. It's it's totally different. So like, okay, you are disabled, and you're going to be putting into some places where it's just like those things, like, okay, in a cafe or in a superstore or in a somewhere, they will dump you, and there isn't any boundary to cross. Because disabled people, like if I give this example for Rob Trent, he's a mouth artist. So he creates, amazing portrait, amazing art through his mouth. And he was a computer programmer. So these things has to be changed based on your talent, I would say.
Yeah.
If things like that, my son is autistic. I am autistic, and there are many other people. They have different type of neurodiversity spectrum. But if you think that person, they are not capable of doing intelligent work, they are not capable of doing, okay, they can be a scientist, NASA scientist, they can be a robotic engineers. What do you think? Okay, he's a disabled person. He doesn't have any knowledge. He doesn't have any dream. You just go to the drain. So that way, the cleverness drained to the community. And another thing, there isn't enough, awareness. So, like, I'm a parent. I understand well, but think about millions of other parents. They don't have any idea about the current technology, about the society, about their rights, and what they think. Okay, my son is very old, so I wouldn't send him to these places. Oh, he cannot do work, because they do not give dream to their future generation. So we are creating a generation where they don't have any future.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it goes back to, I think we've talked about it previously, which is around, like when diagnosis happens and things like PIP, it's a deficit-based system. So they look at the negatives of things rather than the positives. So if you're disabled, if you're neurodiverse, it's, when they score you to find out if you're neurodiverse, it's, for me, it wasn't, oh, she can spot patterns and interesting things like that. It's, oh, she can't concentrate. Oh, she's late to things. It's always the negative side. And I think that doesn't help as well, because they score people on, these are all the negative things that you can do. And so you must have ADHD or autism. It wasn't like, that my son can remember 3,000 facts about every single name, every single Pokemon, Bakugan, because that was autistic symptoms, but they're not negative ones. So they didn't score him on those. they scored him on his unusual speech patterns and the fact that he hasn't, he doesn't understand time and things like that. And I'm just like, this is, I think sometimes it stems from this, because you look at all the negatives, and sometimes there are negatives of being disabled. Yeah, we admit it, because that's why we need help. But actually, maybe we need to start back with our diagnosis process of looking at the positives as well, because back to the self-esteem, if someone goes, oh yeah, you're autistic, here's all your bad traits in a document. Oh great, thanks. Yeah, I feel really good about myself now. Yeah, and then at that point you're like, right, I'm autistic, I can't do most of these things. What hope have I got? It's all very broken, because actually, and then as a parent, and like you said, I know about the positives of autism and things like that, so I can help my son and go, actually, ignore that. Yeah, that is the things I'll deal with that. These are the good things you can do, and you concentrate on these ones. I'll deal with those. But actually, when I speak to a lot of other parents who go to quite a few SEN things, and they're always very negative. There's quite a lot of people that are very negative. When I found out my son was autistic, I thought my life was over, literally, like, that level, because they've been taught that this is a really bad thing, and it's the end of the world. But actually, that mindset change needs to happen, doesn't it?
I totally agree with you, and that we pointed these things to the people, because you need to think now. And if this live webinar is watched by any of the legislator that you are working to create new legislation, I would think you need to talk to disabled people. There are neurodivergent people. You will find thousands of people in workplace, thousands of people in education, thousands of people in the community who are working to make our life momentum, make this society different. So until you get the essence, like, okay, I am autistic, or I am dyslexic, or I have a disability, don't consider that I have that disability. Consider that what talent I have. So if you aid your budget to increase that talent, like we talk about Stephen Hawking, we talk about Rob Trent, and there are many other disabled people, see how they are supporting or they are contributing to the community. So don't judge people on their disability, judge about talent. Then you can bring lots of talents to the community. Like, okay, if someone is thinking about to be astronaut, aid them with that. Give them money, give them support. They will amaze you, because as I know, being a disabled person for such a long time, and with neurodiversity, I know we have huge focus on things that we wanted to do. Yeah, and we can be successful. I give my example all the time. Like, okay, what person I was in when I was young age, but only one thing changed my life. My mother, she said, do those things that you are good at. Okay, don't think who is saying you what. Okay, consider what you are good at. I found my niche, and I changed my life being a disabled. And if you don't have that mentality, the society will not change. Even if you change the legislation, it will not tailor anyone, and it will be wastage of money. And there won't be any future generation who can support specifically for the next growth of the country.
Yeah, 100% agree. I just feel, they keep saying about getting people into the workplace. I'm like, there's so many talented people that want to get into the workplace, but in the right way. There was one the other day, and it was sort of talking about, like how we can get like more engineers, and how we could get more this and more of that. I'm like, there's so many people that are probably good at that, but they're just overlooked. Come and encourage people to get into these exciting careers. And open up. We talked about it the other day, didn't we, about the fact that when you're the access requirements to some of these things are not right. So you need English and maths for everything, even if that subject doesn't need English and maths. So actually look at how we're letting people access that further education and apprenticeships and job roles, because you're going to miss out on some some really great talent because of arbitrary rules that actually don't make sense.
I totally agree with you. We have so many comments on our chat comment box. So I'm just going to add one comment. So we are nearly end of our session. It's 1 p.m. Although we have started a few minutes later and we have a technical issues on LinkedIn. But we're glad that you found this interesting to everyone. We talk about legislation, and you know that Anna and I, we're working for the Andy Business Club, and we wanted to create create people and as well as enough awareness that we can go to the government and ask them to change the legislation based on a longitudinal research. Sorry, I have my speech problem, so I cannot pronounce certain words. But that doesn't limit my work. It doesn't limit you either. You probably have many other talents that I don't have. So think about your talent. So someone asked these questions. Okay, got it. So can regulation act as a catalyst for innovation rather than a constraint? And what example have you seen where this has worked?
Oh, do you know what? That's a really good one. And actually, I haven't seen many things where it has worked. And back to the problems that we have in that the specialists aren't setting the regulations. You tend to have people, and it's so weird. Every time regulations are set, there's people on the ground everywhere going, what are they doing? This doesn't make sense. And you have real experts, generally across the board going, no, it doesn't work. That's not how it works. I went to a session a while ago and there was DHL there saying, like as one of the biggest fleets in the UK, has the government talked to us about converting to electricity and whether their plans are doable? No, they don't speak to businesses or disabled. Yeah, they may speak to a few, but not generally loads of them. And actually, what you need to do is get a really balanced thing. So actually, it could be a catalyst for innovation because, sometimes you need guardrails for things, like AI, there can be some really unethical things happening with different technologies and different things. But I haven't seen many that it is successful because a lot of the time they're impractical or they're not based on reality. So I would love to see some that were actually realistic. But the new employment bill, there were a few good things on there, and I do agree with them. I'm like, actually, no, that there's a good few bits here that might protect people and open them up to join, coming back into work. And as we know, a more diverse workforce means more innovation. So yeah, it's great. But actually, regulations often fall short. Governments, overcomplicate them or don't grasp the full case of what's happening. So I haven't seen many really that do work. But in theory, they should put safeguarding and guardrails around something to protect people, but be open enough to actually work. So I don't know about you, Dr. Shah. Have you seen any ones that actually work?
I totally agree with you, Anna. I haven't seen anything that work for everyone, but because as this is the why we are talking about it, like what you need to change in the legislation, because it's not a legislation cannot be done with a single box. It has to be tailored to a specific person or specific things. If it comes to neurodiversity, if it comes to disability, if it comes to any other domain, because you will find similar trend and unsimilar trend. Similar, like I'm autistic or dyslexic, and I have different characteristics to similar person, another person. Okay, you cannot match them together. Yes, some of the things will be aligned with the characteristics, but most of the things will not be aligned. So if you wanted to impose a legislation, you need this research. So how you can categorize individual person, and Anna, you told about AI. In AI, you can do work in less time. You can create intelligent model that can characterize neurodivergent people or disabled people in millions of patterns. So you can choose and select, okay, this is this pattern, and this legislation can be added to them, or this pattern, this can be added to them, and then it will work. Otherwise, a single box for everyone, doesn't matter you are disabled, you are neurodivergent or whatever, will never work.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's I think you're right. AI is good at connecting the dots that people don't see, and it's great with this qualitative data that you can't normally put together, because that's the thing. Back to that thing, we're not checkboxes. There's shades of grey across the entire area, and you can't fill that out with just a bit of tick boxes and quantitative. You've got to get this stories and people's lives. And you're right, AI is perfect. That's what I use AI really for when I'm looking at data. It's spotting patterns in huge amounts of qualitative data. So I absolutely agree.
Thank you, Anna. I think we have nearly finished our live webinar. So it was our last webinar for 2025. We're going to be bringing another 12 live webinar next year in 2026, and we will try to get as much possible as people understand what we do, as well as how we can contribute to change legislation for fit for purpose, and as well as support more disabled person. If you're in a business, or you are students, or whatever, you are a community worker, you can come to us. I and Anna, we both support many people with our knowledge, business development, marketing, technology, whatever. You can get in touch with us, and we can at least signpost you what you can do and what you can achieve. So until next year, I think we will have our next January session at the end of the January, because 1st of January and middle of January, people will return back from work and they will join. So until then, thank you very much, and thank you, Anna, for this this combination of work that we're doing last 2 years. We have done it, and we're going to be doing next year as well. And thank you, everyone. We need your support, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming along this year, and really looking forward to coming back next year. We've got to stick together as a community and help each other, and this is why Dr. Michelle and I are doing these, because we want to help others, and just know that you're not alone, really. So for those that celebrate, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and then for those who don't, just have a lovely break, a reset for the new year.
I totally agree with you, Anna, and thank you very much, everyone. And bye-bye. Have a nice, a brilliant Christmas and New Year. And we will welcome you next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Zenzi Marketing Agency, welcoming you to enjoy our live webinar today. As usual, we have a very special guest to introduce, and we're going to be talking a lot on how to grow the local economy and contribute significantly, because you know that we are in the south coast of England, and there is a huge growing economy here, and we wanted to talk about that as well. And we have very specific guest, and I will add him to the stage in a minute. But before I add him to the stage, I thank you again for you being supporting for a long time, and as well as if you wanted to ask us any question, feel free to ask us through the comment box. And we will continue this conversation an hour. So we will time to time try to ask you questions if that is relevant to us. And please ask us relevant questions, because it's better
for us, because if you don't ask irrelevant questions that is not relevant to us, we cannot answer. So thank you everyone for joining today's webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the White Link. Hello Travis, thank you very much for joining today's live webinar.
Oh, Dr. Shah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, because we were talking, we had another before last week we had an event, and we did that event on our Neurodivergent Business Consortium channel. And you know that I run that channel every Tuesday. We go for live webinar and we support people with neurodiversity, disabled people, and all other less able people that they need support with. So this channel is dedicated to time research and innovation, and as well as Zenzi marketing. So I will not go deep into that. I will wanted to discuss it bit more detailed with Travis. That you know that White Link, as we discussed this previously as well, but that was a different audience. White Link is a massive corporation. So in relation with that, can you tell our audience a bit more actually what you do and what is your main operation, please?
Yeah, of course. So we are a ferry operator that operates ferries, vehicle ferries, ro-ro ferries and foot passenger ferries to and from the Isle of Wight. So not only are we a travel and tourism business, we're also a lifeline service to the island. So we take a lot of essential freight to and from the island as well. So there's a lot of food that goes over, medicines, goods for manufacturing, materials. So there's a whole host of things, as well as people that are going over to enjoy the Isle of Wight for holiday, and then transversely coming off the island. There's a lot of export from the island, and a lot of people that work on the mainland that live on the island. So we transport those as well.
Travis, it's been a pleasure to know you, and to the audience, we normally collaborate and contribute locally, because Travis engaged with a lot of local organizations to contribute as well as promote them and support them. So thank you very much for your openness to the community. So in relation with the White Link, you know that businesses is flourishing in the southeast of England, and the quality of life is greater than the other parts of England. So what are the effective methods to provide local businesses to improve the community or community activities? Because you've been engaged with many activities so far, as I know, and we joined sometimes together. So what are some effective methods to promote local businesses within a community? If you could answer.
Well, yeah, I think the first thing is local networking events. We attend a lot of those. We've hosted one, and we hope to host another. We always look to the local community to try and do business where possible. We won awards for using local suppliers on the Isle of Wight for our retail offering. And in fact, we've got 72% of the produce in our retail outlets comes from Isle of Wight or Hampshire. So we try and keep it very, very local. We're big fans of that. We really are.
Yeah, that's a good point, that you do support local people as well as locally produced goods from Isle of Wight to the mainland. Is there any barrier when you work with this organization for the community aspects or business aspects, or if you have barrier, how do you solve them?
Well, that's a good question, actually. I would say the biggest barrier, if a lot of people know the ferry operators, is a lot of people are put off by the fact that they've got to cross the water and they're concerned about price. So what we do is we work with local businesses, and if you're looking to do business on the Isle of Wight or from the Isle of Wight to the mainland, then we offer a whole suite of business products, which means that the cost of getting to and from the Isle of Wight isn't prohibitive in any way. And it means we don't want that stretch of water to become a barrier to business. That's exactly what we don't want. So we're there to try and connect people and to promote both sides of the water to do business with each other, which is what we as a commercial department spend a lot of our time focusing on, just to make sure that we can offer those products that suit businesses and mean that they want to do business.
That's really fascinating, the way you informed, because in this I live in Southampton, and I see that big ferries on the shore, as well as the different type of ships, and their work is going on. My wife works at a still order company, so when a visitor is coming, is flourishing their businesses. So she is very happy when someone is coming from the offshore, because I sold like this much, I sold like this much. So that's a good thing, isn't it? Because you are holding the economy and growing it to the different levels. So my next connecting question would be, yes, you have barriers, as well as you solve those barriers. Are there any government initiatives to support your work, or you have to self-fund all of those activities?
Well, we don't really look for any kind of funding like that, as far as I'm aware. I mean, take that just from my commercial department and my commercial knowledge. So the local government, to grow and help support the local businesses, is through a lot of networking. Councils know their areas and can bring companies together, as they often do, which is kind of how you and I met, really, was at one of the local council's networking events. So they're really good at that, and they can help by making us aware of funding opportunities, and of course makes policy decisions to buy local whenever they can. So it's really that they do a lot of connecting businesses. I mean, we've been connected through Portsmouth City Council. We hosted a Portsmouth City Council networking event on one of our ferries, which then connected and showed people actually that going across to the Isle of Wight isn't as, I would say, scary. It's never scary, but it's just, some people think, well, it's so far away, or how do I do it? What are the mechanics? And a lot of people got off of that networking event and thought, actually, the Isle of Wight is somewhere that I could look as a potential customer base, which is exactly what we wanted to achieve.
I totally agree with you, because I was on that event, and I enjoyed a lot, because Danielle, when she was asking me, Shah, can you introduce your people and can you tell your story? And as a strategist myself, academics as well as marketer, I intend to like this and love this kind of events, because I can tell people who am I, and what is my capacity, and how do I help. So that events, the ups and downs, going to Isle of Wight and coming back from Isle of Wight, it was really fascinating. It was really fascinating. And seeing people, that is not only an experience that you get for lifetime, it's lots of business opportunities as well. I did not know that before. I did not have any clue. Yes, I've been to Isle of Wight 5-6 times, because I like and love the ferry journey. And I told you last event that I still remember my 1-year-old playing on the deck, and it was so safe, and the way it's still on my memory. So I intend to take friends, families. Okay, if you wanted to go, come over. I will go to Isle of Wight, because I want some excuse to go over there. So that's great. Now I'm doing businesses there. So thank you very much for a great for providing great experiences like me and other people's. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. So my next connecting question would be, what role does Whitelink play in driving engagement and growth with local businesses?
So again, we look to source very locally. We look to buy off of local suppliers. 49% of the produce that we have is from the Isle of Wight. So just shy of 50% of the produce we have is actually from the beautiful Isle of Wight. As I said, 72% is from Isle of Wight and Hampshire, and 28 out of 37 of our suppliers are within a 30-mile radius of our ports. So we're very keen to engage, and I mean, we could name some, like the Garlic Farm. A lot of people might know the Isle of Wight Distillery. People might not know the name of the Isle of Wight Distillery, but I'm sure everyone will recognise or maybe have in their house a beautiful bottle of mermaid gin or mermaid vodka. And it's linking and working with those businesses, working with Brailsford Farm, which is one of the few remaining dairy farms on the Isle of Wight that actually raise Jersey cows as well. So their milk is absolutely fantastic. So we look to buy off of these suppliers. Our sandwiches on board are from a local Isle of Wight based sandwich supplier that bake their own bread and make all their own produce. So we're very, very big in trying to keep it as local as possible, because at the end of the day, we are a part of that community, and where we can have a positive impact on it, we try to do that as often as possible.
Thank you, Jervis. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you today and to the audience. I hope you are enjoying today's live webinar, and please support us and support our work and support local businesses. As you know that we are in south of England, and we support local businesses, as well as we intend to bring people from the local businesses. Either there is SMEs or big corporation like Whitelink. We always prioritize local businesses. So if you want if you have any question, feel free to ask us to the comment box. We're going to be talking more on developing local economy, and you know that every SMEs or every businesses in South Coast are creating positive impacts, and Whitelink is one of those companies that everyone should look into it, like, okay, how they are growing and how they are playing a vital role with the local economy. Because when you are a big corporation, you employ thousands of people, and that's also contribute to the local people, local economy, local businesses. So it's not like that one specific business is there and they are earning money. It's like one business is driving sales and growth to many other businesses. So that's the way it works, and that's why Isle of Wight is Whitelink is contributing so much to the to growing the local economy. We just have our first questions on the from the audience. I will share the questions a little bit later. I just wanted to ask you something in related to staff management, because you're a big corporations and you do have many individuals. So how do you ensure that your staff remains motivated and engaged within their work?
I think the one thing that's very, very important is you've got to have progression opportunities, which we do. We have a very engaged staff. A lot of our staff, we're one of the few companies. I've worked in quite a few companies in my time, and Whitelink is one of the companies that I work with. That there's a little bit of a joke in the firm that you say, "Oh, how long have you been with Whitelink?" And they say, "Oh, I started for a summer and I've been here for 24 years." So there's that real longevity and that long term of service, because it is a great place to work. It's different every day. There is opportunities, promotion opportunities, educational opportunities. We have some of our colleagues doing degree courses whilst they're also doing their jobs, so they can improve their skill set. And I think with that, and with the kind of community feel we've got, I know you said we're a big corporation. We usually swell in the summer to about 499 employees, ship and shore. So it's quite a tight knit company as well. So you do get to see the CEO, you do get to see the commercial director just walking through the port, and they engage and they talk and they find out what's going on and they take an interest, which I think is a massive plus for everyone else that's working in the company, because they feel that they're being spoken to, and more importantly, they're being heard.
That's quite fascinating, because I would love to work similar companies, because when we talk about employee and when we talk about equal opportunities, that's time I just blink like, okay, there should need to have equal opportunities, because as a disabled person myself, I do have disabilities. I'm neurodivergent, and with having a skin color, that I'm migrant here, but I established myself as a business person as well as in academia, achieving PhD and supporting local people and local businesses is amazing. But when we talk about equal opportunity and growth, I just wanted to ask you a related questions that do you identify and develop future leaders within your organization? Because as I have experienced in many businesses, they don't have space for the people or the odd people, I would say. Sometimes they say, okay, he's very odd, he is asking different questions or something like that. But those odd peoples are the drivers sometimes. So do you have any plan or programs to create the future leaders within your company?
Yeah, we do. We have something that's called Bridging the Gap. Bridging the Gap took everybody that was in a leadership position to start with. So you started with top level, you start with masters, you started with mid to senior management levels, and they went through this process of bridging the gap to identify strengths and weaknesses and potential skill enhancement areas that we could do. And then that slowly filtered down throughout the business. Everybody's had an opportunity to go through this. And then what's come out of the back of it is some people have been put onto specific leadership courses, management courses. Some people have been given mentors. I myself had an external business mentor assigned to me, which I found helped immeasurably and really kind of gives another perspective on the way you operate in your role. So we do identify them, and then we set up personal development plans. So we talk to those potential leaders and say, well, where do you want to go? What do you want to learn? What kind of leadership do you want to do? Because there's more than one type of leader. You don't necessarily have to have a big team of people. You could be a leader in your field. You could be a leader in your area. So it's just identifying where people want to be. And then when you start going down that path, that kind of backs up the question you asked me before, which is that then drives engagement and commitment and motivation from the staff as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand, I think.
I think, yes, that these are all interrelated fields and interrelated sections, because sometimes if you have a program that will motivate your future generation to be a leader, because, we are human and we have a shelf life, everyone. Everything in this world will have a shelf life and we will die one day. But if you don't create the future leaders, then you cannot sustain, because a system in place now, it will go for maybe another 100 years or 200 years until some innovation or something comes up, like, okay, you don't need a ferry to go to Isle of Wight. You can just do like this and you can be transported with a wire that, okay, you are just with a wire or with something, you just go over there, finish. That's not, I think it will take time to come to that stage. But until then, we need these services to be sustained and to be grow in the next level. So we need to create specific programs to tailor this growth. So my next question, the related one, that yes, I understand that you have programs, you develop future leaders. How do you, evaluate these things? Because I think our audiences, they will eager to know that, okay, what type of process do you follow that they can embed in their growing culture, in their company?
Yeah, so we use a growing and development framework for some of the leaders, which is you set yourself objectives that are then agreed by a senior manager. So you look at those objectives and you put in, it's selected by the individual. So it's what they want to do. We try and focus around growth, business change, sustainability is another one. So we can then work towards those goals, and we put measures in place. So it's a bit like a SMART objective set up, really. And then with the other leaders that have come through Bridging the Gap, like I said, there's personal development plans. Again, it's speaking to those individuals. And I would say, I know it's a bit old business school, but SMART objectives work. They're great to have. They're great to put in place. So long as they're agreed by everyone and you know where your measures are and you know where your triggers are, so you can see how well you're doing, so it's not subjective, then I think that's the best way to do it.
That's quite fascinating, Travis. It is great pleasure to talk to you today and let our audiences know what you do, what you are capable of, and how you are contributing to the local economy. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the Whitelink. And as you know that Whitelink is a ferry services. They operate it from different places in South Coast to Isle of Wight, and they are not only the ferry services, they do a lot of development work in the community, and we should be proud of that. We have these kind of companies in the South Coast to grow the economy, to support specific people, because if you are not in this area, you wouldn't know that how they are contributing to the local economy. So that's why my drive also comes from there, that okay, they are doing a good work, but why shouldn't I support them? Maybe a little bit of support it would be, but you know that we do live webinar, and there are a lot of customer and as well as connections we have, and they will enjoy this live webinar. They will think to go to Isle of Wight because for maybe a good experience they will get, as well as they will know about the economy, because today you probably know that the new government is here, so they don't want to increase taxes. So if they don't want to increase taxes, they have to drive the economy and grow the economy by selling goods and services from UK and growing this economy differently. Otherwise, we will be taxed, and we will have a lot of things to think about, and bills and a lot of other things. So we don't want to do that. So if we support local company like Whitelink and other local people, we can grow the economy without hesitating different things. So thank you, Travis, for joining these live events. And thank you to the audience. We're just getting some questions over there. I will go to the question a little bit later. I just wanted to ask you, as we are a marketing company, so we always cater and represent marketing tactics, as well as if we can learn something, company like you. You know, there are effective ways to do marketing, and there are strategies to do marketing. So can you tell our audiences that what are the most effective channels you use to reaching your target audience, and how much do you need to budget to reaching each target audience?
Well, for the budget thing, that would be with the marketing department. I'm not sure on their budget, to be honest, but we do we use Sky targeted advertising. We've just started a TV campaign. We've done one in the past, which I think was very successful. We use social media outlets. We use LinkedIn. We have a specialist team in our marketing department now, which focus on TikTok, and they're being very successful. Some people that are watching this webinar might remember the mock video of the Mercedes. There was a lady stroking parts of a Mercedes car, and she kept saying Mercedes. And our team went out and they did the same thing, but replaced it with touching different parts of the Whitelink ferry and saying Whitelink ferries. And that picked up traction on local news. It had over 1 million views. So that was very, very successful. And we also look at local radio advertising as well. There's a couple of local stations on the Isle of Wight, which we use. And we also advertise across the local radio stations on the South Coast as well, which we tend to find gets quite good traction as well.
So yeah, you use quite a bit of system and media to enrich your target audience and goals. So to the audience, if you wanted to contact Travis directly, feel free to contact him directly. If you wanted to ask him any question, feel free to, after this program, feel free to ask him any question you have. Or if you are watching this live webinar recorded later, if you wanted to ask any question, feel free to do that, because we are here to support you, and Whitelink is contributing greatly. And if you wanted to have any business opportunities, they are also supporting local businesses to work together with the Isle of Wight businesses. So can you elaborate a little bit of how you're supporting mainland businesses to work with the island businesses together, and what is your motivation to drive this growth?
Well, from my perspective in the commercial department, the more links I can make between the mainland and the island business, the more reason people will have to travel. And if people want to travel, then they choose us as their preferred route to get to the Isle of Wight. So then that's where we benefit as a business. We benefit from that travel. So that's one of my main drivers. It's also in the years I've worked for Whitelink, I personally have made a lot of connections on both sides of the water, and people just come up to you and ask you and say, look, can we do this? Can we do that? One of the most common ones is, I've just recently moved to the Isle of Wight. I've ordered a sofa, and they're telling me that the furthest I can get it delivered to is Gunwharf Quays. No one will take it over that stretch of water. So I pick up my phone, I'll ring some local businesses that I know that are based on the Isle of Wight and say, look, you might want to speak to this person or that person. And they specialize in the fact that they're not classed as mainland UK. And I can put them in touch. That generates business for the island company. They travel with us. The customer at the other end that's on the Isle of Wight is happy. My customer's happy. And it just kind of keeps the economy moving.
That's great example, because when you are the main drivers to grow the economy, the specific elements or puzzle pieces. So when I work with businesses, all the time I say that, okay, your business is a business canvas. You all know that, but on that business canvas, you have individual puzzle pieces. So if you wanted to make the business canvas very nice, very tidy, then you need to know which puzzle pieces will go where, and then it will fulfill your desire. It will grow your businesses. So you are the person working on Whitelink, supporting local businesses, driving the growth for the local economy. So that's really fascinating. And I just wanted to ask one question from the audience. So we have Muradujaman and Abdullah Al Mahdi joined. So I will Mahdi said, just give me a second. I just show that one. As usual, I'm not getting any messages on my LinkedIn Live, although I have this is the problem of restream. So last week when we did, I did not have any messages shown on my panel, and this week is the same thing. So there's not a good customer satisfaction. Anyway, I just read it through. So Abdullah Al Mahdi said, I am really enjoying watching the live session. Could you please elaborate on the role of social media and online platforms playing in community engagement? So
yeah, I was going to say, for us, it's everyone's on social media. Mm-hmm. So as you and I were having a conversation before this went live, is actually, and you've got some fantastic stats, I'll let you share those, but the world is turning to social media now. People are more looking down than they're looking up. So to get across on social media, to get your message out. And this is the thing with the video I mentioned that just went absolutely viral, that was the mock of the Mercedes. No one expected that to happen. It was just, they had an idea. They said, let's do this. It'll be fun. It adds a bit of humor to the brand, and it absolutely exploded. And literally I was going to networking events. I was at a business expo in Portsmouth, and someone came up to me and congratulated me on the video, and I hadn't even seen it then. So people were already talking about it, and I was like, I better check our TikTok feed so I know what they're talking about. So it's crazy how it just gets people talking and recognizing what you do. I was at a networking event 2 weeks ago, just before the Isle of Wight Festival, and before I'd finished my elevator pitch, someone said, please say that to your marketing team that they're absolutely fantastic, because I love the videos that come across on social media. So you're touching those people in all over the local community. And it's also with social media, people get to watch it in their own time. So they get to see it when they're ready to see it. If you're at a networking event, if you're at a business expo, people need to be there at that moment in time. But with social media, it's 24/7.
I totally agree with you, Travis, because as a marketing company and work as a marketer and working in the marketing industry, as well as all other aspects that we can contribute to, social media is changing. The lifestyle, social media is changing rapidly. So there was an article published, a research was done that mostly nowadays people spend more than 6 hours every day within social media. So you can imagine that half of our day spent on social media. So it is contributing greatly. as well as creating individuals' problems for the people. So we're not going to talk about the problems. We are only going to talk about the good thing that it is doing. As a marketing company, we utilize social media greatly, like social selling, as well as all the work we do, SEOs, and a lot of individual things. It's transforming people's lives, and we can contribute more and express more, as well as ever more. 10 years back, or when I was working with neurodiversity, as well as disability, there wasn't that much awareness. Now you see people, they know what is autism, they know what is dyslexia, they know what is different type of disabilities, they know all of those things. That's only possible through social media, because there are a lot of people working together to express their feelings, to let people know what they are capable of and they are not. And as well as we're talking about businesses are more versatile nowadays to attract more customers. So the boundaries, local boundaries, is extending to national, to global. And I think that you also get lots of global audiences within Whitelink to facilitate them through your services. So my another question, because we're talking about local businesses and other things, I think Isle of Wight will also have a historical footprint at the United Kingdom. Can you tell a bit more about the historical footprints of Isle of Wight as a whole?
So probably the most famous bit of history about the Isle of Wight is the fact that Queen Victoria was the person that made it popular as a holiday destination. She moved, well, she holidayed on the Isle of Wight quite frequently and built Osborne House, which you can go and visit now. It's a national heritage site. It was given back to the people by the royal family, so you can go and see that. It's absolutely stunning. You can go in the house. The gardens are fantastic. So that was kind of the first thing that put the Isle of Wight on the map, because Queen Victoria liked it, and it was very fashionable in the time to copy what the royals did. We still kind of do it a little bit now. And then that spawned Ride Pier, because the Victorians didn't like having to get off a boat and lift up their skirts and walk through knee-deep water to get to the beach. So Ride Pier appeared, and then it became a real holiday destination and somewhere that everybody wanted to be. So you've kind of got that side of things. It's also documented that Charles Darwin started writing the origin of the species by natural selection while he was staying at the Isle of Wight. There's been some real famous visitors. There's been ex-American presidents that have come to the Isle of Wight as well, and there's a few stories around that. There's been some famous people locked up on the Isle of Wight as well. So you've had, I believe, King Charles was incarcerated on the Isle of Wight for a little while when there was the Civil War going on. So there's a lot of history around the island. It's been there forever, and if you go right back, it's actually a great place to go fossil hunting if you want to look for fossils on dinosaurs and stuff like that. So there's a lot about it. I mean, more away from the industry side. But since then, there's been a huge agricultural output from the Isle of Wight, which is still going to this day. So an interesting statistic is, if any of the viewers enjoy eating tomatoes and you buy tomatoes in the UK, 30% of the entire UK supply of tomatoes originates from the Isle of Wight.
That's really fascinating. I think you missed one point, the phone one. Because when I've been to the events that we did together on the ferry, that question I was guessing, like, okay, what would be the thing there, the phone bit? Can you tell the audience about the phone?
So the phone bit was, I'm going to have to refresh my memory, I'm afraid, if you can just bear with me.
So this is the oldest phone booth over there.
Yes, it is. You're right. It is the oldest telephone box in the UK. Is situated on the Isle of Wight, and it's still there to this day, actually. And I can't remember the date it went in. I'm sorry. That was part of the quiz that I did as the Portsmouth City Council networking. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So there are a lot of things happening in Isle of Wight. It's not like that we are talking about businesses today, although, but there are historical things that you should consider when you visit Isle of Wight. The dinosaur bits, I went there with my son, and he was like moving around everywhere and checking the dinosaurs and a lot of different things. And the historical view, as well as the natural beauty is different, because you can't imagine.
It's an absolutely stunning place to go. It's also worth mentioning as well that it also has a fully active heritage railway. So there are steam locomotives that run on a specific part of track. It's a 3 or 4 mile bit of track as well. So that's in operation through the summer. They have fantastic events at the Isle of Wight Steam Railway. But yeah, it is an active heritage railway that's won awards. But you're right, the natural beauty, it is an area of outstanding natural beauty, the Isle of Wight. And on a day when it's sunny and the recent weather we've just had, if you were visiting the Isle of Wight, you could literally be anywhere in the world.
I think the memories, it's implemented in different places. I can remember that the railway you told, just you informed the audiences. I had a trip with the railway experience, and I was, in the UK, you cannot, it's not possible to put your heads up, outside of the train, but the natural one, and I was like enjoying it indifferently, because I can put my hands out and my head out and see what is happening. It's different things. Another thing I would mention here, I'm a fan of Princess Diana, and when I went to the freshwater falls, and I just saw I think they have I think they made the individual jewelries for the royal families and others.
Yes.
So you can see the displays and you can relate. You think, okay, these are the things that you will never experience to go to a royal family and see those things. Okay, it's been produced from there. So that's another thing. And there are lots of good memories, lots of good things that you can experience when you go to Isle of Wight, and as well as the businesses. So we will not go in details of the other things. We just wanted to return to talk about businesses. So to the audience, if you want to ask us any question, please feel free to ask us through the comment box, and we will try to answer your questions. And we cannot display the question today, as our UI is not working properly. We will solve that problem for the next live webinar. And we have Travis Cooper from the White Link, and we are talking about contributing to the local economy, and talking about Isle of Wight and the mainlands and their services. So in relation to my next question, so we have spoken a lot of the individual things so far. We wanted to talk about customer service and successes to the next segment. So you know that you work with customer, and you have lots of tons of, I think, compliments from your customers. In relation with what step do you take to ensure a positive customer experiences?
I think it's multifaceted, if I'm honest. So it starts with the customer journey. So the first touch point you would have with White Links, you can book your ticket on the phone, you can go on the app, you can use the website. So that's the first step. The other thing as well is because of what we do, we operate a connective service, a transport service from the mainland to the Isle of Wight. One of the huge things we look at is reliability and punctuality. And I think our punctuality and reliability are close to 98, 99% at the moment, which is fantastic. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking to go away somewhere and you want to get away, you want to leave when your ticket says you're going to leave, and you want to arrive when the time says you're going to arrive. So that's another step. And then on top of that, we layer on top everything else. So you've got our retail offering, which again is stocked with a lot of local produce. We have the first hybrid electric ferry to operate on inshore waters, which is an absolutely stunning craft. That was the one we did the networking event on. So we try and make sure that every touch point is an enjoyable one for the customer, really. The staff are trained to a very high standard, all very friendly, all very efficient. So that's kind of what we do, just to make sure that it is as good an experience as possible. We cater for people with pets, we cater for people with children. And then if you look on the business side of things, that's probably where the reliability and punctuality comes in more, because if you're running your own business and you're trying to connect with the mainland and the Isle of Wight, then you need to make sure that the service you offer your customers isn't impeded by the service we're offering you. So we make sure we nail that as best we can to make sure that we get you there on time, so you're not letting your customer down, because at the end of the day, that's absolutely crucial.
I totally agree with you, Jarvis. There isn't anything that you can do more to satisfy your customer, because they are the future success, isn't it? Because they will let people know, as I am satisfied with the services I received, and I all the time I just tell people, okay, experience these things. It is one in a lifetime opportunity to go to Isle of Wight with the ferry, and with the experience you will receive. It's different. It will stick with you. The good memories is your driver's force, isn't it? So good memories is a good thing. So I just wanted to ask you another related question, because you know that yes, you have positive feedbacks, and you might have something complaints or good feedback. How do you cater these things and handle these things? Like, okay, someone maybe they're not happy, because you cannot fulfill 99% or 100% population. There are going to be some people, they will maybe do something, okay, they are not happy. So how do you handle complaints and feedback to improve your service?
We'll always deal with everything on a one-to-one basis. We'll always address and talk to that customer that's raised an issue, find out where the issue came from, and see what we can do to improve on anything that they've raised. It's not always possible necessarily, but I think it's opening that dialogue and speaking to that customer and making sure that they feel satisfied with the result at the end of it. From my side of the business, because I deal with a lot of business customers, a lot of freight customers, we thankfully don't get a lot of complaints, but if we do, we can work with them very much on a one-to-one basis and just make sure that we get it resolved as quickly as possible, because after all, they're frequent travelers as well, so they're backwards and forwards, sometimes on a daily basis, sometimes a couple of times a day. So that's how we do it. I mean, I think we are doing the right thing, because last year for 2023 we were voted the best ferry operator for UK ports and destinations, and we won that award. We won the gold, so we came first, and that was voted for by customers that use these services. So there was a voting panel opened up, and it was the public that voted, and we won that. So we feel that we're coming on leaps and bounds, and we're really doing the right thing, and obviously customers are pleased with what we're doing.
That's great. Jarvis, we just have another questions. I will ask you in a minute. So I just wanted to ask to the audience, if you wanted to ask us any question, feel free to access through the comment box. And I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui from Zenzi Marketing, and we have Travis Cooper from the White Link, and we are talking today how you can grow local economy. So we are talking more into businesses, and we have the next questions from Murad Jaman. Thank you, Murad, for asking this question. So how do you train your staff to provide exceptional customer services?
So we do that through several routes, really. We have online learning platforms, we have training courses, we have refresher courses. We also have champions throughout the business that are obviously, we have a tiered system. So in our retail outlets, we have senior retail staff and retail staff, and the seniors take on a leadership role to ensure that the service that is being provided to the customer is of the highest possible standards. From the shipping side, you have masters, chief officers, and ratings, and obviously the master is the top boss on the vessel at any time, and they ensure that their staff also give the best possible customer service, as well as themselves as well. The captain is often seen to be going through the ship at times and speaking to customers, especially if there may be some form of disruption. So it's refresher training, I think, is the most important thing. If you take someone on, what you've got to remember is we're a company that, like I've said, one of the old jokes is I've stayed here for 24 years. So in that time, you just need to keep making sure that there's that refresher training that's offered. And obviously things change as well. Technology changes, there are innovation changes. So it's making sure that the staff are on board with those ideas and understand why changes are being brought in and how it's positive for the customer journey. So it's just topping up on that training, I think, is the key point, is make sure that you just keep refreshing.
I totally agree with you, Travis. And thank you very much for your contribution today to our audiences. And thank you to all the audiences that you're enjoying this live webinar. Please support our work. And if you wanted to ask Travis any specific questions related to Isle of Wight or supporting local businesses, feel free to contact him directly. And you can contact him through social media as well as LinkedIn. So we just are nearly end of our session. We just have less than 15 minutes to talk about more on contributing and developing local economy. So on the next questions, I wanted to ask you about community engagement, because I know that you are engaging hugely to the community, and we can only improve local businesses through community engagement and working for them and working with them. So what are the benefits of engaging the local community for businesses, and and the related question, another question I just wanted to ask you, that how do you how do you influence local businesses to be more community focused?
I think that's more organic, to be honest, the second part of the question, because if you are shown to be doing it yourself, then others tend to follow suit. I think there was a very much a trend shift during the pandemic when everyone was in lockdown. I mean, we carried on operating. We were considered key workers because we were a lifeline service to the Isle of Wight. But there was a lot of talk then when people were getting shut down, people had to close their doors, that there was a real sense of community that came out of that. And that sense of community, I'm glad to say, has kind of carried on post-pandemic. So people realize that actually it's a great thing to support local business and buy locally, because the power of community is huge. And if you yourself are seen to be engaged in the community, supporting local businesses, it builds a level of trust, and people tend to look towards your brand more favorably. So you're not doing it for kudos, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do. But by doing that, it builds that trust, and people know who you are, and they don't. Big businesses have a risk of just being labeled as like they're not necessarily us. We're an SME in the community, but you look at other big brand names and they're kind of just, they're just this huge brand and you don't know much about them. So to see that there are businesses trading with other businesses doing local business, I think it's huge, because it builds a network, and it just means that people trust your brand a whole lot more.
I totally understand that. So in relation to my next questions, I just wanted to ask you, that how can businesses create meaningful community engagement and initiatives like you are doing? Because you need to collaborate with people, and they have to have a right mindset, because when businesses or community, they don't have right mindsets to contribute greatly, you cannot work with them. So how do you create meaningful community engagements to initiate the growth?
I think that's through the power of introduction, for businesses that might not be as connected across industries. Then it is things like business expos, networking events, because anybody that attends those does have that mindset and is looking to engage with local businesses and do business locally. You can't necessarily change the mind of everyone. As we've said, that's the same as customers. You have good feedback, you have bad feedback on occasion. So I think it's more finding the right space for your business to be, so you're surrounded by a lot of other like-minded businesses, because you'll get a lot more traction through people that are already prepared to be engaged than trying to change the mind of that one business that doesn't want to be engaged, if that makes sense.
I totally understand. So we have the next question from Asama. The related questions that how can local businesses leverage these drivers to achieve sustainable growth? We haven't touched sustainable development and growth, because I think on our last program you mentioned specifically that how you are driving the growth of sustainability in relation with net zero and others. Can you a little bit elaborate on the work that you are doing and how local businesses can leverage these things with their culture and grow sustainability in the community?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we do. And if you look at it in isolation, it might seem fairly small. And this is a thing that businesses, I think, have to look at and realize that step one isn't going to be a massive step. So your step one isn't going to get you carbon zero, but it's taken those tiny little steps, and each step forwards is a step closer to building a level of sustainability. So we no longer have any plastic cutlery or plates on board. We use solar power at our shore-based office in Gunwharf. We recycle 99% of our waste is now recycled or not sent to landfill, which is huge. We look at fully recyclable cups in our retail outlet. We're investing in oyster farms in the oceans. We're looking at seaweed farms as well that offset carbon in the local waters where we are. And we've got a hybrid electric ferry. And there's lots of other things as well that we're doing or we're in talks to do. We have a salary sacrifice scheme for employees to get an electric car or a hybrid electric car, which is then improving their journeys to work and reducing their carbon footprint. So it's interesting, really. To drive sustainability, you've just got to take the first step. Because step one might be small. Putting LED lights into your premises or timer lights, so they're sensor lights, so they only turn on when someone's in the room and they turn off. Seems like a really small thing to do, but you just start adding it on top of everything else, and before you know it, you're having a huge impact.
I totally agree with you, because when you talk about sustainability, it's not the one company that could make the world sustainable. We have to work individually and from our own spaces. Like, okay, I want to be part of the sustainable growth of the economy or a sustainable growth of your specific domain. Without that, it's not possible to grow. So thank you everyone for asking different type of questions today. And I hope that you are enjoying the webinar. We are just nearly end of our session. So at this session, we're just going to be winding up. And I just wanted to ask one question to Jervis, that if someone wanted to experience Isle of Wight, I know that you're driving local economy and you are driving local growth and local people. What are the things you do to attract national and international audience?
That's a good question. So for the international audience, it's more based around travel and tourism. We invest, as do other island companies, into the Visit Isle of Wight group, which is done by a levy system, the DBID, and they go out and they promote the Isle of Wight on our behalf and on other tourist businesses' behalf. So they attend trade shows, travel shows overseas to raise awareness. It's also, we touched on the historical side of the island. That kind of sells itself. We do get a lot of overseas tourists from America, from Germany, from mainland Europe. Holland is another huge destination that people come from just because they want to experience the history that's on the Isle of Wight. So that's a huge driver in itself. It does sell itself a little bit, which is fantastic.
Thank you very much, Jarvis. And I just wanted to ask you the last one, the takeaways. So if you wanted to let our audiences know specific takeaways from this webinar, that they will be meaningful and they will benefit from this.
I would say the biggest takeaway is, as me and you have said we met at a networking event. Networking is critical, especially in the local community. But if you're going to go to a networking event, go to a couple and go to them regularly. Don't just necessarily go to every networking group you can find, because the whole point of networking is building relationships. And when you start building relationships, you then build business relationships, and that benefits both you and the other people that you're doing business with. So I would say, and as I said on the last webinar, is just scratch below the surface a little bit. If you see the amount of produce that we've got in our stores, which most of it comes from the local and surrounding area, over 70%, then it's surprising what's actually on your doorstep. And it's really surprising that people that you can do business with. So you might have a large company supplying your telecom system. You might actually find that there's someone local that can do the same thing, and they might actually save you money. And then you're helping grow that local business. So just find out what's around you. Take a look, take time out, go to networking events and find out what people do. And then people can find out about you as well, which I think is huge.
It's totally agree with you, Travis. And thank you for supporting today's live webinar. And I think we can have more webinar in the future to support local businesses, as well as let the national and international aspects that, okay, we can contribute, and the contribution we will create local jobs, and as well as a lot of individual things. It's not only local jobs or improving the local economy. It's a lot more that specifically a business can contribute. A business like you, a business like me, and others, whoever working in the Southeast, as well as in the other parts of the United Kingdom. So we all want you to contribute from your own space, and as well as contribute greatly, because the community you will create today, they will drive force for next generation. So we need to create a diverse force, and we need to create the economy in the next level, that we don't think about a lot of individual things that we cannot cater. We can think about, okay, we can cater for things, and we can grow the economy, and we are fulfilled. I think we are the 6th largest economy in the world, so we can make it better, and we can contribute more. So Travis, I just wanted to ask you the last remarks for our audience from yourself.
For me, it's just been an absolute pleasure for you to have me. Hopefully there's been some information there that's shared that some people have found useful. And as you said, if anyone wants to reach out, they can find me on LinkedIn. Happy to accept an invite. And if there's any more questions, then happy to answer them. Thank you, Travis. And to our audience, thank you very much. Please stay on the line. I will just say bye-bye to the audience, and then I will say you bye-bye. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed today's live webinar. And thank you very much to the audiences and all the guests that you have asked questions. And next week I will bring another guest and talk about different things. As you know, Zenzi Marketing and Time Research and Innovation is a parent company, and we work together to support businesses with innovation, technology, and technology-enhanced decision making. So if you're thinking about technology, and if you're thinking about technology-enhanced decision making, as well as implement technology for your business growth and marketing, feel free to contact us, and we will grow together, and we will introduce you to the relevant people that you can do business with. So thank you very much for all of you joining to this live webinar. Until please support our channel, and thank you, and see you next week. And until then, bye-bye, and please support our channels.
Hello, Anna. How are you?
Hello. Yes, good. Thank you on this sunny day. Lovely.
It is indeed. So, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today's live webinar. I am Dr. Shah Siddiqui, and I have Anna Bremington with me. So, we are representing Andy Business Club. And those who are watching this live webinar on LinkedIn and any other social media, Please feel free to ask us any question you may have. And today we're just going to be discussing a very critical point, isn't it, Anna? And that is tech-driven business transformation, embracing change for competitive advantage. So most of you may know that me and Anna, we are mostly working in tech, and as well as we have characteristics to work on other media, as both of us are neurodivergent. So you know that neurodivergent people, they intend to work in multiple domains. But good thing is that Anna is experienced in technology as well as marketing. And similar way, I shadow her experience in technology, marketing, and AI. So today we wanted to discuss tech-driven business development, which is very important nowadays in the era of AI, isn't it, Anna?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's the hot topic at the moment, and I think particularly in the AI, it's very misunderstood on what it is and how it can help as well. So hopefully you can demystify some of that.
That's a good question, because I was working with someone and they don't like AI at all. Okay. And you know, when there are intellectual people in media, so I work with some of the media people. They're very good at English literature and all those things, and they don't like AI at all, because AI it does not have heart. It cannot think the way human think. But you know, in Cannes Film Festival, I have a client who he was my teacher 20 years back. He's working at the University of Oxford, teaching MA screenwriting. He particularly liked AI. Why? Because with AI, you can produce such things that normally when you're thinking for something, you can't get out your idea put together. But AI can do that very easily, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know, it's really interesting because I'm on a few writing groups, because I'm an ex-writer, but business writer, and I'm trying to write a fiction book. And there's been loads of discussions on those recently. They said, well, if you've used AI at all to write or edit your book, can you call yourself a writer? And I was having a ponder on this actually, because I struggle with writing now, as you know, Dr. I have ADHD. Oh, actually, news! I have finally been officially diagnosed this weekend with ADHD, so I have my official diagnosis now.
Congratulations!
I was hoping for like a certificate or an award or something. So I've got combined ADHD, largely on the hyperactive side. I think it didn't come to a surprise to anyone. And with ADHD, like, we have loads of ideas. A lot of us, you know, that's one of the traits that quite a few people with ADHD have. We have all these ideas, and as you know, Dr. Sharp, I'm rubbish at fulfilling things and going through with them. So, I think I've lost you, Dr. Shah.
No, I'm there.
You were there. Sorry.
Yes. So,
and then, so I really struggle with it, and I can write small pieces, but I really want to write a novel. And I started thinking about this, you know, should I use AI to help me write a novel? Because I'm struggling. I've got probably about 50 book ideas I've written down. And the question is, like, if I use AI to write a book, am I a writer? And I'm like, do I want to be a writer? Or actually, do I want to be a storyteller and a creative story idea? I'm trying to think of job titles, almost like, or not job titles, but like titles you give yourself. Because I'm probably, like, I've got to admit to myself, and I had a chat with someone at a recent conference who also is very similar to me. And he said, I'm never going to write a novel. I write microfiction, I write poetry. That's as far as I can do. And I've got to admit to myself that maybe I cannot write a novel, but I have stories that are meant to be a novel. And I'm like, how can I get this story out? So if I used AI to help me write it, would I be a writer? Don't know. I'm an ex-writer.
I think there's a confusion here. But if you think about ghostwriting, there is lots of chit-chat on ghostwriting due to the BBC scandal and all those things.
Yeah.
It's getting highlighted. People are using ghostwriter hundreds or 200 years ago from there.
Yeah.
So if you think the ghostwriter is your AI buddy,
Yeah.
how that makes sound?
Yeah, exactly. Because I was starting to worry. Like, do you remember Milli Vanilli from, is it the 80s, where they got found out that they weren't the real singers? They were just these two gorgeous men that danced and pretended they sang, and then someone else sang in the background. I was like, well, I mean, I know there was controversy around it, but I'm like, maybe I could be the Milli Vanilli of writers. I could come up with the idea, and because back to what you're saying about, not everyone can do everything. There are writers who can write stuff, but actually where you have a difficulty, I have fibro, I have ADHD, will I be able to write a novel? But should I not write a novel because I can't write a novel? There's this big dilemma in actually, is it opening up accessibility for people to be able to do stuff that they've got halfway there or part of the way there, and they need the help the rest of the way. Now, I'm not talking about like from start to finish with AI ideation, writing, everything. I feel there has to be human input. Exactly what you said. There's this sort of stories and humanness. It can't do everything the same as us. But is there this sort of gaps that it can fill? And does that make it any less genuine? This is, I mean, is AI still new? This is, it's still a debate, isn't it? Is it still genuine?
You're right. But in genuine, if you measure it with how much really you're thinking about it, if you're stealing someone thing and you rewrite them and you give them the credit, as a researcher myself, what we do, we steal things. That's normal thing. What we do, we steal things from different authors, different publishers. And what we do, we rewrite them with our own words, and then we reference them.
Yeah.
So is it stealing? No.
Yeah.
That's the way if you are a novelist, what do? You see things and observe things, and you steal those things to your imagination, and then you write them down. So if you think about your imagination, that's going to be unique. No one can think like you. No one. Even your children, son, daughters, or your husband or your mother, they can't think like you. Every human is unique. So if you think about that, like, okay, you have some gaps. As a neurodivergent person, we have some gaps. We have some strength. So if you utilize your strength and you ask someone else to fulfill your gaps, that's okay, isn't it? That should be okay. Like ghostwriter, what they do, they will sit with you and you talk to them and you will give them instruction of such things and they will write it for you. So why don't you think that ChatGPT is just like a ghostwriter? And you acknowledge them like, okay, I use some of the things with ChatGPT, but ChatGPT doesn't have anything until you give it right direction, give it right things to get you the right answer.
That's very true. And it reminds me of when, and I think it is this sort of getting used to how this will fit into our lives, because I remember back when I did A levels, and it's showing my age now, because I remember that we were not, in our A levels, we were not allowed to do typed essays because they thought that using Microsoft Spell Checker was a cheat and that it wasn't fair and we shouldn't use it. So we had to handwrite everything. I remember when I went to university, it changed, and then we did start. We were allowed to use Microsoft, and I remember some of my dyslexic friends were like, "Oh, brilliant! This is amazing." Being able to, although the spell checker was not as good back there, because a friend of mine, the way he spells, sometimes the spell checker just couldn't figure it out, because he spells quite phonetically. But that really leveled the playing fields, and rather than people thinking it felt like cheating, they focused on different things such as the content. I mean, unless you were doing a writing degree, maybe that's different, but I was doing a computing degree, and it was the content that was really important, not the spelling and the grammar, so that by using Microsoft, it meant they could read it and get to the content without being distracted. So I think, that switch will happen. Don't you think that switch here will happen, that we'll start looking at it and going, actually, no, this is a tool we can use. This is how we use it. It's not cheating, but we still, Microsoft, if you're putting something to Microsoft Word, it doesn't spell check unless you put, exactly what you're saying, unless you put some words down. So the same with AI, you have to input it. But it's really interesting seeing all the arguments at the moment on it.
I think some people, they take it too serious. I think you don't need to take it that much serious using ChatGPT to your work. For myself, it's a tools that aid, as you said, that I'm dyslexic and I am forgetful. So I will forget a lot of whatever I'm thinking. So what I do, I write things. I do not write things on pen and paper, because later I can't read them and I don't know what I have written. So I always write it down. I have a ChatGPT application that we have built, internal application. So I write it down there. Okay, this is the thinking that I'm doing, and I will work on that later. So when I ask ChatGPT, okay, I'm thinking this, and that neurodivergent person, our brain is crap. I would say we think those things that some other people, they can't think. So asking ChatGPT, like, are you thinking the right thing? Is there anything else out there already people are thinking about it, or people talking about it? That's good thing, isn't it? Because when you are a researcher, you search things. So I can remember my PhD, ChatGPT was not there. So I can write with a computer and a keyboard, pages. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. So when I start writing, I just write, type, write. Now, I don't do like that. With ChatGPT, I think, okay, tell me a story, or tell me something, or tell me, can you find out this article? Can you give me an overview of this, what happened? Because it's just like a second buddy, I would say.
Yeah.
But you have to have original contribution from yourself. Like, okay, you're thinking, your contribution, and get it out there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I feel like we get quite set in our ways of what's sort of real and right and wrong. And when these new technologies comes, it does change our perception, of and how we have to make a change. And a lot of people, one of my favorite books is Who Moved My Cheese, where some people like change and some don't, and some will adopt it and some won't. And there was a lot of talk in education about how they're going to do coursework and things in this current era where AIs become predominant. And what will happen is we'll have to just how we measure people, and how, because if they can sort of use AI to fill in some details and a coursework, how else can we do it? For example, they can't use AI detection tools because that they're known to pick up people with English as a second language and autistic children as being AI because of their formal language. So they can't use those. So it's about that mindset shift, which I think people struggle with, that this thing is here. ChatGPT, other AI is here. It's not going away. So you're going to have to be able to work out how how someone's absorbed information around it. It's just not going to happen otherwise. So it's working out how we can assess people, how we can change our mindset. I've seen some books recently but going back to the book writing, that have been written with AI, and I've seen the images. I'm like, actually look like really nice books, and people saying, oh, people won't buy them because they're AI. And I'm like, actually, I would read this to my child. It looks really good. Because it came from a human. The idea was from a human. They'd come up with these characters. They weren't very good at drawing, so they described the characters to them, and it created these ones that basically took the vision out their head because they didn't have the skills to create them. And I think the main argument I see is that, so for example, that person that wrote that book, what they should do is pay an artist to do the drawings and pay an editor or pay a ghostwriter. So I think the worry I see is that people are losing out on jobs. And a lot of the people I know that in content writing do seem to be struggling at the moment. But you know, I would say that this does happen. There is a change of jobs and everything with every new, you know, think about how many people displaced when the internet and computers started up. You know, there were people that were manually copying books. My ex-partner used to work in a copy center, and he had to do things by patching together bits of paper, using photocopies. So he was completely displaced when digital came, and he had to relearn to become a digital designer. You know, so his job is, this has happened before, and it will happen over and over again as we have these technologies. And what he had to do was just retrain into something new. And was it disappointing that he'd lost the job that he was doing? Yes, it was. But that's what happens, you know, the Industrial Revolution way back when and things like that. Things change and people get replaced. And, you know, poor old people, think about the poor old people used to run steam trains. You know, we don't have steam trains anymore. So, you know, they went through the same thing, and it's harsh. But what I'd like to see is more about helping people navigate the career change, you know, and doing that, because I don't think there's enough around there.
I totally agree with you. But, you know, when technology kicks in, we are talking about technology.
Yeah.
So when something kicks in, usually those people, they are around it, or they are working the similar trade. Yeah. Some of the jobs will vanish. If you think about prehistoric time, like, okay, you just talk about the steam train.
Yeah.
People, they are related to steam train or coal, you know, the coal train and all other things. When electricity involved, or when diesel engine, all those things came out, usually some people will go out of job. So it's not the technology. It's just like we need to change our habits. Like you say that your ex-partner, he transformed himself with the industry. That's why he could carry on his activities to the next levels. But if you think like AI, everyone is a writer now because we got AI. Will everyone write? No. You think novelist, everyone will become novelist? No. Not everyone will become a novelist. I don't have appetite to become a novelist until I wanted to do so. And there will be like few people in this space. Yes, some of the people's job will go. If they don't transform it, it will go, because it is AI now. If you think about maybe 100 or 200 years later, we will have cars on the horizon. We will not have any physical roads. We will have everything traffic to the air. So at that time, if you still wanted to, to have a physical car itself to run into the road, that's up to you. But if you don't transform yourself to the air with all this hovercraft and all this everything there on the air, you're going to be fall apart, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, it does happen, and I feel like I've seen this cycle over and over again, where people get horrified by something and then it's moving. And I'm not saying there aren't any ethical considerations, particularly with like the things like where they got the data from and things like that. I do want to see more ethics in some of those areas, but change is hard. You know, it is hard. And I read a brilliant article the other day that was talking about how people maybe in certain industries like the library industry could maybe retrain us, because their knowledge of how to find information, they make really good prompt engineers and things like that. So it was giving some ideas of like maybe more sort of older professions, how they might be able to embrace new AI jobs that keep those same skill sets, but actually they sort of take them to the next level, which I think is really interesting. And I know, you know, from my point of view, and I know you love AI, I think that there's this, we need to admit to ourselves that not everyone can do everything. You know, going back to business owners, we can't do everything. We can't always afford to pay someone. Going back to that person with the book drawings and that, they may not be able to afford to pay for someone to do the books. Does that mean they shouldn't create a book? Maybe not. Does it mean you shouldn't run a business if you can't do certain tasks? If something like AI picks it up, you know, that feels okay, because there's certain stages in a business, particularly, where you can't afford, you get stuck. You can't afford to get someone in, but you're getting a bit big to do it all yourself. And it's that sort of middle ground, because a lot of people would probably rather hire someone to do some bits, not everything, but some bits for them. Like, you know, I hire an accountant because I need their expertise for all the sort of, because it can be quite dangerous if you don't have one, and you're not very good with accounts. So I hire them because I need the human expertise of all the law, you know, the laws and things like that. But I can't afford to hire marketeers. I can't afford to hire, you know, website designer, this, that, the other. I mean, luckily I've got a few of those skill sets myself. But if you haven't, you just might not be there yet that you can hire someone. And you've either got to try and do it yourself, which causes burnout, stress, or you can find technology to help bridge that gap, you know, until as such time that you're ready to do it. And even in big business, you know, budgets are always tight. You probably can't hire the entire team that you want. You're probably still going to need technology to bridge the gap, and AI is brilliant for that.
I totally agree with you, because when you talk about technology, if you give a scenario like, okay, it's a new business, and the person, maybe a slowpreneur, he started his business. He's very good at accounting, but he hasn't got other skill sets, and he hasn't got the money to invest. What he would do, he would search something that is readily available. So readily available means you can spend £50 and you get a website. That's technology that you need nowadays. You maybe have a SaaS-based application, like, okay, you pay a little bit of money and you get their marketing services, lead generation services, and a lot of other things. You pay a little bit of money, you get AI to do that for you. Like if you need graphic design, there won't be like extraordinary, because human thinking and human work is extraordinary. You can't compare that with AI. But some of the things that AI can do, it's going to be very much time consuming for us to do, and very much expensive for us to do. I watched a BBC documentary a couple of weeks back that, you know, when you create CGI, computer generated images, if you wanted to do an animation, it takes ages, like Avatar or all other projects, big projects. So what they're doing now, they're creating AI scenarios to copy them to the next levels. Like, okay, what they are thinking, are they thinking right? Is it creating the right scenario and all those things? But with short time, less investment. So if you think a creative director and he wanted to publish a film, he would have engaged with AI and create all those scenes with AI rather than investing millions there, because he hasn't got millions. How could he invest? So if then when an accountant, he hasn't got lots of money, so he will start alone. And when time goes, and you know, people will improve their work because they wanted to engage with more people, and they will hire people, and then they will ratify those things they have done previously to make it better.
No, I 100% agree. And a lot of the stuff I do is I always talk about, it's that getting people to the next level, you know, it is that sort of, you know, trying to fill in those gaps. And a lot of the business I work with, they're at a point where they've got a few customers and they're starting to be things, but they're just like, oh, I'm working 60, 70 hours a week and I'm not seeing my kids. I'm not going on holiday. But I can't quite, I need a couple more customers, then I can afford someone, but I can't, it's a bit stuck. I can't quite, you know, get that bit further, you know, or you know, get enough, because I haven't got time to get another couple of customers. So that's when they're the sort of ideal scenarios that I say get some sort of AI or tech involved, because you're sort of stuck, you know, and a bit like you're saying with the, you know, the big companies as well, sort of the sort of envisioning this sort of sort of 3Ds environments and everything. Not everyone has the budget to hire people to do that bit. So I feel like it's a sort of enabler of, and maybe this is sort of it's leveling out, not just because we talk about leveling up with disabilities, but it's leveling up people that they don't have the skill sets, they don't have the time, they don't have the money. You're seeing a lot of people now that run businesses, because you get this picture of an entrepreneur. And I did a talk on Friday around bias in data, and we generated this image of an entrepreneur, and it was a tech entrepreneur, must be mid-20s. Like, we didn't fill any details, but I got it to generate, I think it was 8 images, and it was the same entrepreneur. Like, all I asked was, generate me an image of an entrepreneur. I didn't take any type, and it was this tech entrepreneur, about mid-20s, with his laptop and everything. And when I was in the room, we got everyone else to generate it as well. Everyone got the same person, because this is an entrepreneur that we see in the stories, that they don't have kids, they've got loads of time, they've got no disabilities, they've got loads of energies, they're probably more either middle class, or there's some privilege or opportunity, which means they can spend their time building this business. But actually, that's such a small percentage of our entrepreneurs and business owners that below. And you hear about, this hustle culture, time culture. I mean, I have fibromyalgia. I only have a limited amount of energy. I have a 9-year-old child. Does that mean that I can't be an entrepreneur? No, it doesn't. It just means that I need some help from somewhere. And I know we've talked about access to work, that I get the physical help, but that's not enough. I can't just do my access to work. So then AI helps me, because do I not deserve to run a business? Do I not? Can I not run it? There's people that are trying to run businesses whilst holding a full-time job. Should they not get a hand? And this is where you think, well, yeah, actually, it's a real great level up of people, and particularly if you look at things like women in sort of startups, who, if you look at how much funding they get less than men do, well, they're going to have to work a way around that. So AI, time-saving tools are going to be brilliant, helping them, writing grant applications, helping them with their marketing. It's almost like this sort of leveler up of privilege almost, so that you get a little bit of helping hand. So I am a big fan of this sort of helping other people, and I've been on, so I don't think I've mentioned this to the audience. I've been on Manjaro, which is the weight loss drugs, and it's really interesting, because I feel like similar parallels with this. I'm just coming off it now, because I've nearly hit my goal weight, and I have underactive thyroid. I put on weight really easily. I really struggled, and the nurse suggested I try it. And it's really interesting, because I've followed a lot of videos around Manjaro and Ozempic and all these stuff, and because it makes it easier losing weight, it's thought of as a cheat. And I feel like AI is very, very similar. It's this sort of, if something makes something just a little bit easier, it's a cheat, and you're cheating and you can't do it.
And I was asked for this drug that you just said, and they said you tick all the boxes, but you don't take the actual weight. You have to be in there. So you are like half kilo or 1 kilo less than the actual weight that we should prescribe it. So think about it, that I cannot get these drugs from my GP, and without a medical professional, I can't buy it and have it, because that would be dying, isn't it? So if you think this scenario with the other people, like, okay, you can do such things, you are eligible to do such things, but other person, they're stuck, because they are in the tech space. Maybe they don't do very good artworks, or they don't do very good graphics. So what they would do, they wanted to hire a graphic designer, but when you hire a graphic designer, it's expensive. It's not very easy task to do. So what they would do, they would go to AI, and they will tell their story and then post that to the social media, because nowadays you have to have social media if you are a business, because it's not like traditional media that people will read from paper, they will see on your telly, and then they will come back to you and they will buy your services. You have to have a footprint on social media. So think about those people that they are in the catch-22 situation, situation that they neither have money, they neither have the expertise to do it. What they do, they will definitely embrace the technology. So as you mentioned, that technology plays a vital role. So if I give an example of signing agreement, if you're in business, you need to sign agreement with your clients. And if you go to traditional medium, it's costly. It's very costly. If you wanted to go to solicitor, it is costly. So previously, people used to steal agreements from different places, and they usually change the formats, and they used to do it. Nowadays, if you need an agreement, we just develop an application that you can build your AI agreement, because for that you don't need to go to solicitor, because an agreement is a law binding with you and your client. So if you know the terminology is clear, both you agrees, you don't need to go to a solicitor. But when you go to a solicitor, when it is a multi-million pound deals, that you need like pages of things, you need all the laws, all the clause, and everything is written properly and is spotted. So you depend on someone expert. So that doesn't mean that you generate AI agreement, all the solicitor, they will be out of work.
Yeah. And you know, because I got some legal documents done when my business partner joined, and it was £2,500 for fairly standard documents. And, you know, that is a lot of money. You know, some people won't, that would be like, you know, most of their earnings for the year, you know, depending on how many hours you put into your, you know, your business. So, you know, thinking about the context, like you said, you're not dealing with multi-million pound businesses here all the time. You know, we both of us work a lot with small businesses. We're dealing with people that may only earn what their wages for the year. So when you dig money out of that, can they pay their mortgage? Can they, you know, send their kids to nursery? Can they, you know, this is huge things. You know, when I did that, luckily I'd had a couple of really good contracts, but even I was like, oh my God, that's less money for me this year, because it was incredibly expensive, and that was just one very small set of documents. I mean, if I'd have done all the documents I needed that year through the law firm, it would have wiped out my earnings, and then it would have been pointless running a business.
This time you can think about ethical. Writing a blog post, if you observe something and you ask AI to write you that, you don't need to be that much ethical, because it's just things you are describing, maybe related to your business, maybe related to other people's business. If you want to refer them, you can, but if you don't need to refer them, that's okay. That's end of the world. But if you're writing a white paper, it has to be ethical, isn't it? So it depends what you do. As I said, writing an agreement with AI can do 5 minutes if you give all the clauses and everything to ChatGPT or any other medium. That's very easy. But if you are doing a extended contract, legally binding contract, that's you cannot depend on AI. You cannot depend on technology. So we got some of the questions from the audience. I just wanted to read it through.
Yeah.
So Saladin asked, how can organization ensure ethical use of AI and automation during the transformation that we're talking about right now?
Yeah. I think, you know, we've sort of discussed a lot of that ethical side, but I think it's always just thinking about these sort of consequences, isn't it? And talk about, like, if people are going to be displaced, what can we do to help them retrain, or you know, from a human point of view. I think there are a lot of ethical considerations with AI in what data you use, and I think it's just going through each area and trying to remind yourself, are we doing this in a right way, that feels the thing is, it's really hard, because I'm saying this from someone who's quite ethical, You know, if you are morally bankrupt, you may struggle to, you know, you see a lot of these tech giants and you think, you know, they don't seem to have many morals. And, you know, when you're dealing with people, and this is where we need laws, and I think, and some sort of guidelines, because I'm thinking of it from an ethical point of view. You know, you know, what do we need to think about? What's the impact, you know, from environmental impact to human impact? But actually, if someone is morally ambiguous, or so they may, you know, not think about these things, they may not care about them. And then I think, you know, it's more in ourselves as people around to sort of make sure we're protecting ourselves from it, because you can't always think that someone will do the right thing. You know, I've worked for companies that have absolutely not done the right thing ethically, morally, and, you know, and I've had to have, you know, I've left some of those, and well, all of them that have done anything that really doesn't line with my values. So I think there's the two sides to it. If, you know, if you're ethically minded, making sure you're considering the impact and how to mitigate that, but also protecting yourself. What are my morals and what are my values? Speaking up if something isn't right, suggesting ideas, but also, you know, trying to get involved with the ethical side of things, like what's going on in the law, you know, joining groups and things like that to try and contribute to it, I think.
That's a great answer, Anna. And as I said, it depends up to what work you do. If you are presenting a data, you have to be ethical. You need to look the data you are presenting, because AI could be sometimes misleading. So check your data properly. If you are presenting data, if you're presenting any personalized information, like you are writing about someone, AI could be sometimes problematic, not creating the right information for the right purposes. So check those properly before you publish anything. Maybe you will publish something that wasn't really right at all. So you're going to be in trouble. So anything that you do, be honest, be mindful, and check what you are publishing. That will give you the next stage. So the next question I have, how do companies use technology to personalize customer experience at scale?
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? I'm going to start back at the beginning, because we were talking before we started here, weren't we, Dr. Shah, about strategy and knowing your audience. And I think before you do anything at scale, I would go back a step, because the problem with doing stuff at scale is it can enhance the issues you already have, and particularly with customer experience. And I've seen companies that have sort of scaled things. So I'm going to give you an example, actually. So I bought a moisturizer from Boots. And I like Boots. I shop in Boots regularly. I've got their contact lenses. That's where I actually got my Manjaro from as well. And so I get lots of points. I'm quite loyal to them. This is the first time I bought online. And something had happened, and my parcel, whilst being delivered to the Boots store, just disappeared. And they said that you couldn't contact them for 7 days, which was a bit annoying because it was their own delivery service. So I was like, well, surely you know where it is. So then I went onto their AI. And I feel like someone in the background went, let's get an AI chatbot, because everyone's got them. They're really good, but didn't actually really know what to do with an AI chatbot. Because I went on it and I said, oh, my parcel's late. It says, put in your details. So I put in the order details, and the chatbot comes back with, oh, your parcel should be with you on or before the deadline. And I was like, my deadline's passed. So I wrote back to it and said, my deadline's passed. And at this point, it just sort of freaked out, couldn't comprehend this sort of thing. And I think this is a sort of reflection on companies that maybe don't understand, because Boots do a really good customer experience in store, but I found even their app a little bit clunky and not fabulous. And now they're starting to do AI, and they're going to, you know, and they do another thing and another thing, and it's like, well, actually, I think you need to get a bit more tech savvy and understand what your customers want and how they need answering, because I know Boots demographic is generally older. And if you get something frustrating like that, where you get into a loop with a bot, I mean, I'm tech savvy, but even I couldn't really work out what to do next, or or where I was going. I just went down this hole. And, you know, take a step back. Would this benefit my customers? Who are my customers? What do they expect? Because that bot, I'm sorry, was absolutely no reason for it to exist at that point.
Mhm.
You know, it wasn't clever. It didn't know where my parcel was. It just parroted me back something that was completely unintelligent. It's just frustrated me more. And to the point, I'm never going to order online with Boots ever again. I'll still go in store because I enjoy my local store, but I'm never going to, because it really put me off. It was so rubbish. I'm like, you've not thought about the experience here at all. And I could see this sort of compounding because, like I said, they didn't get some of the basics right on the website and the app already. And I'm like, if you don't get the basics right, how are you going to do an AI chatbot? So I would say go back and actually make sure you understand your customers, you know, that you're not going to annoy them, that you know what you're doing and you actually know what experience you want to offer, because that should have been something fantastic and it put me off them for life.
I totally agree with you, because it's just the purpose, isn't it? What purpose you want to utilize technology is similar every way. The purpose, internal purpose or your customer purpose. So when you think about your internal purpose, it's going to be you if you are a slowpreneur, or your team if you are a member of a team. So think about your purpose first, that the technology you wanted to embed, will they fulfill the needs of your internal purpose? And then think about, okay, what is my external purpose? Those technology you wanted to embed, will it help your clients? Will it help anyway to your community, to the purpose, I would say. Then you decide, as Anna said, purposeful. Boots, they have included a chatbot, but they didn't think about to include a link or embed their delivery mechanism with the bot, because AI is nothing until you get them the knowledge. AI is just knowledge. AI is like millions of data. So if it doesn't have the data that you're looking for, it can't produce things for you. So those people, they are building technology, AI-enabled system, or they are embedding AI bots and those things to their system. You have to know, like, okay, your customer journey. You need to know, like, okay, if and then rules. If it happens, what will happen? If it's not, what will happen? And I will understand it better, because when we develop software, or when you develop a process map, we say if yes, if no. If it's yes, what will happen? If it's no, what will happen? No could be an yes after you perform the task. Okay, it will go to the yes. And after yes, what is next? So there is a process map that you need to think about it. And if you can process it properly, it doesn't matter your software development, it doesn't matter your business process, it doesn't matter your customer satisfaction. You will get the right answer. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr. Shah Siddiqui, and I have Anna Bromington with me. So someone written here, I'm just going to show his message. Thank you very much for your message here. We do not know your name, so we cannot tell what is your name. So he said, no one knows what can post using AI and the laws involved. And I agree with Anna on this one. I always second guess myself before I post. That's a good answer and remarks, I would say. We shouldn't depend totally on technology. We shouldn't depend totally on AI. We should ratify our causes, ratify that we do afterwards, that, okay, it is writing properly, it is informing you properly, that you will get the right thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the one thing that I keep reading is that ChatGPT and AI is reducing critical thinking. And I think that the thing to make sure we're not doing is outsourcing our brains to AI, because, you still need, like you said, second guessing yourself before you post. That's, that critical thinking. Does this sound like me? Does it sound right? Is it going to be of benefit? It's all of those areas that you've got to think around. I mean, it's the same as if I didn't have AI. I would be thinking of similar ones. You know, this post I'm putting out, you know, is it of benefit to people? Does it fulfill my goals? You know, it's just the tool we're using is different. We should be using the same process as if we're doing them ourselves. So is this gonna be of benefit? Is this gonna, you know, get the goal I want it to? What are my goals for it? You know, what do I want to convey? Is it going to be interesting to the audience? And, you know, and all those things, or with, you know, processes, is it going to save me time? We think back to the Boots one, you were saying about internal ones. You know, what were their reasons for creating the AI bot? Was it to reduce their customer service, to make customers happy, you know, because we could find out stuff? Did none of those, because I had to message them separately because it couldn't answer any questions. Didn't make me happy because I couldn't, you know, I was talking to it when they were out of hours. So, you know, but then it couldn't answer anything. So what, I can't work out what, you know, what their process thought was for the base thought of that. And that's the worry, that sometimes people just adopt technology and don't put the thought process in. Why are we doing this? What's going to come out of it?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Anna. We have another questions. Thank you for your questions, Zakir. What's the best way to ensure employee adapt to new digital tools and process?
That's a good one. I think I mentioned Who Moved My Cheese earlier, which is one of my favorite sort of video stroke books around how some people struggle to deal with change and some don't. I think for me, it's bringing people on the journey and reassuring them. One of the biggest things I find as a hesitance to adoption is people thinking they're going to lose their job, because that is a risk. You know, we've already discussed it is a risk, but how could they, you know, reassure them? If you can't reassure them, can you repurpose them? What is going to happen to them? Because why, like, if I'm an accountant and there's a new technology that's come in that is basically going to replace me, why am I going to get on board with that? I'm not going to get on board with it because I'm going to lose my job. Yeah. You know, we're sometimes asking people to get on something we're bored with them that is actually going to be maybe detrimental to them. So as a company, we have to think, well, how can we make this not detrimental? And if we are going to lose that person, actually don't ask them to get on board, because they're not going to be. You know, that people, as you know, people work for companies, but actually they have their own self to think about, and they should think about their own selves, because they need to, you know, feed their families or feed themselves or look after their house or look after their pets, or, you know, people have responsibilities, and we can't ask people to be martyrs for business when someone else is going to earn £1 million and they've just got their wage and they're going to be made redundant. You know, you can't ask that of people. So you either have to just leave them out the loop because it's not really fair on them, because they're going to go anyway. Or if it isn't going to affect them, we've got to work out how to retrain them and be very clear and transparent, involve them in the journey. Where would they like to go? What would they like to do? If they're going to have to learn to use the system, starting training very early, making sure it fits all the requirements they need to do their job. You know, it's this involvement all the time, I think.
I totally agree with you the way you say it, because when you're embedding a technology for your company, it's two things. One thing is improving the current mechanism or upgrading from old to new. Because when you upgrade things, it means that your technology is old. So you need new technology, because system has changed, settings has changed, geography has changed, even politics can implement, can have a diverse effect of changing your paradigm, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when you think that something is changing, it's better to understand who is it for. If you think that, okay, you're bringing new technology and you wanted to have a job cut, like if you talk about Elon Musk, he bought X, he cut like most of the people, isn't it?
Yeah, loads.
He bought new technology, but he has given a golden handshake. He didn't ask them to train on new technology. He cut those jobs and give them golden handshake, and they all gone away. They found their other place to work. So when you're bringing new technology, think about ethical implementation. Like, okay, if you want a job cut, let people know that this is the new technology we're embedding. So your job not going to be there afterwards. So this is the process of your senior management. But if they say like, okay, you're not going to be there, but if you are a human, you have imagination, or you have excellent working power, you can turn it down to the different levels. Like, okay, you are thinking to lose these things, but I'm not on that category. I can improve, and I can contribute more than the digital tools you are embedding. They will keep you, because no one will let their good people go away from the company if you are a very good tools for the company.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it is that, you know, the one thing that I say more about digital implementation is that it gets us to use more of our human superpowers. So the strategic side, the real deep level thinking, going back to you saying about AI, it's that deep level thinking, the stuff that where we can connect the dots and we can put all these creative ideas together. Do you know what? Someone mentioned to me the other day, and this is, I feel like this gives a really good, great example of humanness. It was around when the Iceland volcanoes were when it erupted, and there was supposed to be a few conferences on at the time, and I think there was one in Iceland, but there was some where people from Iceland and other places were supposed to be meeting across Europe, and because there was not just between us and Iceland, but generally in Europe, there wasn't much travel because of the problems with the sort of stuff coming over. So someone, I can't remember who it was, came up with, I think it was Volcano Conference, which was an online conference that included and asked all the speakers that were supposed to be speaking at these conferences if they'd like to speak at Volcano Conference. And they did it online, and they got all these top speakers, and it was done within like days, not weeks. And I'm just like, that is a human idea. There is no way something could have, like, it's this, these innovative ideas where they're taking this and this completely unrelated subjects and putting them together. I am absolutely convinced that AI could not come up with this idea, because it was so imaginative. It was so amazing. And this is what we need humans for. You know, you see some of the best marketing campaigns. You're like, how did they think of that? How did you put those two things together? Absolute genius. And by taking away some of the admin work, and I've got another thought on that as well, because, you know, for some people, taking away some of this admin work, it allows them to open up and spend time. You know, your finance director can spend more time on the strategic side. The the marketing team can spend more on these real ideation and concepts and everything. My only comment is that in work we have different levels of people. Some people are very good at the admin and the basic skills. You know, not everyone is degree educated. Not everyone is a genius or an entrepreneur. We all have different levels, and that's what makes businesses work. You know, I see a lot of people going, oh, they're only wait staff, you know, waitress, wait staff. They're only clean. They're only something. There's no such thing as only. All of these levels of jobs keep the world working. My worry is that with technology is that the end where people are really good with admin, that may not have degrees, that are really good at this process stuff or just day-to-day stuff, I worry that some of them will get misplaced or displaced somewhere. And we need to think, well, what can we do then? Because they may not want to be CEOs or managers. They're quite happy day-to-day in a job. So going back a bit to ethics, you know, of how we can make sure that people aren't displaced, because people need jobs. So those ones that are being displaced, but maybe starting to be displaced everywhere, what can they do that maybe means that they've still got a job somewhere? So that's my only worry at the moment, because we're getting at AI to do a lot of admin jobs, and not everyone's strategic. So
I think, you know, when you're talking AI is doing the admin jobs, I think it's a myth. They cannot do all the admin jobs.
That's
because
true.
Administrator, they are human, because they know if someone is off sick, you can't tell AI that I'm off sick, isn't it? If someone administrator, they knows who is clever, who is not. And
AI cannot point it out who is not doing their job correctly. Yeah, AI is for improvements. Admin can utilize AI to make their time, like you said, maybe they are doing a work in 10 hours, they can reduce it to 2 hours, and that 2 hours they can think about it strategically, they can think about those things they could not do without help of AI. But in a way, those things like, okay, software developers, will they replaced with AI? No, I don't think so, because the way they think, AI cannot think way. But what AI can do, maybe there's a problem in their code, AI can find that code for you, so make their work swift. If you think designer, AI will replace them. In a way, as we discussed, like, okay, slow runners, they don't have money, so they will utilize AI, you cannot stop them anyway. But if you need improve, great ideas, combine things, as we discussed on our previous lives, that yes, we use AI, but we use human and AI work together to make it extraordinary. Because some of the things you can do it AI very well. Some of the things AI will never can do that and human can. So in that space, I would say technology is your helping hands, a buddy that you utilize them for your good purposes, not for anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really essential that everyone in every business gets trained on AI as well. I feel like it's another of those jobs that people expect people just to be able to use it straight away. Everyone could do marketing, everyone could do design, everyone can do AI, and prompt AI. And actually, that's the best thing you could do for all of your staff, is to train them on how to use it properly and get the most value out of it. And there's a few government grants actually I've seen around at the moment on training staff with AI as well. So you can even get some grant subsidies for it, because they know how important this is. So I'd love to see more AI staff training across all size businesses. And like I said, there are free ones as well. So if your small business haven't got the money, have a look for those.
I totally agree. So we're nearly end of our session, Anna. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. So few takeaways we can talk about in embedding technology, current technology. It doesn't matter, it's AI or anything else. Few takeaways. Can you give maybe 3 takeaways?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely on the ethical side of it. The ethical consideration, the impact on humans, and how you're sort of perceive yourself. Back to what you're saying, Dr. Shah, about, are you putting statistically right facts out, make sure there's no misinformation, but also from a staff point of view, making sure they are trained. I think from a technology point of view, making sure that you're doing them for the right reasons, and you have a strategy behind it, because technology without a strategy can just be like the Boots AI bot, completely unhelpful and actually detrimental. And I think the third one is, I'm very much into trying and experimentation. And so, just trying things out and giving it a go, not being afraid of things, because you don't know how things are going to work unless you give them a try. So, give them a little go and do it on a project, then try another. And, if you've got your goals of what you want to achieve, you can just keep trialing things.
That's great takeaways. And for me, as I said, think before you impose something to your employee, because they have grown your business before AI was kicked in. Be ethical, think about that, be human first, because if you're not human, if you wanted to earn lots of money, not valuing your colleagues, not valuing the environment, not valuing the lot of other things that you should do, that will maybe give you money, but not really can give you your actual growth. So be human first, and then utilize knowledge to extend your knowledge to the next levels. Value everyone that you're working with. So thank you everyone for joining today's live webinar. I'm Dr.